Let's begin. Leo counted his blessings, most of which were laid out before him. First and foremost was a pocketknife, a small flip blade with an inch-long blade which would be his most important possession in the coming days. Second was the plastic water bottle he had. It would be good to have a container like that, be it for water or something else. Third was his backpack. The heavy-duty green canvas was waterproofed, and, in a pinch, he could dissect it to use as bandages or the like. Fourth was the small pack of matches he had apparently left buried in the deepest depths of his pack and only found now, when he dumped most everything else out. Everything else in there was trash, some college papers, folders, the like. They could be used for kindling but wouldn't do much else in his current predicament. That wasn't to say his blessings ended there, however. His fifth and sixth blessings weren't physical objects. Fifth was his location. Tall pine trees rose around him and mountains loomed on either side of the green valley he sat in the middle of, a river gently flowing off to his right. Leo isekai'd in a deep breath, appreciating the scent of pine, and listened to the wind as it rustled the trees. He was a mountain boy through and through. And though his wilderness survival skills may be a little rusty thanks to college and work taking up most of his time in the past few years, he was certain that he could at least survive here. It'd take a little bit of work, some trial and error to get his skills back up to snuff, but it was certainly doable. Which led him to his sixth blessing, which also doubled as a problem. He was not alone. At least, I wasn't alone, Leo thought acidly. It had been a roller coaster of a day. First, he got magically transported to a swirling tunnel of void and stars thanks to a literal hole in the sky, which had been utterly terrifying, but at least he had company. His good friend Jack had been transported with him, and while it wasn't ideal in any way, Leo was glad for the company. It would keep him from losing his mind, at least, as they floated through a literal void of space, somehow without dying. That was until a massive bat made of sky and stars came out of literally nowhere, snatched the two up, and flew through yet another hole in the sky. To top it off, the bat was sentient and spoke to Leo telepathically, which wasn't strange at all and totally didn't freak Leo out, having another voice in his head, and had promised to take the two to where they were meant to be. Apparently that meant dumping Leo in the middle of a forest, and whisking Jack off to who knows where. Which led him to his next problem: he wasn't on Earth anymore. Taking a deep breath, Leo closed his eyes, then looked up and glared at the pink face that stared at him. "Slow?" it asked, pinning its head to the side, blank eyes staring directly at him. Leo frowned even harder. "Slowpoke." The bat, who he figured had to be Lunala, there was nothing else that fit the description, had dropped him into the middle of a slowpoke herd. He was surrounded by the things, dozens of pink blobs of fat lounging around the river, dipping their tails in the water and occasionally swishing them side to side. He even spotted a few slowbros slowly swimming about in the placid waters, their splashes adding to the peaceful ambience of the forest. Leo was sure there was some sort of implied insult here, what with the hole where you're meant to be line. So his biggest problem wasn't that he was alone in a forest with no idea of his general location or the location of any sort of civilization, but that he was in a completely foreign world, the world of Pokémon. Oh sure, he knew enough about Pokémon as a longtime fan, but there was a truly massive difference between game mechanics and reality. How did attacks work? How did Pokémon behave? Were they as intelligent as portrayed in the anime, or were they closer to the animals back home? There was very little he knew and only so much he could figure out without simply experiencing it firsthand. Which could be mighty dangerous. And to top it all off, Leo was far, far shorter now. Everything just seemed bigger, and he had a sneaking suspicion that it wasn't because everything was bigger in this world. He was almost certain that it was because he had gotten shorter. His hands looked smaller and softer too, the hands of a child, which, if he'd read enough fanfiction to come up with an idea of what that meant, was not good news. Either he had regressed in age, or had a new body, both of which came with a whole slew of existential philosophical issues that he, quite frankly, did not have the luxury to worry about right now. His first order of business was just to survive. "Okay, my first order of business is fresh water," Leo muttered to himself, standing and looking towards the river. Another problem was that he had no way to boil water, ensuring it was safe to drink. He supposed he could try his luck with the river water, figuring that it most likely didn't have the problems many of Earth's rivers had with pollution, but did he really want to risk getting giardia? He wasn't sure he had much of a choice. Leo swallowed heavily at the thought of getting sick out here. It would be a death sentence, so long as he didn't have a proper food and water supply in. No, Leo chided himself, shaking his head to clear it of all thoughts. Don't think like that, it'll do you no good. You can't control what's going to happen, so roll with it. Focus on the next steps, food and shelter. His nervousness did not leave despite his pep talk, the emotion bubbling in his stomach even as he tried to ignore it, but now he was refocused. Moving with purpose, Leo bent and stuffed all his things into his backpack before standing and stretching, slinging said backpack over his shoulders. Glancing around, he made a note of his location relative to the two mountains the river wound between, picking out key features so he could make his way back to the slowpoke herd. It would be pretty simple, all told. The valley wasn't that wide, and the mountains fairly steep, Leo wouldn't be climbing up them in the near future. Besides, if nothing else, he understood that the slowpoke were docile and, if his hunch was correct, they may be able to provide him with some food. Slowpoke tails were edible, right? He remembered that from the games, even if it had been frowned upon. At least, that's what the games led you to believe when Team Rocket was hunting slowpoke tails. And so, he started off marching into the woods confidently and cautiously, trying his hardest to keep his wits about him. He would survive this, no matter how insane the situation was. He just had to take things one step at a time. Leo figured out pretty quickly that sticking next to the slowpoke herd as they headed downstream was a great idea. Mainly because they provided a steady source of food in the form of fish, mainly Magikarp and Goldeen of varying sizes. For whatever reason the fish seemed to flock to their tails whenever the slowpoke would dip them in the river, biting the tips and allowing the slowpoke to fish them up with relative ease. It was easy enough to snatch a few of the fish away from the slow Pokémon, the harder part was cooking them. Come on, work already, he hissed in frustration, rubbing his hands together as fast as he could, trying his hardest to get the stick he was holding to create enough friction to create sparks and ignite his kindling. It had already been 3 days since he'd been dumped into this world, and Leo was getting frustrated. He didn't have the strength anymore to reliably use the hand drill method, and he'd never really practiced it too much in the first place. His matches weren't unlimited, he had at most 20 of the things left, so before he ran out he wanted to have an alternative method of starting a fire, which had led to his current activity. I miss my survival kit, Leo grumbled, setting down the stick and rubbing his face. He'd had at least 5 different ways to start a fire in his survival kit back home, plus a whole bunch of other necessities, and just thinking about having that kit right now made him, well, he wasn't sure how he felt. Nostalgic? Sentimental? Like he wanted to cry because he had left his entire world behind? Like death was a very real possibility right now? All of the above and more, most likely. A cool wind blew through the tall pines, whistling through the valley floor and making Leo shiver, his hair standing on end and goosebumps crawling up his arms. The small copse of trees he had chosen to take shelter in blocked the most of the wind, but nights up here got real cold real quick, and, if the brilliant orange in the sky and how the sun had already hidden itself behind the mountains were anything to go by, night was coming soon. Leo shuddered and glanced at the Magikarp off to his left, sighing. He'd told himself that if he didn't get a fire started with the hand drill, he wouldn't eat fish tonight, even if the fish was far smaller than the anime and games had portrayed. The red, crowned fish was maybe the size of a trout, 6 to 8 inches long, but he supposed that made sense. There was no way a river a foot deep could support entire schools of massive Magikarp. So, with a heavy heart, Leo picked up the fish, stood, and tossed it as hard as he could, barely getting it into the river a dozen or so feet away. Stupid kid arms, Leo grumbled, lamenting not for the first time his sudden lack of strength. He was pretty sure that was the reason he couldn't get the hand drill to work, the strength in his arms weren't letting him get enough friction. But that could also just be an excuse. With a sigh, Leo pushed his makeshift fire starter to the side. Maybe he made it wrong, that could be the problem, and looked out over the slowpoke herd. His hand absently reached to the side, picking at the pile of pine nuts he had set on a small rock to his right. They were tiny things, almost inedible and definitely out of season, but pine cones were plentiful, and calories were calories. He had to keep his strength up, even if he was punishing himself for failure. Plus, he'd eaten a ton of Magikarp and Goldeen over the past few days. That was part of the reason he felt comfortable foregoing a meal. The slowpoke herd, on the other hand, felt no qualms about skimping on meals. Leo watched as a slowbro that had been slowly ambling through the shallow waters of the river moved over to pick up Leo's discarded fish and swallowed it in one gulp. The massive creature was at least 5 feet tall, and it fixated its dopey eyes on Leo for a brief moment before turning and wading back into the river. It was the biggest one of the herd, the other slowbro being a mere 4 feet tall and the slowpoke ranging between standing at 2 to 3 feet, and Leo had taken to calling him Derp. Not the most flattering of names, but that was all Leo could use to describe the big, dopey creature. It just didn't seem to be altogether there. Slow, it called, pushing on down the river, prompting similar calls from the rest of the herd. Leo counted exactly 23 slowpoke and 2 slowbro in the herd, and they were, for the most part, pleasant company. Yes, they were slow-moving, only covering a couple miles in a day as they migrated downriver, and they reminded him of cows in a way, but they didn't even seem to register his presence either. He could walk among them without earning their ire, though a few did watch him warily the first few times he'd stolen their fish. It was also kind of fun to observe their habits. Most slowpoke didn't really seem to care where they slept during the day, so long as it was in the sun, but at night they took their time picking out the softest parts of the riverbank. Whether that entailed digging into the silt and soil, or stamping down grass to make a bed of sorts, they spent at least an hour every night just settling down. They even got in arguments over who got the best spot sometimes. That was what caused the first Pokémon battle Leo had ever seen in this world. All it consisted of was 2 short water guns, one which missed and the second hitting the other slowpoke in the face, but still. It was amazing to see water shoot out of a slowpoke's mouth at great speed. Still, it did remind him that slowpoke were Pokémon, and had abilities. They were potentially dangerous and, if his memory serves him correctly, part psychic type. Whatever that entailed or how it worked, he didn't know, but it wasn't like he could worry too much about it either. The slowpoke were his food source and, thankfully, the river had clean water. It wasn't like he could just skedaddle on out of the mountains when he had no idea where to go, or what might be or not be food. He needed to secure his future first, then he could explore. Another cold breeze broke Leo out of his musings, and he shivered, deciding it was time for bed. He'd forego a fire tonight, since he couldn't get it started the primitive way, and instead turn to the pile of pine needles, leaves, and the one fairly big and bushy pine bough he had picked up off of a fallen tree. That was his bed for the night, and though it was by no means comfortable, Leo would have to resituate himself several times throughout the night. It would keep him warm even without a fire. Thankfully he still had his backpack to use as a pillow. "Good night, slowpoke," Leo whispered, sliding into his pile and struggling to not itch himself as the pine needles poked through his clothes. The slowpoke did not reply, and Leo watched the sky fade from orange to gray to black, a brilliant sky of stars coming into being through the treetops, as he lay there trying to sleep. It was going to be a long, restless night. Leo muttered to himself as he shifted through the pile of shale, tossing the flat rocks to the side as he searched through them. It had been a solid week since his arrival in this valley, and the slowpoke were slow movers. They had traveled maybe 10 miles in the past 4 days, which at least did allow Leo enough time to practice his survival skills and try to get them back up to snuff. He still hadn't gotten the hand drill fire starting method down, so now he was searching for another solution: flint. His knife, which had been invaluable over the past few days, and he needed to find a good whetstone for it to keep it sharp, was made of carbon steel, which would work well to create sparks if he could find a good rock to bash against it. Heck, he was pretty sure he didn't even need flint, just something hard and with an edge to strike against the back of his knife. You'd think I'd be able to find something in this big old pile of rocks, but no, Leo grumbled, halting his search to look around. The pile was at least 100 feet tall and 25 feet across, and consisted largely of squared, black stones. These rocks are all useless. To prove his point, Leo struck the back of his knife against one of the rocks, chipping off a piece of stone the rock and producing no sparks, nearly losing his grip on his knife in the process. With a sigh, Leo shoved his knife back in his pocket and began shifting through the stones once more. That is, until one of the rocks he grabbed began to move. What in the, was all the managed to get out when the head-sized rock opened its eyes and glared at him. Shale flew as the Geodude burst forth from its hiding spot, one fist barreling forward and planting itself directly into Leo's chest. His breath left him with a whoosh and, briefly, Leo found himself falling through the air. Then he was tumbling head over heels down the mountainside, slamming into rocks. Pain rocketed through him as stone dug into his skin, and suddenly he was lying flat on his back, staring up at the cloudless blue sky with grass beneath him. Leo groaned, trying to ignore the pain all over as he craned his head to look back at the shale pile. He could still see the Geodude, clambering its way up the mountain as it fled. It would have looked funny to see a ball of rock powering its way up a mountain on two oversized arms, were it not for the pain he was in. Though he should probably consider it a small blessing that it didn't chase after him. Ugly, goofy little creature, Leo grumbled as he slowly sat up, checking to see if anything was broken. Thankfully it didn't seem like it, but he was sure to be sore and bruised, and he was certainly bleeding. So Leo sat there for a few minutes, catching his breath and calming his nerves as he stared at the shale pile. He needed another way to create fire, other than matches. Flint and steel would be easier than the hand drill method, too. And, now that he thought about it, he may be able to find a rock that might serve as a platter for cooking so he wasn't roasting whole fish on a stick like you'd see in a cartoon, or even one that could be turned into bowl of sorts. He had to keep looking. But first he was just going to sit here and hurt. The Pidgey cooed, and Leo, laying flat on his belly watching the bird hop across the ground in search of seeds or bugs, cooed back. This Pidgey had been hanging around him for the past few hours, noticeable by the almost reddish tint to its feathers that other Pidgey lacked, and Leo had decided now was a good time to bird watch, and perhaps make friends. The Pidgey seemed indifferent to his calls for the most part though. Sighing, Leo sat up, wincing slightly as his back twinged in pain from his fall with the Geodude a day ago. He hadn't even found any flint either. Thankfully the Slowpoke were still fishing their hearts out, providing Leo with enough easy food. He honestly didn't know what he'd do without them. Though speaking of food, Leo eyed the grasshoppers that buzzed and flew through the air every time the Pidgey got too close. It had been a bit of a discovery for Leo to realize this world had actual bugs like Earth, not just bug Pokémon. The small, normal-sized and shaped bugs were a staple food source for many critters, and important for the ecosystem. Pokémon were just too big to fill that role, Leo figured. Ever so slowly, Leo reached out and snagged one of the locusts that had been lounging on a grass stalk just in front of him. It was time for lunch, and Leo figured he should at least try to eat the bug. He'd heard somewhere that grasshoppers were excellent sources of calories. Through the lips, over the gums, look out stomach, you're not gonna like this, Leo whispered, trying his hardest to ignore the buzzing in his hand as he, in one swift motion, popped the grasshopper in his mouth, bit once filling his mouth with disgusting bug juices, and swallowed. This was immediately followed by gagging and retching that echoed throughout the meadow, startling the Pidgey and causing it to shoot off into the air with an annoyed squawk and the flapping of wings. That was vile, Leo hissed through his teeth, holding the back of his hand to his mouth and fighting back the urge to vomit. I'll probably just stick with ants. At least they just taste like salt. This was a fact Leo could attest to, as he had eaten quite a few ants when he was a kid. His brother had dared him to, so he did, and lo and behold he liked the taste. I want a hamburger. And chicken, or fruit, Leo said wistfully. His diet almost exclusively consisted of nuts and fish, neither of which were seasoned and thus, bland. Plus he had to go through a lot of work just to get a few pine nuts. It made him really appreciate the ease of access for food in his previous world, which brought him around to thinking about proper nutrition. Leo did have a few concerns about the variety of his diet and whether he was getting all the proper nutrients, but again, there was little he could do. Maybe if he understood what plants were edible or not he could do something about it, but he didn't, so the point was moot. Glancing at the sky next, Leo frowned. The temperature was already starting to drop despite it being midday, and on the horizon sat ominous gray clouds. A storm was coming and he didn't really have any real shelter from it. There weren't any convenient caves nearby, no rocks to hide under, and his trick with the pine needles to keep warm wouldn't really help with staying dry. Leo rubbed his chin, trying to think of something that might help. The meadow in front of him was useless, and the tall pines weren't really helpful either. Further down the river was a bunch of willow-like bushes, dense green things with heavy, almost minty-smelling leaves that could probably provide some cover, but he wasn't sure he wanted to crawl in there after watching an spinnerack scuttle its way in the bushes earlier. Leo shuddered just thinking of the massive green spider. He may have gotten over his fear of spiders years ago, but that didn't mean he liked the horrific creatures. Much less one that was a foot in diameter. I wonder how spinnerack tastes, Leo thought randomly before shaking that image out of his head. He had almost imagined the spinnerack like a land crab, and though he'd heard of people eating the massive bird-eating spider in his old world, he wasn't quite desperate enough to follow suit quite yet. No, his top priority was to find shelter from the storm, and, as he tended to do now, he turned to the slowpoke for help. On the other side of the river bank was the slowpoke herd, having crossed over sometime the previous night, and were hanging out next to a rocky outcropping, sunning themselves on the rocks and lounging in the shallow waters. The rocks could be an option, but that would mean crossing the river. The murky waters didn't look dangerous, and the current wasn't fast, but Leo wanted to avoid that if at all possible. He didn't know why, really, he just didn't want to cross the river. Besides, the rocks wouldn't keep him dry, they'd just shelter him a bit from the wind, thus, useless. Slow, one of the slowpoke called, yawning immediately after. The rest of the herd yawned as well, almost like it was choreographed. Leo bit back his own yawn, the effort making his eyes tear up. Right, let's go take a look around, see what I can find, Leo said, standing up slowly and gingerly. His knee popped painfully as he stood, and he grimaced. Should be fun, he told himself through gritted teeth, and moved off into the forest. After about an hour and a half of searching, during which time he ran across a colony of oddish led by a foul-smelling gloom that had eyed him warily, Leo stumbled across a godsend. A copse of trees at the base of the mountain, about a mile from where Leo had last seen the slowpoke herd, stood tall and dense, but most importantly, they were of a different species of tree than Leo had seen around. Aspens and tall pine were common, but the grove consisted mostly of a blue spruce look-alike with big bushy branches that bent and touched the ground, completely covering the base of the trunk. And when Leo pushed aside the branches it revealed a completely covered area free of tree branches that Leo could easily lay underneath and ideally stay dry. Finally, some more good luck, Leo breathed in relief, smiling to himself. He hadn't found a good stone to help him start fires yet, nor was the hand drill method working, so he was glad something else had gone right. Plus this grove consisted almost entirely of these same trees. So if he got bored of the first tree, then he could move. It was a good thing he found the trees, too, because not an hour later, while he was busy trying to find a good whetstone for his knife along the river, it started to rain. Leo pocketed the smooth river stone he had been examining, squinting up at the sky as it began to drizzle. He could still see sunny skies to his left, in the direction the storm was heading, but to his right was nothing but increasingly dark storm clouds and the rumbling of thunder. Leo isekai'd in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of rain and letting the misty droplets slick his hair. Gotta love a good storm, he said, trying to remain upbeat as he headed back to his tree, sliding underneath the branches and laying still, pleased to see he was right, and that he was being kept dry for now. He'd have to see if that stayed true if the rain picked up, but for now he remained hopeful. After a few moments of watching the rain through the branches, Leo pulled out his knife, flipped it open, and pulled out the stone he had grabbed. He didn't know if it was the right coarseness to get the best edge, but the blade was dull enough as it was, so anything would help. The sound of metal scraping against stone filled Leo's ears for the better part of an hour, at the end of which his knife was a fair bit sharper than it had been. Left with not much else to do as the temperature continued to drop and the rain picked up, Leo pulled a few of the branches aside to watch the rain. Most critters seemed to have the same idea as Leo and were hiding, but some had different plans. 5 whooper came waltzing out of the river, shaking their little blue bodies in the rain and happily skipping about, shooting jets of water and globs of mud at each other as they played. Lei chuckled quietly as he watched their antics. They traipsed about for a while, whooping and playing and shuffling in the mud. Leo noticed one digging up plants and chewing on something just a little ways away from the river, which he made a mental note to check out when it stopped raining. But they didn't stay out for long, and vanished back into the river just as quickly as they had come. Then another brilliant idea he should have thought of earlier flashed into Leo's mind and, shuffling through his backpack, which he had stowed beneath the tree before the rain hit, he procured his water bottles, filled with murky river water as they were. Leo promptly dumped those out and placed them beneath streams of rainwater pouring from the tree he lay under to fill up. There, he thought with a small smile, laying down. Now I have something to drink besides river water. The rain lasted for a solid 16 hours. Leo wasn't actually sure how long it rained, he was more of guessing based on how the rain started around mid-afternoon, and ended mid-morning the next day. Which isekai'd because now Leo was cold and stiff from laying beneath a tree for that long, unable to really cover himself at all and the tree cover only providing the bare minimum of support. And now he was hungry, so as he slid out of the tree cover, the wet soil clinging to his hands and knees and squelching beneath his feet, he made immediate plans to procure food. Steam rolled off the ground as the early morning sun warmed it, setting the world into a picturesque moment that Leo had to stop and admire. The morning sun filtered through the trees in individual rays, and the pine needles glistened with water. Leo groaned and stretched, his knees and back popping loudly. The cold clung to his body bone deep, and he wiggled his fingers in an attempt to bring life back into them. He stamped his feet and started moving, heading towards the slowpoke herd, and jumping up and down to get his blood pumping, trying to alleviate at least some of the chill. So fixated on the cold he almost didn't notice the churned soil where the whooper had been digging the previous day. Leo hesitated for a moment, debating coming back later to investigate. No, he thought to himself. I should take a look now, before I forget. So he bent over, searching around for what the whooper had dug up. It took a good few minutes for Leo to find anything, most of the evidence having been washed away by the rain save for the holes in the ground the whooper had left, and what he did find filled him with hope. A plant had been dug up, with broad, dark green leaves and a large, round root that had chunks torn out of it. It looked an awful lot like a tuber, a wild potato maybe. Leo searched for more, the distinct leaves proving easy to find. He dug one up with enthusiasm, his hands clawing at the soft soil, until it revealed to him its prize, an unblemished, albeit dirt-covered, root that fit snugly into the palm of his hand. It was maybe 3 inches long, and an inch around. Looking at it, Leo could see the resemblance to a potato, and when he broke it open with a wet snap to taste it, his suspicions were confirmed. The pale white meat of the tuber tasted like a bitter potato, and Leo laughed aloud. Here he was, surrounded by vegetables, and he didn't even know it. Still, he couldn't help but grin wildly. As terrible as the situation was currently, Leo could survive. No, not just survive, Leo told himself, digging up more of the pseudo-potato plants for breakfast. These mountains can provide everything I need to thrive. Chapter 2, Hunting Adventure. Rock clashed against metal and sparks flew, landing in the loosely packed pile of dead grass and pine needles. Smoke began to rise from the set of kindling and Leo scrambled forward onto his hands and knees, his knife and the stone he had been using tossed to the side as he leaned down to gently blow on the budding fire, coaxing the sparks to bloom into a full-blown flame. Soon enough flames started to catch on the TP-style formation of twigs settled around the kindling, and Leo began to add bigger sticks to it, feeding the fire but trying not to smother it with too much fuel. It took maybe 2 minutes for Leo to be satisfied that his fire wouldn't die, and he laughed at the sight of the small, merry flame slowly growing in size before him. "What do you think of that, huh?" Leo boasted smugly to the slowpoke not but 3 feet to his right, its blank eyes staring at the flames. "Slow," it called, tilting its head to the side, tail slowly wagging back and forth. "Finally, I have successfully found a replacement for matches, though I should probably still figure out the hand drill method, don't you think?" Leo asked, crossing his arms and sitting back, content to just watch for now. The slowpoke made a strange noise in the back of its throat and, with a slow, almost methodical movement, opened its mouth to shoot a jet of water at the flame, successfully dousing it and the pile of sticks Leo had collected behind it. Leo's jaw dropped, the remains of his creation now just a pile of blackened twigs and smoke. His first successful fire without using matches, and a stupid slowpoke destroyed it. "Slow," the slowpoke said, and Leo could almost see the smug gleam in its eyes as it turned to look at him. "You little JRK," Leo hissed, resisting the urge to shove the slowpoke away. With slow, methodical movements the slowpoke turned around and ambled back to its herd, greeting its fellow slowpoke with low calls and the occasional nudge. Leo just glared as it left, uncaring about how upset Leo was with it. He couldn't stay mad though, and slumped forward. At least he knew he could start a fire now, and he hadn't really needed it at the moment. Still, it would have been nice to revel in his victory for a few more moments before the slowpoke put out the fire. Stretching and standing, Leo turned his attention to the slowpoke herd. They had led him to a big lake. He estimated it was probably at least a mile long at its widest, though the slowpoke had congregated where the river flowed into the lake. The slowbros swam lazily through the waters, occasionally diving beneath the surface, while the slowpoke lounged on the shores, tails dangling in the waters. 3 butterfree danced in the air above the lake, glittering scales falling from their wings to land on the surface of the water, which was set to gleaming by the mid-morning sun. To the right side of the lake dense trees grew, following up the entirety of the mountain. More mountains rose in front and to the left of the lake, great behemoths of rock and stone that held untold secrets, or so Leo liked to romanticize it. "What a appealing day though, isn't it?" Leo murmured. And truly it was. The air was crisp and cool, the slight breeze rustled the trees, and the buzzing of insects coupled with the occasional cry of a Pokémon created a symphony that flowed through Leo's body and touched his very soul. There could be a lot to complain about his situation, that is true, but Leo would be lying if he said he wasn't having fun. Adventure hadn't been laid at his feet, he had been submerged fully into it, there was no escaping it even if he wanted to, not that he did. He just had to force himself not to think about all that he left behind, all he had left undone. Which at the moment, was hard to do. Leo let out a breath and looked at the sky, a singular bird Pokémon flying high above. For of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these, "It might have been," he recited slowly, drawing upon his memories of a poem he had read long ago written by one John Greenleaf Whittier. Leo had enjoyed poetry to some degree, but never really got too into it. There had always been other things to do, but the quote here had always stuck out to him and was just a bit too relevant. He didn't want to think that he had been given another chance in this new life, for that is all Leo could really think to call it, because that would be something along the lines of admitting defeat. He had been young, he had found a purpose, and now, all he could dream about his old life was what might have been. He might have been great, or good, or any number of things. Now he was here, in this world, with no explanation as to why. It had better be a good reason, Leo thought, a bubble of anger worming its way into his stomach. But there's no point in dwelling on might-have-beens. You've still got things to do, Leo, he told himself, tamping down his anger and pushing away his thoughts. You've got an alternative fire method down, and you still need to figure out the hand drill method, but right now you need to secure another supply of meat besides mooching off of the slowpoke. So let's start with tracking, and figuring out traps, he muttered, rubbing his face. Sure, he could gather edible plants for food, but he had been considering another problem, clothing. He had no idea what time of year it was, and this high in the mountains things were sure to get cold in the winter. Leo was not dressed for winter. All he had was his black, Billy Joel concert t-shirt and plain jeans, which spelled almost certain death during the first snow. So he wanted to find and hunt a furry Pokémon that he could potentially tan and turn into a coat or something. Tanning leather was another problem though, but one he'd have to figure out once he got around to successfully hunting things. It's a good thing I'm a MSTR of camouflage, Leo joked with a laugh, stripping completely NDE and traipsing towards the lake. First he was going to camouflage himself, then he would go start tracking and trying to sneak up on things. He'd seen a few Sentret and Rattata around, they should make good practice targets. A wide grin spread across Leo's face as his toes sunk into the mud of the shore. Who am I kidding? This is just an excuse to play in the mud, he declared proudly, and promptly fell flat on his face to roll about on the muddy shoreline. He slathered and splashed mud all over himself, sticking blades of grass and twigs into the larger clumps that stuck to him more for his amusement than for any form of camouflage. A part of him wondered how well this would work, another didn't really care. Though that internal debate was settled mostly by the sudden appearance of a slowpoke, dropping itself onto the ground next to him and thrashing about, covering its pink hide with mud. It stopped after a brief second and stared blankly at Leo, ping its head to the side with a smear of dark brown mud on top of its head. Slow, it called, and Leo laughed. He laughed hard and long, especially when more slowpoke came to join him in rolling in the mud, a curious display, he was sure. He could only imagine how it would look to any passers-by to see a naked boy slathering himself with mud while slowpoke rolled all around him. And that thought was nothing short of hilarious, so Leo laughed deeply and fully for the first time since he had arrived here. Leo crouched low to the ground, a hefty stick held loosely in one hand, and his prey in sight. He crept forward, careful not to step on any breakable twigs, and trying not to rustle the dead grass around him too much. It wasn't very tall, maybe ankle-height brown and green grass, but it did make a lot of noise if brushed against. And unfortunately, the Rattata he was stalking seemed to have sensed something was up. The purple rat paused in its scrabbling in the dirt to sniff the air and Leo froze, casting his eyes downward ever so slightly because the face was the most easily recognizable part of the body. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead as he waited, stock still in an awkward position with the sun beating down on him from above. After a second of holding his breath Leo looked up, adrenaline surging through his veins when he saw that the Rattata had turned its back to him, and it was in range. Carefully Leo pulled back his arm, fingers clenching around the smooth grooves he had carved into the stick. His heart hammered in his ears, his blood roared, and his muscles surged as he hurled his stick towards his prey. The stick arced, spinning beautifully through the air at the unmoving Rattata only to sail right over its head and clatter against the ground, startling the Rattata so much it shot a foot in the air and scrambled off into the brush in safety. Leo slumped in defeat, standing up and cursing at his aim. He was so close too. And at least his stalking skills were better than his tracking and trapping skills were. Those were abysmal, to say the least. His tracking could be remedied with practice, but he wasn't seeing much hope for trapping at the moment. Not that I ever got much practice with traps, Leo grumbled to himself, striding over to his designated throwing stick. The occasional sharp rock or thorn poked into the bare soles of his feet, but Leo persevered. He wanted to toughen his feet up, in case he lost his shoes. That, and really, being naked and covered in mud wasn't really the same if he was wearing shoes. If he was going to play the part of the savage wild man, he might as well really look the part, right? Angry chittering drew Leo's attention, his gaze falling upon the Rattata he had missed. It crouched not far in the budding brush to Leo's right, its fur blending in rather well with the shadows and densely packed branches, its overlarge teeth gnashing at Leo angrily. Leo narrowed his eyes at the creature. Did it really want to play that game? Fine. He'd play that game. Leo dropped his stick and picked up a hefty rock, hurling it at the Rattata and missing it by inches, mostly because it dodged out of the way and continued to chitter at him, pacing back and forth. You're taunting me, aren't you? Leo demanded, picking up his stick. Fine, let's go buddy boy, he said, advancing towards the brush. The Rattata retreated further into the bush, but still chittered at Leo. For a brief moment, Leo considered pushing into the brush. It was taller than he was, with dense, albeit thin branches that would poke and prod him to no end. It would be difficult, but was getting the Rattata worth it? He poked experimentally at the bush, pressing against it and testing its resistance. With blinding speed the Rattata darted forward, white light sparking off its little rat paws. Leo yelped and jumped backwards in surprise, his quick reaction the only thing that saved him from the loud snap of the Rattata's jaws slamming shut where his feet had been but moments before. Leo's eyes widened and he hyper-focused, all thought fleeing his mind in lieu of one reaction: fight. Yeah. Leo cried, kicking at the Rattata, who scrambled away and back into the bush, still chattering angrily. Leo scowled at it and backpedaled away, locking himself into a stare down with the little creature. The rat gnashed its teeth one more time, its curled tail waving back and forth, and Leo decided then and there that it wasn't worth it to continue this fight. He sighed and turned away, trudging back to his temporary home next to the lake, glancing down at his throwing stick. He needed a better hunting method if traps were out, and his aim isekai'd. It would be great if he could make a bow, but he had no idea where to even start there, but, Leo thought, looking down at his stick as he sorted through his memories. I might be able to get the next best thing. All I need is to figure out how to make cordage. It took Leo 3 days to finally figure out the proper method of making cord or rope from plant fibers, and even then it wasn't perfect. Dead grasses seemed to work the best for his purposes, but he still thought he was missing a step or two somewhere. He was thinking he might have to figure out how to separate the fibers themselves from the plants. How he would go about this he didn't exactly know, but that was a step for another day. Mainly because he had found a way to circumvent the need for cordage for the moment, a rather simple solution that had him feeling a little stupid. But for now he had a working prototype weapon to test out. Leo gripped the short, stiff length of wood with one hand, his index finger stretching up to hold a longer, more flexible length against a sharpened nub on the end of the short branch. The longer piece of wood he had sharpened to a fine point and hardened in the fire, and was aimed into the wide-open meadow Leo currently stood on the edge of. "Otlotl test 1, let's see how this thing works," Leo said to no one in particular. He did a little hop-skip-step and threw his arm forward like he was throwing a baseball, flicking the shorter length of wood as hard as he could, and sending his thin, impromptu, spear through the air. Leo whistled as he watched it fly, going at least 50 feet before embedding itself in the ground. He glanced appreciatively at the base of his weapon, weighing it in one hand. That went better than expected. I've got distance, now I just need to focus on how much power I'm getting, and my accuracy. That, however, would just take practice. And, the way Leo saw it, he would be getting a lot of practice. Mostly because he was dumb, and hadn't realized what time of year it was when it was quite literally staring him in the face. He tried hard not to acknowledge the budding flowers his spear, or dart, whatever it was called, had landed next to, pulling the ammunition out of the ground and looking at the sky. The flowers hadn't fully budded yet, not all of them, at least, which meant this was early to late spring. Even the bush that the Rattata had hidden wasn't fully bloomed yet, and for that, Leo felt like a right idiot. Here he was feeling all smart and proud for remembering about the otlotl, the ancient precursor to the bow that was stupid easy to make in the wild, and for finding a rock suitable for the flint and steel method of fire making, when he couldn't even figure out what time of year it was based on freaking plant growth. Well, at least it keeps me humble, Leo told himself, shaking his head and running his hands through his hair. He let out a breath and looked around the meadow, eyes fixating themselves on a small patch of grass that was much shorter than the rest of the knee-high foliage. This meadow was one he frequented because he found out the longer, yellow grasses helped make decent rope, but that one spot always worried him. When he had investigated it a few days prior he had found evidence of ash and soot, which led him to think of a fire-type Pokémon. It wasn't uniform enough to be a human's work, and there was no evidence of a camp that he could find, so the only reasonable solution was a fire-type. Which could be both good and bad. Mostly bad though, the majority of fire-type Pokémon either seemed to live in volcanoes, or were predatory. Charizard, Pyroar, and Houndoom all came to mind. Leo shuddered and forced that idea out of his head. He hadn't run into any real predators yet, and he wasn't prepared for an up-close and personal encounter. Leo didn't like his chances of winning a fight against a flying, fire-breathing dragon, or a fire-breathing dog. Don't get me wrong, it'd be so cool to see one, but let's keep them at a distance for now, Leo said to himself, swinging his otlotl spear, which was about half as tall as he was, around carelessly. A gust of wind roared through the trees, whipping the grasses to the side as they slapped at Leo's bare thigh. Pine needles fell from the trees and waves of green pollen followed suit, filling the air to the point it looked like a fire was raging somewhere. Leo sneezed and rubbed his nose, shielding his face as he looked up at the sky. The sun was really harsh, and all this walking around naked or covered in mud was starting to annoy him. He didn't want to get even more sunburned than he already was. Yep, it's time to make a hat, Leo decided. And to put my clothes back on. Now it's getting a little silly, he said, and laughed to himself, turning on his heel and marching off towards his temporary camp, singing the tune of Joy to the World by Three Dog Night as loudly as he could. Today was a good day. Leo crouched low in the bushes, eyes fixated on the truly magical sight before him. Two sunflora stood in a large, open meadow on the far end of the lake, surrounded by at least a half-dozen bellossom that danced and spun around them, their little flower petal dresses spinning around as they danced to the mystical music. An odd ringing sound rang through the meadow, accompanied by the soothing, almost flute-like sound of the grass whistles the sunflora were blowing on. The bellossom laughed and twirled, jumping into the air as they danced about, the tinkling, ringing sounds only seeming to intensify as they did so. Petals floated through the air gaily, spinning and swirling around the musicians and their dancers, intense rays of sunlight beating down on the meadow like a beacon. They danced and swayed and even sang in small, lilting cries that somehow fit together perfectly with the tune, which in turn harmonized with the wind and the rustling of the grass and the groaning of trees. Leo found himself humming along and did nothing to resist the urge, swaying to the tune and drumming the soil with his fingers. The beat picked up, the whistling of the sunflora sharpened, and the bellossom leapt into the air. Green light sprang forth on the ground, the grass growing visibly healthier and more wild beneath the bellossom's feet. Then the beat slowed, and the bellossom ceased their erratic jumping, standing in place and swaying side to side, the petals that flew through the air slowing to a gentle drifting pattern, swirling around the meadow like a protective veil. Leo doubted he'd ever forget this sight, and for the next hour that was all he did. Sit in the shadows, and watch the flowers dance. That night, Leo did something he hadn't thought about doing since he landed here in this world. With his filleted Magikarp dinner roasting on a flat rock over the fire, a ring of pine nuts and the potato-esque plants he had found around it as a garnish, Leo pulled out one of the many notebooks he had in his backpack and a mechanical pencil that had been in his pocket, and began to write a poem. It wasn't anything special really, he'd never gotten into poetry writing the way some of his fellow classmates had, mostly because he preferred to write stories over poetry, but he wasn't in the mood to write a story, and watching the bellossom today had stirred something within him. It was a strange, esoteric side of him that looked at the world in a lens of rose color and metaphor, the same one that had taken the bellossom and sunflora dance as a blessing and admired its beauty, but left whatever it might mean metaphorically alone because, quite frankly, to try and capture that sight into words was doing it an injustice. So Leo wrote and rewrote and stared at the flames of his fire, at the dying light of the sun, and the slowpoke as they settled into bed. Funnily enough, the herd had taken to rolling in the mud just like he had taught them when he tried to camouflage himself. He watched, for a moment, one slowpoke as it wandered through the herd, nudging a fellow herd member every once in a while. Leo took inspiration from these sights and scratched away at the paper, putting his feelings to form. After a few moments the smell of something burning reached his nose and Leo cursed, setting aside his pencil and scrambling to remove his dinner from the heat. The cooking rock he had used was longer than it was wide and was fairly thin, allowing for it to heat up well. That also meant he had handles to grab onto in the form of the excess rock that stuck out over the fire pit he had dug, propped up as it was on a stand, in the form of two smaller, albeit squarish, rocks. That didn't mean it wasn't hot though, and Leo cursed as he grabbed the sides, the heat very uncomfortable. The moment he set it down, away from the fire, Leo leapt to his feet and did a dance of pain, hopping about and waving his hands as if to cool them off. "Ow, ow, ow, that's hot," he hissed, clenching and unclenching his fists. Smoke rose from the nuts and potato things as they lay on the rock, and Leo cursed his short attention span. Couldn't writing have waited until he was done with dinner? Of course not, he had to go and lose focus, and now his dinner was burned. Gingerly, Leo poked at the fish fillet to ensure it was done and, satisfied that it was, he popped a chunk of white fish meat into his mouth. Unfortunately, the bottom of the fillet was burned. Fortunately, a little bit of burned food never hurt anyone, and though it wasn't a good taste at least it was a different flavor than the rather bland, basic taste of a Magikarp fillet. Muttering to himself, Leo settled back down, peeling his food off of his impromptu plate and looking back out over at the slowpoke herd. The sun had set by now and the darkness of the night settled, and thanks to the light from the fire Leo's night vision hadn't adjusted yet. But he could still see the lumps that formed the slowpoke herd, and that same slowpoke that had been wandering about earlier, finishing a complete circuit before settling in itself. Leo hummed and polished off his meal, flipping his cooking rock upside down over the fire to clean off whatever had stuck to it and settling back contentedly against a tree. The small grove he had settled his camp in was enough to keep the wind and rain off, but if the slowpoke decided to stick around this lake for a while then he'd need to find something more permanent. When his eyelids began to droop and the fire began to die, Leo stood and stretched, determined not to sleep yet. If he fell asleep this early then he'd wake up well before dawn, so, to keep himself awake for a little longer yet Leo headed away from his fire and toward the lake. Somewhere in the distance a hoot hoot hooted, and wasn't that a funny phrase, as Leo came to stop next to the shoreline, hands in the pockets of his jeans, his eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness. The moon was a half-crescent, and the myriad of stars above shone with such brilliance Leo's breath was taken away even after having seen the same sight practically every night since he arrived here. There were so many stars, it made even the mountains of his home seem polluted. It wasn't even hard to pick out the Milky Way, or whatever galaxy this was, that stretched as a band of densely gleaming stars in the sky. The hoot hoot hooted again somewhere to Leo's right, followed by a sharp flapping of wings that carried the roundish bird from the tree it had been in into the sky, visible only as a black blob that quickly vanished. After a few more minutes, life returned to the forest as the nocturnal creatures came fully to life, though it was still far calmer than any point during the day. Leo yawned and shrugged off the melancholy he'd been feeling. Maybe he would go to bed soon. Staying awake wasn't doing him any good, he was just thinking too much. "Night, slowpoke," Leo murmured, turning his back to the lake. A blinding white flash suddenly lit up the night sky, illuminating the forest for miles around. Leo whirled back around as a thunderous roar buffeted him, his eyes catching the last fleeting glimpse of a beam of white light strkng off into the sky. A metallic shriek rang through the air, stilling the forest and sending fearful chills down Leo's spine. He remained perfectly still as he stared in the direction of the flash, the only sound he heard being the hammering of his heart and the swiftness of his breath. Around him the slowpoke stirred, raising their heads to look at the direction of the disturbance. Time stretched on, but no further noise was made, and after 15 minutes of silence the forest began to move again. Bugs buzzed about, and Leo even spotted a few Zubat flying about in the open air, hunting for food. The slowpoke grunted and laid back down, closing their eyes and falling into a slumber, which prompted Leo to move back over to the embers of his fire and sit down next to his bed, a pile of leaves and pine needles. He sat there for a long time before he lay down, watching the direction the beam of light had come from. Only one other creature seemed to care about it anymore, a slowpoke, whose head remained raised and looking off into the distance even as its brethren slept. "You too, huh, buddy?" Leo asked it in a whisper, more talking to himself than the slowpoke. "Looks like I won't be getting much sleep tonight," he murmured, rolling onto his back. He wondered what caused that, and what the shriek was, as he lay there. A small part of him wanted to go check out what it was, to find out what caused all that, while the rest of him screamed danger. Leo sighed, already knowing which part of himself would win the contest of wills. "Looks like I'm going tracking tomorrow," he muttered, and closed his eyes. Leo dusted his fingers along the divot in the ground, eyes easily picking up the features of the track. Whatever had left this was incredibly heavy and large, as the three-toed track sunk deep into the soil. Amazingly though, it doesn't seem to leave much trace on the surroundings, Leo thought, glancing around the forest. True, the trees here weren't very densely packed, and there weren't many bushes or anything for the creature to smash with its feet, but there weren't even any broken branches or gnawed on grass that could suggest what kind of creature left this. Leo's first thought was a golem. He'd seen the unevolved forms around, so he knew Graveler and Geodude were in the area, but he also wasn't certain that golem could use what he could only assume to be a hyper beam. Maybe an Ursaring? He knew what bear tracks looked like, and this wasn't a bear, but then again maybe the Pokémon Ursaring had different tracks than what Leo was used to seeing from bears. Standing up, Leo grabbed his Otlotl and continued forward, the extra darts he had crafted held in his other hand. He moved as silently as he could, following the clear trail the monster had left in its wake and keeping his eyes and ears open. Most importantly, he was listening to the noise of the forest, and the sound of the bugs. Right now flies buzzed, grasshoppers chirped, and the forest was just alive. If all that fell silent, then it meant there was something else in the woods, something dangerous. But things were good now, and Leo could afford to relax a little. He followed the tracks for at least a mile, long enough for him to begin to doubt that he was, in fact, following the right trail, when he came across the scar of the short battle he had only seen the after effects of. A hole had been blasted through the trees at an upward angle, branches and even entire tree trunks snapped in half from the force of whatever hit it. Leo whistled as he surveyed the damage. The beam hadn't just blown through a few of the trees, it had seemingly evaporated entire chunks of what had been in the way. One tree in particular had an almost perfectly round, semicircular hole on the side of its trunk. It was a miracle it was even standing upright. Pausing to examine the tracks, Leo situated himself where he thought the creature had positioned itself to fire its attack. Both feet were planted firmly on the ground parallel to each other, evidenced by the divots about 3 feet apart in the ground, and what Leo could only assume was a tail had slammed against the ground far behind it. A small shrub was even crushed by it. "What were you shooting at?" Leo murmured, squinting in the direction the beam had been fired. Frowning, Leo moved forward, looking at the sky, the ground, the trees, anything that might give him a hint. It surprisingly didn't take him long, as he spotted what he was looking for as it lay in a bush, shining in the sunlight. Leo furrowed his brows in confusion as he knelt and plucked the large, oblong metal thing out of the bush. It was surprisingly light and was patterned much like a feather would be, with a long, thin tube running along the spine of the curved object, providing support. The edges were even fairly thin, and though it had the same sort of multifaceted texture as a normal feather, despite its size, it was solid and made entirely of metal. Realization dawned upon Leo as he hefted the object in one hand, fitting the stalk of it in his palm. This was a feather, a metal feather. Which left two options for what could have left it, either a Skarmory or a Corviknight, the only two steel and flying type Pokémon Leo could remember. But he doubted it was a Corviknight. This feather was polished to a high sheen and the edges were sharp, not razor sharp, no, in that respect it was duller than his knife, but it still held a noticeable edge. He was pretty certain Corviknight didn't have sharp feathers, and had a darker coloration. Then what picked a fight with a Skarmory? Leo mused, swinging the feather experimentally. It was long, at least 3 feet long and too large for his small body, and had a few dents in it, but it was a solid weapon. He'd find a use for it somehow. He was pretty sure the lore of Skarmory indicated their feathers could be used as swords, which Leo could see why, though he wouldn't be using it as such. Unless the wielder was very skilled, it wasn't likely a sword would do a lot of good against a powerful wild Pokémon. Leo's immediate instinct was to go back to tracking, but something told him to have a further look around, see if he could find any more feathers. They would be incredibly useful, he was sure, and after a few minutes of searching Leo had found 2 more feathers. Well, more like a small, palm-sized shard of one and a slightly longer, twisted and bent feather. Shoving both of his smaller finds in his backpack, as well as his otlotl, the ends of the dart sticking out of the pack, Leo headed back towards the tracks and continued to follow his prey, toying with his newest find. He was so distracted by the large feather, in fact, that he almost missed the quieting of the forest before it was too late. Bugs still buzzed in the distance, and Pidgey cried somewhere out to his left, but in his immediate vicinity it was dead silent. Leo froze and swiveled his head, adrenaline spiking through his veins as he scanned the trees above and the forest around him. To his left was a large outcropping of rocks, patches of light green moss growing on the white boulders, while to his front and his right the forest grew densely together and headed downhill, small, shrub-like plants with light yellow leaves covering the ground. Nothing moved, and neither did Leo for a moment, when he slowly began to back up, heading the way he came. A scraping sound to his left, from the direction of the rock outcropping, had Leo freezing in his tracks, eyes widening as he saw the stones move. Boulders that easily weighed more than a few tons were rolled to the side as a Tyranitar, in all its glory, revealed itself. It stretched to its full height of over 7 feet, craning its neck to look at the sky and unleashing a yawn that revealed 4 sharp fangs and rows of dull, flat teeth. Yet as Leo stared down its ominously black gullet, he found himself eerily calm. If he did anything rash he could very well earn the creature's ire, so all he could do was stand there, and pray it paid him no mind. The Tyranitar's faded green hide was littered with cracks and scars, tips of the spikes that adorned its spine shattered or broken off completely, while its tail thrashed to and fro, casually sliding the boulders in its way with its immense strength. Leo could not help but admire the beauty of the creature. It did not look young, its hide was far too faded and scarred for what could reasonably be considered young, not that he knew how evolution worked here, this was all conjecture, but its regal might was not to be denied. Stone ground on stone as the Tyranitar shook itself, small pebbles falling from its back and head when, quite suddenly, it finally caught sight of Leo. It didn't make a move, and Leo found time stretching as he and the Tyranitar just looked at each other, its large charcoal-colored iris just looking at him. Slowly, Leo laid his Skarmory feather on the ground, and held up his hands. "I mean no harm," he said softly, calmly. The Tyranitar regarded him for a moment, then snorted and shook of its entire body again, rock dust flying into the air, before lumbering off up the hill to the left, each footstep thudding against the ground. Leo didn't move until well after the Tyranitar had left and the sounds of the forest returned to the area. In fact, he didn't move at all until his legs involuntarily gave out, and the sudden tenseness of the situation he had just survived washed over him. So that was a Tyranitar, a pseudo-legendary. Leo laughed shakily, licking his lips and flopping onto his back, staring at the sky and well aware of the stupid grin on his face. His pack made the action of lying on his back very uncomfortable, but he couldn't find it in him to care. "I think," Leo muttered, "I'm going to need a change of breaths." Chapter 3, Found. Days blurred into weeks as the slowpoke herd remained by the lake, slowly migrating down its shoreline. With each passing day Leo ventured further and further away from the herd, practicing his skills and exploring the world of Pokémon in its rawest form. He had seen quite a bit, from herds of Stantler to a lumbering Ursaring, to even a Stunky as it wandered through a patch of wetlands. But most importantly he had started to climb up and over mountains, exploring more territory on a daily basis. This led him to his current activity, he was going to explore a cave. The 6-foot-tall cave entrance situated at the base of a small, 20-foot-tall cliff was a solid half-day's worth of travel from the lake, and though Leo didn't know all that much about spelunking, he also wasn't planning on going in too deep. But his curiosity had been piqued, so he had to check it out. He'd stumbled across the Tyranitar tracks a couple days ago, unmistakable as they were, and in a moment of insanity had decided to follow them. They led him to this cave not once, but 3 separate times as the Tyranitar traveled in circles near the entrance. Not once, however, did the behemoth of a Pokémon enter the cave. It just stood outside, if the tracks were anything to go by. It piqued Leo's curiosity, and he decided he had to find out what was in that cave. Leo double-checked his torches, tapping the sticky ends of the 3 short sticks, and nodding to himself. He was proud of his creations, mostly because it had been quite the process to make them. Normally he'd use a can or something to melt pine sap, thus creating a gummy, flammable material he could put on the end of stick to use as a torch, or use as glue, but that was beside the point. But with a lack of said can or any container that might work, Leo had struggled. He'd made it work eventually by melting the sap on the flat of his big skarmory feather, but it was still an annoyingly tedious process. "Right, let's get in, then back out," Leo said, standing and igniting one of his torches in the small fire he had built off to his left before kicking it out. A small curl of smoke rose from the ashes, but quickly vanished. Gripping his spare torches in his spare hand and rolling his shoulders, his pack shifting to a more comfortable position with the action, Leo boldly delved into the cave. The entrance quickly narrowed from a 6-foot-wide hole in the mountainside to a 4-foot-tall and 2-foot-wide passage that left Leo crouching to pass through and immediately worried this cave would turn out to be nothing. The cool air of the cave sent goosebumps running up Leo's arms, his footsteps echoing down the chamber as his torch cast flickering shadows on the wall. He was already lamenting the fact that he didn't have a smokeless light source. The smoke had nowhere to go here, which forced it into Leo's face. Still, even through watery eyes and the dim, almost unreliable orange glow of his torch, he did manage to spot the Geodude as it sat perfectly still in the middle of the cave floor. For all intents and purposes it looked like 3 lumps of stone sticking out of the ground, but Leo could see the almost too uniform curve of its arms and fists, and the evidence of it having moved recently in the form of scrape marks on the ground. "I see you," Leo grumbled, gingerly stepping around the unmoving Pokémon. After his first mishap with getting punched by a Geodude, Leo made a point to learn how to identify them from regular rocks. While he wasn't perfect, mistakes which had cost him a few more bruises, he was getting the hang of it. Grinning to himself, Leo waved his torch back and forth in front of him, almost putting the tiny flame out with the aggressive movement. He panicked as it flickered dangerously, freezing instantly and praying that the flame wouldn't die. At least he could still see the light from the entrance from here, though, as it was just 50 feet back, but he still didn't want to stumble in the dark. "Just a little further, then I'll head back," Leo whispered to himself, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves as the torch flame settled. Forging ahead once more with only a foot or 2 of light to guide the way, he swiftly came up on a small bend in the cave, which, when he rounded the corner, came to a dead end. A cave-in was what it looked like, with rocks all piled up on top of each other in a sloping wave. A wave of disappointment washed over Leo as he stared at the cave-in and frowned, shaking his head sadly as he turned to head back the way he came. His foot bumped against something solid and sent it clattering along the floor, and Leo furrowed his brows as he turned to look at it. The sound it made was distinctly metallic. Crouching down, Leo lowered his torch to the floor, searching for what had made that sound. It took a little bit to find, mostly because the metal ball had been completely encased with rust by this point and thus blended in better with the dusty, almost sandy tan ground, but find it he did. The large ball was split open down the middle, revealing a hollow interior and a hinge that connected 2 sides, almost like a chest. A strange design swirled up the sides and a large button-like appendage resided on top of it. Leo inspected it closely, setting down his spare torches to pick it up. It was heavier than he expected. "It can't be. This can't be a Pokeball, can it?" Leo mused aloud, looking back at the collapsed wall. He could vaguely remember seeing something similar to this ball in one of the old Pokémon movies, the one with Celebi and Ash time traveling, but he wasn't certain. An idea began to take root in Leo's mind and he sighed, carefully moving forward and sticking his lit torch in between 2 rocks, so he wouldn't have to hold it. Then he lit another one in the fire of his first torch, and found a new place to put it so it illuminated the wall further. He saved his last torch just in case and took a deep breath, carefully examining the cave-in. When he found the skeleton hidden off to the rightmost side of the cave wall, its bones covered in grey dust and cracked almost beyond recognition, Leo felt neither joy nor surprise. He just sat back on his haunches and stared at the empty eye sockets of the deceased human skull, unsure what to feel. "Poor sap," he muttered. The lower half of the person's body was crushed beneath a stone easily the size of Leo's torso, and if it hadn't been an instant death, it was most certainly fatal. Glancing at the ancient, open pokeball, Leo felt something strange bubble up in his stomach, almost like respect. If his suspicion was right, then the person who was killed here had released his Pokémon prior to their death, and said Pokémon might, potentially, be the same Tyranitar that paced in front of the cave. Leo brushed aside those thoughts and began searching for more items on his hands and knees, feeling bad that he was looting what was essentially a grave, but also knowing that if there was anything else here, it could be a huge help. Even the Pokeball, rusted though it was, could be used for a variety of purposes. Creating pine pitch, for example. It'd make a fine substitute for a can. His hands flew with a desperate fury as he worked, eyeing his torches and praying they would stay alight long enough for him to complete his search. Though his time was short, he did manage to find 2 more similarly open pokeballs and the tattered remains of a backpack, tossed a few feet away from the skeleton and half crushed by another fallen rock. It was mostly useless, the fabric moldy and decayed, and anything potentially useful most likely dragged away by scavengers, but Leo did find something interesting. Stashed away in a side pocket that was miraculously intact was a decent-sized leather-bound book with yellowing pages and smudged ink. Excitement coursed through Leo's veins as he gathered up his finds, shoving them in his own backpack and lighting his final torch. The other 2 were tossed carelessly to the ground, where they fizzled out on the cool ground as Leo hightailed it out of the cave. He accidentally kicked the Geodude on his way out, and though it leapt from its resting place with an angry grunt, Leo was already too far gone, all but sprinting out of the cave and stopping next to the smoldering remains of his fire, breathing heavily. "I don't ever want to go in a cave again," Leo said, shuddering at the thought and putting out his torch. The skeleton only confirmed everything he feared about going underground. The cave could and would collapse and kill him. But in the meantime, let's get out of here. I don't want to be around if the Tyranitar comes back. With a grunt of effort, Leo rose to his feet and double-checked his heading, making sure he was heading back to his camp based on the position of the sun and his relative position to key landmarks on the mountainsides, before heading off at a brisk pace. Leo rubbed his eyes as he stared at the book, gingerly turning the pages so as not to break the yellowing paper. When he first opened the book, a journal, he had come to realize, he had been more than a little disappointed. Not only was the writing smudged, water having bled through the packet had been in and ruining a few of the pages, but it had appeared to be in an entirely different language. It wasn't really unexpected, now that Leo thought about it, but it had been disappointing. That is, until he began to recognize the alphabet. It was almost funny, Leo thought to himself as he ran his finger along a passage, slowly deciphering it, that the Pokémon world even used Pokémon as their alphabet. It wasn't that it was a foreign language, rather, the Pokémon world had adopted the unknown as a writing system. He recognized most of the capital letters as typical unknown shapes, it was the lowercase letters which were giving him trouble. He was getting it down, slowly but surely, but it was a process. The monsters have grown aggressive lately. I will have to investigate Route 4 soon, Leo parsed out, sounding out each word individually. Dang, Archibald, you really kept a detailed journal, didn't you? Leo asked, sticking a blade of grass in between the pages so he didn't lose his spot and flipping back to the front. There, written on the inside of the front cover, was the author's first name and a smudge that could have once been his last, Archibald. Leo had only read a few pages, but already it seemed like Archibald had led an interesting life. Seemed to be a fairly powerful trainer, too, though Leo couldn't tell just from the writing. He'd been asked to handle an issue on the routes, and though Archibald had mentioned a few of his Pokémon, they were nicknames so he couldn't tell what they were. Slow, A dopey voice called and Leo smiled, closing the book and setting it to the side as he looked up at the slowpoke that had come to say goodnight. The pink creature ambled up to Leo's fire, carefully maneuvering around the small blaze to butt its head against Leo's shoulder. The gentle movement still threatened to knock Leo over though, hiding the dopey creature's deceptive strength. "Heya, King. Coming to say goodnight?" "Everyone's falling asleep early tonight, must be tired," Leo said, scratching the slowpoke who Leo had dubbed King behind its round ears. The slowpoke's skin was still wet from the lake, though Leo didn't really mind much. "You done doing your rounds, making sure everyone's settled?" he continued absently, looking out over the lake. The rest of the slowpoke herd had already settled in for the night, the dying light of the sun slowly fading, having already hidden itself behind the mountains. Leo probably wouldn't even have enough light to read by soon. "Slow," King called, ping its head to the side and eyeing Leo's fire. "Don't you dare. You know I need that," Leo chided, gently pushing the slowpoke's muzzle away from the fire. King didn't respond but also didn't put out his fire again, something he had struggled to teach the slowpoke about for weeks, so Leo figured he got the gist. "I'll be up for a bit longer, you don't need to worry about me. I'm going to work on my spear a bit then I'll head to bed," Leo told King. The slowpoke remained still for a few minutes, Leo content to stare at the brilliant orange coals of his fire with some company. Then it turned and trundled off, sound a low call as it once again began to circle the slowpoke herd. "You're not ready to sleep either, huh?" Leo asked with a chuckle, watching King as it ambled slowly along, nudging one of the slowbro as it went. He watched the slowpoke for a minute before shaking his head and turning his attention to the palm-sized skarmory feather shard he had found, and the long, straightish tree branch he was trying to attach it to, leaning up against the tree next to him. For a little bit he had used the shard as a sort of hatchet, burying the shard in a thick branch and using it that way until he figured out the sword worked better for that purpose. So he had spent the past few weeks trying to make a spear out of it, with little luck. The primitive and still not perfect cordage he'd been making out of grass fibers wasn't strong enough to handle rough impacts, and whenever he tried to fix the tip to the spear in other ways it would, for one reason or another, fail. It wasn't like he really needed a spear though, he was getting proficient with his otlotl even if he hadn't killed anything with it yet, it would just be fun to have. Maybe he was getting a little lax, now that he was figuring things out and getting comfortable in his survival. Leo hummed to himself as he worked, trying to wedge the spear tip into a small groove he had carved into the makeshift haft. He wrestled with it, and struggled a bit, trying not to press on the edges so he didn't cut himself, and eventually gave up when the haft started to split. Leo sighed, wresting the spearhead out of the and tossing it to the side in annoyance. It wasn't long before his fire began to die out and, with a little bit of reluctance, Leo turned and crawled into his bed. He had really lucked out with this find. A medium-sized hole had been dug beneath the roots of a particularly tall pine and Leo had literally stumbled upon it. All it took was a little bit of digging and Leo had a decent little hidey hole, and sure he had to curl up into a ball in order to fit, but there was very little chance he would be seen and he would be kept warm when he crawled into it. It had been his bed for the past 2 days, in fact, and worked beautifully. Leo shuddered a bit as the temperature continued to drop, sharper than he expected, and eyed the dull orange glow of the remains of his fire. If it rained hard he could be in for a rough night, especially if his hole started to fill with water. But sleepiness overtook his concern and, after crawling inside and pulling his backpack in front of the hole to add another layer of protection, he soon drifted off to sleep. A chill ran down Leo's spine, his eyes snapping wide open to stare at the dirt wall in front of him. It was so dark he almost couldn't see directly in front of him. Yet, as he let out a short, silent breath, his breath came out in a white puff. Adrenaline was already spiking through his system when he woke, the cold that embraced him largely ignored thanks to that, but now it quickly settled into an icy calm. Something was wrong. The forest was dead silent. Not a sound could be heard, and when Leo slowly turned his head to peer out of his hole past his backpack, he could see the layer of white that covered his fire pit. His eyes narrowed. He dared not move, even the sound of his heart beating seemed too loud as he strained his senses, searching for anything that might give him a clue as to what was going on. A dark shape skittered past the entrance, soft chitters reaching Leo's ears in the near silence. He nearly flinched when something skittered over the top of his den, landing softly in front of the entrance. A singular sleek, black leg was visible through Leo's peephole, red feathers stretching down to brush the ground behind it. Leo tensed, pressing his feet against the dirt wall behind him and preparing to leap out if the Pokémon noticed him. For a moment, nothing happened, and it seemed like it would just move on. The creature stood there, then slowly turned and began to shuffle around, messing around with Leo's backpack. It paused, and Leo held his breath. One clawed hand reached around the edge of the pack, its head lowering to look in at Leo with piercing red eyes. "Howa!" Leo roared, launching himself out of his hole and slamming into his backpack, which in turn hit the Pokémon. It yelped in surprise as it was tossed away, skittering off into the darkness as Leo scrambled to his feet, his head whipping back and forth wildly in search of the Pokémon. His mind quickly processed what he'd seen: black fur, red feathers, bipedal, ice on the fire pit. A mild curse left his lips as he snatched up the spear haft. He could only think of one Pokémon that fit that description. Sneasel, he ground out, taking a fighting stance and leveling his weapon at the dark forest. He dared not risk crossing the fire pit to reach the Skarmory sword, it was too unwieldy for him anyway, as he searched for the Pokémon. The trees and bushes that had made up this part of the forest were nothing more than dark blobs to his eyes, a white mist filling the air and making visibility even worse. Every once in a while dark shapes flitted between trees and around bushes, chittering and hissing to each other ominously through the trees. A sudden burst of freezing wind sent Leo to shivering, ice forming on his t-shirt and in his hair, his eyes narrowing as he sought out his aggressor. Red eyes flashed at him, and claws scratched on trees as multiple Sneasel darted about through the trees. Leo's blood ran cold. Sneasel were pack Pokémon, and as a young, defenseless human without any Pokémon to defend himself with, Leo was prime prey. Perhaps even better than the Slowpoke herd behind him, at least they had methods to fight back with. Another blast of icy cold wind was shot at him, but this time Leo moved out of the way, only able to detect it from the sound of leaves rustling. It left a fine sheen of white on the ground, and basked the trunk of a tree in a layer of white. What could only be described as snickers echoed from all around, above, in front, behind, and Leo shuddered as terror began to grip him, his heart hammering and breathing coming in short, ragged bursts. Then one Sneasel revealed itself, black fur blending in so well with the dark night that it was only 10 feet away when Leo noticed it. The bipedal mon stared at him with piercing red eyes, the red feathers on top of its head twitching in anticipation as it rubbed its claws together menacingly. The yellow dot on its forehead was almost bewitching as it slowly, methodically advanced. Leo let out a long, slow breath, accepting what was about to happen. The fear he had been feeling drained from his body as he settled, fixing his posture slightly and shifting his attention away from the visible Sneasel. He could already hear footsteps running up behind him, and Leo tensed, whirling around with his staff swinging, catching the leaping Sneasel in the side and sending it hurling away with a yowl of surprise. In the next second he was swinging back around, forcing the other Sneasel to back off to avoid the swing. It snarled at him, and Leo did the only logical response. He snarled back. "Get back here!" He snapped, advancing on the Sneasel with sharp moves from his staff, not unlike how he would use a spear. The Sneasel hissed at him and scampered off, well out of Leo's reach but remained visible, eyeing him carefully. Leo huffed and glanced around, keeping his eyes on the ground and trees above him, slowly backing up towards the lake. If he could get his back to the water, at least that way the Sneasel wouldn't be able to gang up on him from all sides, and he might even be able to draw the help of the Slowpoke herd. The Sneasel seemingly did not follow, and Leo didn't understand why until one of them dropped onto his back from the trees above. Sharp claws dug into his shoulders and Leo howled in pain, dropping his staff when icy coldness began to flood through his bloodstream. The rest of the Sneasel howled in unison, charging forward to attack, abandoning stealth. The large creature on his back hissed and rumbled, looking far larger than its brethren as it reared back in preparation for another attack, its maw wide open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Leo moved then, ignoring the pain, simply moving his arms broad as he reached over his right shoulder and shoved as much of his hand as he could into his aggressor's mouth, curling it into a fist around its tongue. Pain flashed through Leo once more as it retracted its claws and leapt off, its teeth leaving scratch marks on his fist as it choked and spluttered, the slimy tongue slipping out of Leo's grasp. The rest of the Sneasel skidded to a halt and Leo risked a glance over his shoulder to get a good look at the Sneasel, no, the freaking weevil, that had wounded him. It was tall, shoulder height at least, with sharp claws covered in a blackish substance and red eyes that promised death as it glared at Leo. Leo's shoulders sagged as he stood there, his arms dropping to his sides as warmth spread down his shoulders. He growled at the weevil, who growled back and once more began to advance. Leo whirled on it and charged, the weevil's eyes growing wide in surprise as Leo kicked it in the chest, putting all his strength into the blow. The weevil wheezed as it stumbled backward, eyes flashing and claws further unsheathing as it growled hatefully, feet digging into the ground, ready to attack once more. Only to be sent flying as a pink mass crashed into it, heralded by a furious SLOOW. The weevil hissed furiously as it landed, eyes narrowing as it glared at who Leo recognized as King, the slowpoke livelier now than he had ever seen it. A blue glow radiated from its eyes, sticks and rocks hurtling from some unseen force at the weevil, who batted the projectiles away with its claws and breathed out a vicious wave of ice. King weathered it unfalteringly, growling in the back of its throat. Jets of water blasted through the trees as the slowpoke herd advanced, catching a few of the Sneasel off guard if their yowls of pain were anything to go by. Leo gulped in relief and fear, glad that the slowpoke herd had decided to attack, but both afraid for them and for the pain that echoed deep in his shoulders. The latter he could ignore for now thanks to adrenaline, which Leo hoped meant it wasn't too bad, but the slowpoke were another matter. Sneasel were part dark type, which meant they had the advantage over the psychic type slowpoke. Sneasel launched themselves with indignant shrieks at the slowpoke, who retaliated with headbutts and jets of water as they engaged, King duking it out with the weevil while the slowbro stayed back, observing the battle with watchful eyes. Then one fixated its gaze on Leo, its eyes glowing blue, and pet its head to the side. This distraction cost Leo, as he mistakenly assumed the Sneasel would ignore him in favor of taking out the slowpoke. A dark blur leapt through the air, sharp claws raking across his chest and drawing a scream from him as he stumbled backward, falling flat on the ground. The Sneasel leapt upon him but Leo, with pure instinct guiding his movements, shoved his feet upward in a kick, catching the little monster in the chest and sending it stumbling away, where a fierce blast of water sent it sprawling. A slowbro suddenly loomed over Leo, staring down at him curiously as a wave of pink energy burst from its body, washing over Leo and the nearby slowpoke. His chest and shoulders tightened, pain dulling significantly but strength escaping him as the energy soothed him. Leo let out a breath as the slowbro moved back once more, its massive spiked tail nearly smacking Leo as he tried to sit up. Whatever the slowbro had done hadn't fully healed him, he still hurt, and the wound on his chest was now a massive scab, but now he could at least defend himself. Leo looked up, glancing around the battlefield. There were only a dozen or so Sneasel in the pack, merely half of the 20 or so slowpoke, but they did have the upper hand. King was still duking it out with the weevil, keeping the agile monster at bay for now as they tested each other's defenses, while the other slowpoke attempted to gang up on the remaining Sneasel. The Sneasel, however, had the same idea, and were ganging up on the slowpoke with a minimum of 2 per slowpoke attacked. Anger flared in Leo's chest as he stood, charging at the nearest Sneasel, who just so happened to be latched onto a slowpoke's back, slashing away, and full body tackled it. The furry creature yowled in surprise, claws raking at Leo's arms as he pinned it to the ground and punched it in the face. The slowpoke bellowed and bodily shoved Leo out of the way, looming over the Sneasel before smashing the prone creature with its head. This seemed to set off the Sneasel pack, a collective hiss echoing out in the night as they scrambled away. The Sneasel Leo had attacked, slashing the slowpoke's muzzle with its claws, blasting Leo with a point-blank wave of icy cold wind from its maw, and scrambling off into the darkness. Leo fell over from the attack, teeth immediately set to chattering and ice crawling on his skin. The weevil was the last to leave, snarling at King as the slowpoke stared at it unblinking, and breathed a blast of freezing cold air at the herd as a parting gift. For a moment nothing moved, the slowpoke staring off into the night, uncaring of their wounds as they made sure the pack was gone. After a few minutes they relaxed, one by one ambling towards the slowbro, who stood unharmed in the back. Leo remained where he was, breathing heavily as he lay flat on his back. Pain slowly crept up on him, stabbing deep into his shoulders and radiating in waves across his chest, which was bleeding again. Then waves of pink energy blasted out from the slowbro, washing over the slowpoke herd and even catching Leo, as he lay on the edge of their range. His skin crawled as it stitched itself back together, feeling far weaker with each successive burst of energy, but the pain was lessening and, when he touched his chest tentatively, Leo's wounds were healing. He let out a long, slow breath, feeling dangerously close to passing out. Well, he thought as he lay there, another wave of energy washing over him. At least I survived. But now I need to get a fire started before I freeze to death. He thought with a shudder, sitting up and dusting the snow off of his arms and now ruined shirt. The skin on his shoulders and chest pulled angrily as Leo stood, wincing at the sensation, and moved over to his small wood pile, miraculously untouched by the battle. It took a hot minute for Leo to assemble the kindling and fumble with his matches, not trusting his shaking hands enough to properly use flint and steel, but eventually he got the fire started. Soon enough a small blaze licked at the wood, the warmth from the flames soaking into Leo's skin as he fed it. Satisfied with the size of the fire he lay sidewise, exposing as much of himself as he could to the warmth that slowly chased away the biting cold. Even a few slowpoke joined him, ambling over and flopping down next to the fire with low groans. "I agree," Leo murmured in response, eyes fluttering shut. He was coming down from the adrenaline high, and probably was woozy from blood loss or something, but right now he was too tired to rationalize anything. His last thought before he fell asleep before the fire, was of Pokémon. "I need a Pokémon," he muttered, and slipped into dreamland. The next day Leo and the slowpoke gorged themselves. The healing move the slowbro had used, which Leo could only assume was heal pulse, had left Leo and the slowpoke herd noticeably thinner and weaker. He could only assume that was because the wounds had to use something to fix themselves up with, and it wasn't raw, magic healing power heal pulse used. This led to the routine feasting of fish, insects, and edible plants for both Leo and the slowpoke surprising Leo by showing that they did, in fact, know about the potato plant, as they dug up the tubers in mass quantities. By midday, basking in the warmth of the sun by laying on a rock, Leo felt almost human again. If one didn't count the torn, blood-soaked shirt that clothed him, and the pervasive weakness in his limbs. It'd take more than just one day of good eating to get back up to tip-top shape, Leo was sure. Still, as he lay on a large rock by the edge of the lake, two slowpoke laying below him in the mud as they all basked in the sun, Beedrill buzzing on the far edge of the water and Murkrow cawing as they flew through the air, Leo turned his thoughts to the previous night. The slash on his chest was an angry red line, sure to leave a scar, same as the two holes on his shoulders. He shuddered at the memory, and how lucky he'd been with that. Had he not been near the slowpoke, or had they chosen not to come battle the Sneasel, he would have been dinner. It was plain and simple. Honestly, Leo had prepared himself for the possibility of being attacked by a predator. He'd imagined fighting an Ursaring, a Persian, or Luxray, and even had notions on how to fight off massive birds of prey, like Pidgeot or Staraptor. Nothing had prepared him for a pack of ice-wielding creatures of the dark, and it drove home one simple fact: he was not in the world he once knew. Pokémon could do things he normally wouldn't expect, and all his survival knowledge would only get him so far in a battle against creatures who could spit literal waves of snow. This was something he knew academically before, but only now really understood. Leo sighed and sat up, grabbing his otlotl from where it lay next to him and fitting a dart to the end as he stood, turning his back to the lake. A circle of rocks was set up 25 or so feet away from the boulder and Leo, after aiming for a second, hurled his dart at it. It stabbed into the ground 2 feet to the left of the circle, making Leo frown. "Way I see it, there are 2 solutions here, guys," Leo said to the slowpoke down below as he sat back down, propping his chin up on his fist. "Either I figure out how to fight and hide myself better, or I somehow find a partner Pokémon to help me out. What do you think?" he asked. The 2 slowpoke looked up at him and, after a delay that stretched minutes, responded in low calls. "Slow," they rumbled. "Both?" "Well yeah, doing both is a good idea, but I don't really know where to start with taming a Pokémon. No offense guys, but I'm not sure I want to rely on you in times of trouble. Besides, I don't really want to take any of you from your herd yet," Leo reasoned with them. "Slow. Yeah, I know, but really, as much as I love you as Pokémon now, I think I need something that can hide with me and travel with me. You slowpoke seem mostly confined to the river," Leo argued. "Don't get me wrong, if I ever do become a trainer I'll absolutely seek you all out and see if anyone wants to join me on whatever journey, but until then I'm going to keep mooching off of you, and mostly leave you be. Hey, I'll even be your early warning system, like I was with the Sneasel. Because I'm pretty sure they were coming to prey on you all originally, what with the type advantage and how fat you all are." "Slow," the slowpoke said. Leo sighed and rubbed his face, nodding. "Yes, that is assuming I actually get back to civilization in the first place, I know. But let's get back to the matter at hand, finding a partner and befriending it through the power of anime. It's not like I have any Pokeballs, those ancient ones are busted through and through, nor do I really think I have some superpower to befriend any Pokémon I come across. I've got to be reasonable here, but befriending a Pokémon might be my only option. Beyond that, I don't know the first thing about training. It's not like I have a manual or any." Leo cut himself off and straightened his back so quickly it cracked, his eyes widening. "Wait a minute. I may just have a training manual." "Stay here guys, I'll be back," Leo said, ending his imaginary conversation with the slowpoke and jumping off the boulder, running back toward his camp. He largely ignored the splashes of blood and obvious signs of a scuffle as he searched for Archibald's book, and laughed triumphantly when he found it, safely tucked away in his backpack which had been largely left alone. Returning to the rock and clambering up it, Leo flipped open the pages and grinned down at the words. "Now, let's see what secrets you hold, Wood cracked against wood as Leo danced around the tree, ignoring the way his chest and shoulder muscles pulled tightly with each movement. His staff, for it was just a staff now, as long as it didn't have a spear head, was held loosely in front of him, leveled at his target as he focused. He swept and twirled his staff, practicing motions he hadn't used in far too long with a body far too small, striking firmly at the tree and working out his aggression. Sweat beaded down his forehead from the exertion and Leo let out a breath, relaxing slightly and dropping his shoulders. He hadn't even been working that hard, but he was still lightheaded from the Sneasel attack and healing 2 days ago, so any exercise was a bit harder on him. Which really only served to irritate him further, as he took a deep breath and glared at the book set next to his backpack to the right. It wasn't the fact that it wasn't really a training diary, and that Leo had to infer how to train and tame Pokémon based on how Archibald described soothing other Pokémon, discounting the idea of using one Pokémon to beat up another, that had Leo worked up. Nor was it that the book was so dry and boring it had taken a full 2 days just to get through. That he hadn't been sleeping well out of paranoia and fear didn't help either, but right now that wasn't the big issue. No, what really worked him up was the name that had popped up on the very last page of the book and what it signified. Grunting, Leo moved over to the journal and, after dropping his staff, flipped it open to the last filled-in page, about 3/4 of the way through. He had to read it again, for the 15th time, just to make sure he read it right. "It's been 3 weeks since I reached the Silver Mountains, and I think I'm getting close. A nearby cave system holds some promise. Serious seismic activity indicates onyx activity below, which could be the cause of the mass agitation of Pokémon in the area. With any luck I'll be in and out in a reasonable PRD of time. I'd hate to be here when that blizzard hits. Plus, I want to see Sam's first Elite Four battle. At the rate he's going, it won't be a surprise if there's another oak claiming the title of champion by the end of next year. Guess the shadow I cast wasn't that intimidating, huh? And that was it. No follow-up, no nothing, but based on context from the rest of the journal it was clear that Archibald was the father of Sam. Samuel Oak to be precise, which was too coincidental of a name to be anyone but the original Pokémon professor himself. Leo ground his teeth, unsure whether to scream in rage or laugh. This was all just, way too coincidental. Of course he would find the journal of Professor Oak's deceased father. Where you're meant to be, Leo muttered mockingly, glaring up at the sky. I see what you're doing, and I'm unamused, he shouted, clenching his fists. Slow, one of the slowpoke called in answer. Leo rolled his eyes and sat down, rubbing his face. He sighed and ummed and groaned for a bit before standing and heading off in search of more food, wiping away all of his thoughts. The problem with the journal could come later. There were other problems to solve first, mostly revolving around his continued survival, and Leo intended to work on rectifying them. So, whistling and singing a merry tune that wasn't mirrored by his actual feelings, Leo headed off into the forest, his goal set. Food, and then a Pokémon. Chapter 4, Scouting Friends. Enjoy. The ferret scrabbled in the dirt, the weasel-like Pokémon digging up nuts and mushrooms and munching on them happily. Leo watched from his spot up in the pine tree, lounging like a panther on a thick branch 10 feet of the ground. One arm dangled over the branch, his opposite leg hanging down as well, while his chin rested on his other hand, eyes watching the wildlife that passed below. The ferret, so far, had been his most frequent companion, and he found watching the playful creature to be a blast. Everything seemed to be a game to it. Even when it would pick up a pine cone to dig at the nuts hidden inside, it would flip it around and toss it in the air, playing with it like a ball or something. Then it would race around trees, seemingly chasing its own tail, scrabbling up and down tree trunks and rolling in the dirt, just having a grand old time. Every once in a while another Pokémon would appear, mostly Rattata or various bird Pokémon, and the ferret would go charging off, chasing the Pokémon in what appeared to be an impromptu game of tag. A game only the ferret seemed to be playing. Had it not been a game, Leo was sure the Pidgey it had pinned to the ground earlier would have been killed or eaten, not set free with a proud swish of the ferret's tail. Speaking of Pidgey, off to his right a Pidgey chirped and Leo whistled back, the noise catching the ferret's attention as it looked up, holding a half-destroyed pine cone in its paws. It chittered something and went back to work, bits and pieces of the pine cone flying everywhere as it tore it to shreds. Leo hummed to himself, pondering the merits of taming a wild scentret or ferret. Though in the games they were weak Pokémon, he'd always held a soft spot for ferrets and weasels back in his home world. Plus it would be great to have a companion that was more knowledgeable about foraging than he, they were sure to be able to find all kinds of goodies to eat. Maybe they'd even find one of the famed berry bushes from the games, and wouldn't that be great? Leo missed fruit. Unfortunately, it was doubtful he'd be able to tame this ferret. If Archibald's journal was anything to go by, it was far easier to tame baby or young Pokémon, or, barring that, adult Pokémon with the aid of another Pokémon. Which means he'd have to search for a young scentret, if he decided upon the ferret line. I'll just keep my options open, I guess, Leo yawned, sitting up and stretching. The movement startled the ferret, who sat bolt upright and stared at Leo with wide, unblinking eyes. Leo waved at it with a smile, grabbing the branch with both hands and dropping into a hang before letting go and hitting the ground with a thud. By the time he looked up the ferret was gone, pinecone forgotten as it scrambled off. Leo laughed, scratching the back of his head and walking away, his torn shirt billowing annoyingly in the gentle wind. He'd have to find a replacement for it soon. Maybe he'd try making a grass shirt, right around the time he wove the hat he'd been promising himself he'd make for, well, a long time. How many days or weeks had it been now? Problem is that I can't make anything better than that. I have no idea where to start with tanning a hide, and I still haven't successfully hunted anything yet, he said with a frown, shoving his hands in his pockets. Should probably get on that last bit. A Pidgey, different than the one he'd just been whistling to, as evidenced by the shortened length of its tail feathers and smaller body, flitted onto a tree branch in front of Leo. It chirped and Leo responded with another whistle, to which it whistled back. Leo grinned at it. "What about you, huh? Want to be my Pokémon partner? I can help you find food." "Well, not really, but the point stands," Leo asked. The Pidgey just pet its head to the side and chirped again before it flew off in a furious beating of its wings. "Thought not. Why would you? You're probably wondering what this funny-looking two-legged is even talking about." With another sigh, Leo shook his head and continued on, no destination really in mind. Leo fumbled with the long blade of grass, watching the sunflora out of the corner of his eye as he tried to mimic the way they formed the grass whistle. He folded it lengthwise, and tried to curl the edges into a dome to blow on it, but nothing seemed to work. He scowled and tossed the coarse blade of grass, plucking another, shorter one, and attempting to blow on it. He glanced one more time at the sunflora, who were happily blowing away on their instruments now, pulled the blade of grass taut and tried again, blowing on it lengthwise. When a sharp whistle sounded out, Leo grinned happily. Then he flinched and leaned back behind the bush he had been using as cover, watching the sunflora through the branches. They glanced his way for a moment, then cooed softly to one another and continued to play with their whistles. Leo let out a breath, relaxing slightly. He didn't want to spook the placid creatures, watching them was quite a bit of fun, actually, though he held no real hope of befriending or taming them. Maybe if he could find a sunkern, but at that point the real question was how much kelp a sunkern could actually be. He'd seen the tiny Pokémon around, and doubted their usefulness in his situation. Leo shrugged and turned back to the sunflora, peeking around the bush and listening to the tune they were playing, trying to memorize it. He hummed along to the tune, tapping his leg with one hand as if adding a drum beat, as his eyes tracked a few Hoppip as they floated through the blue skies on a gentle breeze. Soon enough the sunflora quit their playing and turned to face the sun, their large yellow faces basking in the noonday sun's rays. Leo remained still for a few more minutes before slowly standing up and backing off, leaving the sunflora behind. He supposed it was just about time for lunch and a nap. Midday was perfect for naps, but first he had a whistle to play around with. Muttering to himself as he walked, Leo blew on the blade of grass and recoiled sharply when it sounded much more like an animal cry than the musical tune the sunflora had been playing. He frowned and tried again, blowing at different speeds and only succeeding at playing an intermittent noise. A brief wind blew, making his torn shirt billow and flutter annoyingly. "Harder than it looks," he muttered, pausing in his walking to rework his grip on the grass, trying to work it again. A few sharp, short blasts of noise later that were sounding increasingly like animal cries, Leo was broken from his focus by a sharp tug on his breath's leg. He looked down in confusion, freezing when he spotted the Bellossom standing right next to him, smiling up at him and still gripping his breath's leg. Leo dared not move, but the Bellossom had no such qualms. With a simple motion it let go of his breathes, reached down to its petal dress, and plucked off one of the leaves, offering the yellow leaf up to Leo. Unsure of what else to do, he slowly reached out and grabbed it, eyes never leaving the Bellossom, whose smile was unwavering. The Pokémon cooed softly, holding both hands beside its mouth and blowing softly. Leo pet his head to the side and glanced at the leaf, then back at the Bellossom. No way, he thought, realization as to what the Bellossom wanted slowly dawning upon him. He brought the leaf to his mouth and, holding it like he had been holding the grass, put his lips on it and blew. At first there was no sound, so Leo readjusted his lips and tried again, this time a clear, ringing sound echoing out. With a giggle the Bellossom twirled, a soft ringing reverberating from it. Leo gaped. The Bellossom laughed and, with a wave, wandered back to the small gaggle of Oddish hiding poorly in a section of short grass. Leo started walking again, slowly, glancing over his shoulder at the Bellossom that was playing with the Oddish now, paying him no heed. He blew on the leaf experimentally again, rubbed his forehead, and groaned as he finally regained his mental faculties. "That's just, wow," Leo murmured. That Bellisum showed a level of intelligence and understanding he had not been expecting, with a very simple action. It opened up a whole new slew of possibilities to Leo, though he needed some time to process all this. Really, he'd known that in the anime and such Pokémon showed high degrees of intelligence at times, but he hadn't been expecting it. Up until this point, he'd only really seen the base animalistic side of Pokémon. Meaning they weren't stupid by any stretch of the imagination, but they weren't human either. Once again, I am shown how little I actually know about this place, Leo muttered. I'm just bumbling about like a freaking child, aren't I? A sharp jab to his ribs sent Leo stumbling away, scrambling to keep a hold of himself and not get knocked to the ground again. The Tyrogue advanced, the scarred fighting type not giving him much room to breathe, and launched a few experimental jabs. Leo largely ignored them, moving only the bare minimum to avoid the deliberately slow punches, and waited for an opportunity to strike back. Leo had thought he'd been lucky to stumble upon a Tyrogue, the fighting type being really rare in the games, according to his memory, but he hadn't expected it to immediately rush him for a fight. JRK, Leo hissed, twisting out of the way as it tried to bodily tackle him. Without missing a beat, Leo lashed out with his foot, catching the Tyrogue in the back and sending it off balance, stumbling forward. It whirled on him before he could take advantage of it being off balance, yellow eyes narrowing as it locked onto him. You're going to have to do better than a tackle, Leo taunted, resettling into his stance, hands set into a loose, open palm. He shifted his feet and sunk his knees, letting out a breath to settle down as he prepared to fight once more. He'd already taken a few good hits, it was time to get some payback. The Tyrogue growled at Leo, setting its fists in a way he imagined a boxer would, and rushed him. Leo took advantage of his reach over the little monster, batting away its jabs with open palms before sliding forward, punching at the Tyrogue. It spun out of the way, only allowing Leo a glancing blow, its foot snapping out and hitting Leo in the shin as it tried to create some distance. Leo wasn't having it, however, and gave chase, momentarily forgetting himself as he advanced. The Tyrogue whirled on him quite suddenly, leaping into the air with more height than Leo had expected and slamming its foot into Leo's face. His head snapped back and he stumbled, disoriented from the pain, when the Tyrogue started to punch him in the gut with a series of sharp jabs. Knock it off! Leo roared, pain transforming into anger as he lashed out, snagging one of the Tyrogue's arms in one hand and punching it in the face with his other. It twisted and fought against Leo's grip, but he didn't let go, yanking the Tyrogue close and kneeing it in the gut, followed by an elbow to the side of the head that had it falling to its knees. Leo let go of the Tyrogue, breathing heavily and bleeding from his nose and taking a few steps back. You done? He asked, raising one eyebrow. The Tyrogue looked up at him and grinned toothily, rising to its feet and howling a savage war cry as it once again leapt at Leo, covering the distance in a single jump and ramming its mohawk-like head spikes into his gut. Leo wheezed and fell to the ground, the Tyrogue landing on top of him and recovering first. 2 punches to the face later and Leo rolled sharply to the side, tossing the Tyrogue off of him and rising to his feet in one smooth motion, scrambling to block and dodge the strikes of the Tyrogue. Fine, Leo ground out between dodges. If that's how you want to play, then let's play, he snapped, switching immediately to the offensive. Once again he tried to grab the Tyrogue's arm, but this time it was expecting it. The moment Leo's hand clenched around its small, thin arm, the Tyrogue was already leaping into the air, yanking Leo down with his own grasp on it and driving its forehead into Leo's face. Leo yelped and let go, freeing the Tyrogue, who immediately went to work punching Leo's gut. The fight swiftly ended after that, the Tyrogue knocking Leo to the ground with a sweeping kick to the knee, followed by a 1-2 punch that laid him out flat on his back. Pain radiated from Leo's body as he lay there, bleeding from his face and seeing stars fly circles in the sky, only a few puffy white clouds marring the sight. The grassy meadow rustled in a light breeze, the cool grass feeling good on his aching head. Leo could vaguely hear the Tyrogue celebrating through the ringing in his ears, and he scowled, rolling over and pushing himself up. Blood pooled in his mouth that he spat out, wincing as his tongue found a loose tooth. Hey, Leo croaked, lifting his head and glaring at the Tyrogue, who had turned to regard him curiously. "Get back here. I'm not done with you yet," he snarled angrily. The pain that came with moving only served to piss Leo off more. The Tyrogue grinned and charged at Leo once more, who remained on his knees. He waited, and just before the Tyrogue reached him he leapt forward, slamming into the smaller creature's chest with his shoulder and knocking it to the ground. It tried to roll backwards as Leo scrabbled to his feet, kicking the rising Tyrogue like a football and sending it sprawling once more. Before it could move, Leo leapt upon it, snaking his arms around its body, pinning its arms to its chest and locking it in a headlock, his legs locking together and pressing the Tyrogue's legs to the ground, its body pressed against his chest. "Yield," he snarled, tightening his grip on the Tyrogue as it struggled, thrashing this way and that in a vain attempt to escape its bigger and stronger captor. Leo would know, he'd spent enough time being pinned in this exact same position from his older brother. "I know you understand me, now yield," Leo roared. For a moment the Tyrogue stilled, and just when Leo thought the Tyrogue had listened it started to yell and glow a bright white-blue color. "For the love of Dash," he shouted, shoving the Tyrogue away and scrambling backwards. He didn't know how evolution worked, and a part of him didn't want to stick around to find out, but he stood there transfixed by the metamorphosis and brilliant white glow regardless. Light spilled from the Tyrogue as its body began to shift and grow, its head widening and arms and legs elongating, body filling out as a sharp spike protruded from its head. Then, with a snap, the light faded and before Leo stood a Hitmontop, staring at its hands in wonder, its blue and tan fur pristine and gleaming in the midday sun. It twisted and bent experimentally, throwing a few jabs into the air and kicking at nothing. Leo cursed his luck and took a step back, the action drawing the attention of the Hitmontop to him once more. It grinned, and Leo cursed louder this time. "This is gonna SCK," Leo said, slipping into a stance again. The Hitmontop let him get settled with a curious expression, then attacked. The fight was over before it even began this time, the fighting type flipping over onto its head and spinning like a top, flashing towards Leo with blinding speed and hitting him before he even had a chance to react. Leo felt 3 separate kicks hit him, once in the face and twice in the chest, the last hitting him into the air, though the pain didn't register until he hit the ground. His breath came in short, sharp breaths and he struggled to breath, coughing and rolling onto his side as darkness crept along the edges of his vision, threatening a blackout. His eyelids fluttered and Leo fought it as best he could, but to no avail as he slipped into unconsciousness. When he came to, Leo was surprised both by the distance the sun had moved across the sky, and by the fact that he had been knocked out. It must have been at least an hour since his defeat, but it seemed like mere moments. With a groan Leo sat up, wincing as his muscles pulled and his sides ached, a pounding reverberating around his skull as he leaned forward, gripping his head in his hands. "Let's not do that again," he muttered grumpily, just sitting there for a while. "Stupid evolution, stupid Tyrogue. Why'd you have to go and attack me? I'm going to be hurting for days now," he groused, rubbing his face and looking up, then freezing as he locked eyes with another Pokémon. The Tyranitar stared at him from where it stood between 2 trees, the coloration of its belly standing out as it watched him. It snorted, shooting dust from its nostrils, and cracked its jaws open in a yawn as it turned away, lumbering off into the forest. Leo stood after a moment, choosing not to think about the Tyranitar as he took a deep breath. A groan escaped him on the exhale, his ribs and stomach aching and head throbbing. "I just can't today," Leo said, pushing the thought of the Tyranitar out of his mind and stumbling back to the slowpoke herd. It would take a good hour or 2 normally, but with how gingerly he was moving now that time would probably increase a good amount. Pressing a hand to his forehead and glancing at the horizon, where dark storm clouds were looming, Leo sighed once more. Either his luck was really good or really terrible, and usually Leo couldn't decide which it was. Today, it felt like the latter. Leo shuddered and shook as he crouched over his tiny fire, the flames barely catching on the slightly damp wood, other pieces of fuel laying about the fire pit to dry. The rain had only stopped a half hour ago, having persisted well into the night, and leaving Leo absolutely miserable. He was cold, wet, aching, and exhausted, yet unable to sleep because he was cold, wet, and aching. Thunder rumbled and Leo sneezed, rubbing his bare shoulders futilely. He had taken his shirt off once the fire had started, the damp cloth doing more harm than good once it had been fully soaked. Normally he loved rain, he loved the sight and sounds of storms rolling in, he loved the smell it left and how everything just looked and felt clean afterwards. When he was alone in the wilderness, however, with no real form of cover, as he had been unable to find proper shelter beyond crouching behind a rock to avoid the worst of the wind, Leo found himself hating it. "Stupid storm," Leo grumbled. "Bro," one of the Slowbro called, yawning. "Shut up, Bob. No one asked you," Leo snapped. Then he sighed, and held his face in his shaking hands. "Sorry, that was uncalled for." "I love you, Bob," he amended. "Slow," one of the Slowpoke said. "Hush, Steve, I already apologized, didn't I?" Leo muttered, sighing once more and rocking back away from the fire. "What am I even doing? Here I am, having a conversation with Slowpoke and slowly freezing to death." He wasn't actually dying, not really, but that was the way Leo felt. Even when more wood had dried out and the small flame grew to a merry blaze, steam rolling off of larger sticks set next to the fire to dry, Leo still shivered, the bone-deep cold not fading any quicker. His eyes flicked away from the fire, glancing at the Slowpoke herd a few dozen feet away, next to the lake and hidden in patches of tall grass. Leo found himself envious of them. They hadn't even really cared that it rained, or was cold. The Slowpoke had all the heat they needed, and could find food far easier than Leo could. He still relied heavily on them for the main source of his nutrients, after all. Most of them were even asleep now, something Leo probably wouldn't accomplish until morning, and the ground dried up. "Alright, focus on something else, Leo. Find something to do, thinking about your misery isn't going to get you anywhere," Leo chided himself, slapping his cheeks and rising, heading over to his backpack. He silently thanked the heavens for the waterproofed canvas as he flicked it open, pulling out one of his notebooks, a pencil, and gingerly withdrawing the leaf the Bellosum had given him from a side pocket. It was still perfectly healthy and vibrant, surprisingly, despite it having been a few days since his meeting with the Bellosum. "Wait, how long has it been?" Leo muttered to himself, scratching his cheek. It had been a couple days, he knew, maybe 4 or 5. He was losing track of time. All he knew was that the days were getting hotter and the forest had been in full bloom for a while now. Should probably keep track of the days, and prepare to head down the mountains actually. "I don't want to be here when winter hits," he muttered, rubbing his face. But, that was a problem for future Leo to figure out. The Leo of today just wanted to relax and stop hurting for a minute. After writing and doodling for a few minutes, his hands slowly warming up as he used them, Leo began to play with the leaf. He pulled the leaf taut and blew on it, the soft ringing sound it created coming in short, discordant bursts. Leo scowled at it and huffed, trying a few more times. He never really had much musical talent in the first place, but at least the leaf was fun to play with. It only took few minutes of disjointed playing for Leo set the leaf off to the side, though, as he looked up at the stars. A part of him wondered how Jack, the friend he was certain had traveled to this world with, was doing, and what kind of a situation he was in. Leo hoped that he had been deposited closer to civilization. He wasn't certain Jack could survive for too long in the wilds. "I shall admit, I did not expect to see a human child attempt to play a song on a Bellosum's leaf," a new, deep and tired-sounding voice called. It was distinctly male and distinctly inhuman, and that definitely creeped Leo out. He jumped and whirled, his heart racing and finding himself thoroughly disappointed and confused to see the pink creature standing behind him, just outside the light of his fire. Leo said eloquently, staring at the Slow King. He observed Leo with sharp, intelligent eyes and a small smile on his face, its hands held behind his back as he stood there regally. Shadows danced across its features, the pink gem in the middle of his crown reflecting the firelight in its smooth surface. The Slowking's eyes held Leo's gaze, the expression on his face never faltering. "Worry not, I am not here to cause you trouble," he said regally, the words coming out slowly and with a lot of forced enunciation. When Leo didn't respond, the Slowking frowned, ping his head to the side. "I am speaking the language of your people, yes. It has been so long since I have last spoken this tongue, I am afraid I might be a little rusty." No, I mean yes, I can understand you, I'm just surprised," Leo stammered out, trying to collect himself. The Slowking smiled. "I cannot say I am not surprised at that. It is not an everyday occurrence you meet a talking Pokémon. May I sit? I do wish to converse with you for a time," he said. Leo nodded slowly, rubbing his forehead and sitting down on the opposite side of the fire from the Slowking, the regal creature gingerly falling onto his backside with a groan. "Ah, I am getting too old," he muttered. "Slow," one of the Slowpoke called, which Leo ignored in favor of staring at the Slowking. "Now first of all, I do have one question that must be answered. What is a child like you doing out in the woods like this?" the Slowking asked. Leo frowned, but decided he was a little too tired to try to play any mind games. Besides, it was a Slowking. What was the point of lying to a Pokémon? "No idea," Leo answered honestly. "I, quite literally, fell through the sky one day." At this, the Slowking's eyes widened. Then they narrowed, and the pink creature sat forward, stubby hands resting on his knees. "Explain," he demanded in all seriousness. "Do you know of Lunala?" Leo asked. The Slowking hummed and stroked its chin, closing his eyes for a moment. "The embodiment of the moon, yes. That legendary being which is said to travel between dimensions, and makes its home originally in those islands to the far south, I believe," the Slowking mused, nodding. "Right, that one. Big old bat creature made of stars. Anyways, well, I can't quite remember what I was doing, but I was just living my life when all of a sudden I fall through a hole in space and time, land on a tropical island with my friend, the sky opens again and Lunala comes through before whisking me off to here, and dumping Jack, the friend I mentioned, God knows where." Leo summarized bluntly. This wasn't the story he would probably give to other humans, of course, but telling the Slowking probably wouldn't cause any harm. He might even have some insight into the situation that Leo hadn't thought of yet. "I see," the Slowking murmured. "That is quite the story you're telling. The truth is stranger than fiction sometimes," Leo said with a shrug. "I mean, it's awfully strange that you can speak English, my native tongue. I didn't know English was a multi-universal language. Maybe you're not speaking this, English, who is to say that you are not speaking our native tongue? Perhaps the legendary Pokémon made this possible," the Slowking remarked casually, waving one arm dismissively. Leo blinked, and the frowned, immediately wanting to dismiss the notion before realizing he had no way to disprove the Slowking. Namely because the unknown letters still looked like English letters to him, and who's to say his perception of language hadn't been changed? Lunala was part psychic type, right? So wasn't that plausible? "You know, I wasn't actually wanting a rational answer," Leo grumbled, rubbing his already aching forehead. "Apologies, it is a habit of mine to play the Giratina's advocate, especially when I am distracted." The Slowking murmured. Leo huffed and shuffled back, moving to lean against a nearby tree. He was still cold, and it was still chilly, but his conversation with the Slowking was definitely taking his mind off of things. "Unfortunately, this is beyond my ability to comprehend. Your situation is unique, so far as I have heard," the Slowking said eventually, shaking his head and sighing. "You believe me?" Leo asked hesitantly. The Slowking nodded, tapping its head with a smile. "I am a psychic, dear child, I can read the base brainwaves of your mind to tell whether you are lying or not. And either you speak the truth, or have gone insane, though I doubt it is the latter," the Slowking said. Leo blinked slowly, then nodded in understanding. It felt a little strange knowing that the Slow King was essentially reading his mind, but he felt awfully calm about it. Maybe he was just desensitized to surprise by this point. It also coincides with the rumors I have been hearing going around the forest. You have been traveling with the slowpoke herd for 3.5 months. How long? Leo interrupted, eyes flying wide open. He hadn't think that much time had passed. The Slow King, however, forged ahead, uncaring of Leo's surprise as he explained his thoughts. Starting on the day of the spring equinox. I felt an awfully large surge of psychic activity that day, perhaps Lanala had something to do with it, he said, nodding. Though I would not be surprised if other legendaries were involved besides the living moon. Perhaps the lords of space and time. 'Twould not be unreasonable for you to have disturbed their domains in your travel. Ha, Leo said eloquently. The Slow King shook his head and smiled at him. Though all of this is guesswork on my part. It will most likely be up to you to figure out your own situation, he said, and Leo nodded, disappointed. After a few moments of silence, during which time Leo added more wood to the fire and laid more out to dry, the Slow King spoke again. I do believe this topic has brought us off track. My true purpose in coming here was to meet the friend of the Slowpokes, the Slow King said, smiling. It seems to me they have been in your care for a while now. More like I've been in their care. Doubt I could have survived without them, Leo said honestly, huddling closer to the fire as the chill began to set in once more. Indeed, the Slow King said somberly. It is quite impressive you have survived this long, and even had the ability to survive against the Weevil pack. Leo shuddered at the mention of the creatures. He'd seen a few of their tracks since the attack, having made sure to memorize their footprints so as to be better prepared, though hadn't actually seen any of the Sneasel. That just meant the Sneasel were still around, and he needed to be prepared. Less like survived and more like got saved by the Slowpoke, Leo muttered, shaking his head. The Slow King nodded, eyes roving over the sleeping forms of the Slowpoke. It feels a little weird, being so indebted to the Slowpoke. Don't think I've ever really felt that way for most anyone before, besides maybe my parents. Slowpoke do not count debts, the Slow King said sagely. Leo grunted but didn't reply, not doubting the Slow King's words. The issue was, he couldn't think of a way to repay the Slowpoke, besides maybe finding in King's Rock or whatever to help King evolve. They wanted for nothing, really. Food was plentiful, and life was good for a Slowpoke. Leo's thoughts began to wander as silence reigned, unsure of what to ask and even if he needed to ask anything. True, he wanted to know the location of any civilization, but for some reason he couldn't get the words out. Like they had lodged themselves in his throat and refused to budge. His thoughts drifted to his home and family, who he would most likely never see again, barring another twist of fate. His musing was broken by a wet head butting up against his back, followed by a low call from the Slowpoke. Leo turned and smiled tiredly at who he recognized as King, the Slowpoke ambling forward to lie down with a thump next to him, staring at the Slow King unblinking. Hey King, Leo said with a smile, scratching King's ears. They flicked, droplets of water sent flying from the motion. What are you doing up, huh? She is a good Slowpoke, the Slow King said, making Leo's eyebrows raise. Well, at least he knew King's gender now, though should he rename her Queen then, if it's a girl? The Slow King leaned forward, meeting Leo's eyes intensely. Though why do you call her King? Oh, because that's what she is. Leo said with a frown, scratching his cheek and glancing down at the Slowpoke beside him. I mean, just look at what she does at night. King here always circles the herd, never bedding down until the last Slowpoke has settled in, and at some point included me in that circle. Not to mention that she was the first to respond to the Sneasel. If those aren't the actions of a leader, I don't know what are, he summarized with a shrug. The Slow King remained silent for a moment, then nodded his head. I see. It would seem dear Archibald's journal did fall into the hands of a promising young human, he said, and Leo took a moment to process that information. Allow me to answer your question before you pose it. Yes, I was once Archibald's companion, as was the old Tyranitar you have run into. Though he was old even before he joined the team, and was the newest member. The rest of the team has faded with time, though a few of their descendants still remain in these mountains, Slowking said. Ha, Leo said eloquently. So, these Slowpoke are all your kids then? At this, the Slowking laughed heartily, slapping his knee. Oh no, of course not. I have had no children in my time here. I am a king who lost his throne and his people thanks to a careless mistake. I am unfit to sire more children, save for those I left already on the shores of Cerulean, the Slowking said sadly, and Leo blinked, gaining a sudden insight to the Slowking. In fact, I dare not call myself a king anymore. Archibald was our king, there could have been no other. I see. I'm sorry, Leo said awkwardly. It is fine, many years have passed since that day. Though it seems you and I have much in common, the Slowking explained with a dismissive wave of its hand, paw, thing. Leo wasn't sure what the stubby appendage was really called, because it looked like a hand but also a paw like a Slowpoke's. How so? Leo asked, shaking away his idle thoughts. He was far more tired than he thought if he was thinking about things like that. You and I both had our world stripped away by twists of fate, the Slowking said simply, and Leo stilled. He looked at the Slowking and, for a moment, felt just as he did. Tired, and old. Remembering a world and a life that could have continued on to greater heights, only to have it stripped away. The only difference was that Leo was given a new chance, another start, even if he hadn't wanted one. How did he die? Leo asked, trusting the Slowking would understand he was talking about Archibald. The Slowking didn't reply immediately, opting to stand instead and yawn. I will tell you in the morning. There is much we must talk about, I believe. In the meantime, rest, it has been a long day and you are still injured from the Hitmontop, he said. Leo barely registered the statement and how he knew Leo had fought a Hitmontop as weariness suddenly washed over him like a wave, forcing his eyes to flutter shut. He wanted to voice more questions, but, as if some unseen force had struck him, instead he slumped over King and fell into a deep slumber, darkness taking him. Chapter 5, The Fighter. Leo scrabbled up the mountain after Slowking as said pink Pokémon calmly levitated up the hillside. To say Leo was envious of the Slowking's psychic prowess was an understatement. He wanted to float over the stony ground, Slowking having chosen the absolute hardest way for Leo to climb up the mountain, but settled for imagining a much buffer and brawnier version of himself striding up the mountain with casual ease. A much different image than that of his current climb, crawling over rocks taller than himself, hand over fist, fighting inch by inch just to climb the rocky, avalanche-destroyed mountainside. Thankfully though Leo could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Not but 100 feet in front of him was the top of the climb, marked by a sharp ledge and blue sky beyond it. Pausing for breath, Leo sat down on the boulder he had climbed over and wiped sweat from his brow, looking back out over the river valley. He could see the lake the Slowpoke herd congregated around, glittering in the mid-afternoon sun while the river snaked its way toward him, twisting to and fro as it wove between mountains. The mountain range seemed to stretch on forever from his position, growing taller the further upriver he looked. A few of the furthest peaks still had snow on them even. Leo pulled a bottle of water from his pack and took a long drink, forcing himself to not drink too much. He wanted to save some for the trip down. Come, boy, it is not far to the top now, Slowking said, floating a good 30 feet up the mountain. Easy for you to say, Leo snapped, making Slowking chuckle. Leo breathed and lay flat on his back, scowling as the sun's intense rays scorched his skin. He'd need a bath after this, otherwise everything would stink of sweat. That, and he really needed to get that hat made. Say, why is this mountain so much shorter than all the others? Leo voiced. Before Slowking had dragged him all the way over here, Leo had thought this mountain was connected to the mountain behind it, not a mountain of its own. It was only half as tall as the surrounding mountains after all, and much of its surface was covered in rockslides and dense forest. It hadn't looked fun to climb, which was why Leo hadn't traveled this way to explore yet. Besides, it was a solid half-day's walk downstream just to get here, and Leo wasn't keen on spending the night away from the slowpoke herd. "Finish the climb," Slowking said after a moment of silence. Leo grumbled to himself, took a deep breath, and turned back towards the mountain, carefully picking where he placed his feet. The rocks were loose enough in this section of the climb that Leo didn't want to risk kicking any loose, or disturbing a Geodude and getting himself punched again. He was still sore from the Hitmontop, after all. It took a good few minutes of climbing for Leo to reach the top, where immediately he had his already short breath stolen from him by the sight laid out before him. The entire other side of the mountain had been blown away. Dead trees lined the crater side, either killed off, snapped in half, or burnt to cinders. Massive round holes dotted the ground and remaining mountainside, leading deep into the earth itself. Deep lines carved themselves into the stone and smaller craters littered the ground, while tall spires of rock reached haphazardly into the sky. What in the world happened here? Leo breathed, eyes wide and still. Wheezing, hands on his knees. The ledge he stood on was a mere 2 feet wide and relatively flat, sharply falling off into the crater below. He felt nervous just standing there, as if the ground would give way any moment and send him tumbling into the crater below. "Tyrus, the old Tyranitar you have met and my old ally, fought a war, we all did," Slowking said somberly, setting himself on the ground next to Leo and staring out at the ancient battlefield, eyes growing distant. Leo allowed Slowking his moment of silence, struggling to remain quiet as he breathed and sweat like a pig. It wasn't until Leo had caught his breath that Slowking continued. "This is not where Archibald died, as I am sure you are aware. This is, however, where his team released their vengeance. This mountain used to be a place where Onyx would come to evolve into Steelix, being rich in the metals required for their evolution. It had been a particularly active year, and that is what drew Archibald to the mountain in the first place, though it is not the Onyx who killed him." "No, that year, winter came early to the mountains," Slowking said. Leo swallowed heavily, looking out over the crater. If this was the kind of devastation a champion-level team could dish out, that was insane. How many pounds of TNT would it take to blow up an entire mountain? When the living winter arrived, the Onyx and Steelix were above ground, basking in the last rays of the summer sun. The harsh blizzards hit without any warning, driving the Onyx below ground with such speed and ferocity that it caused tunnels to collapse all across the range. Archibald had the poor luck of becoming trapped beneath the mountain. With the help of Tyrus he managed to get back to the entrance, but, well, Slowking sighed. "The tunnels were too small for a Tyranitar, so Archibald recalled him, and released me instead. I heard the shifting rock, but thought nothing of it. Instead, I was focused on the blizzard outside the cave, and in my distraction the cave collapsed, crushing Archibald. With his last breaths he released his team. I blamed myself. The others blamed Articuno, and sought revenge. What could I do but aid them? It was folly to fight a blizzard. The winter birds were powerful in their element, diving in and out of the storm, vanishing from even my psychic senses. Legendaries are called such for a reason, and yet even against 2 of the powerful ice types we managed to hold our ground. We even managed to ground one, which led to our downfall. Tyrus unleashed a powerful earthquake upon the downed bird, which disturbed the Onyx below and crumbled the mountain. Only 3 of us survived, the others' bones buried beneath the rubble. At this point Slowking fell silent, and Leo keeping quiet out of respect. Until, that is, his curiosity got the better of him. "So, did you all cause the crater, did the Onyx, or did the Articuno?" Leo asked, observing the destruction laid out before him closely. "Because this is really impressive. Directly after the battle, this mountain was a pile of rubble. 35 years of battle between Tyrus and whoever dared challenge him has reduced even that to dust. It has even become an official battleground for a few of the more powerful Pokémon in the region. That, and it is the place where Tyrus challenges the winter every year they visit," Slowking explained, making Leo raise his eyebrows. Tyrus challenges Articuno every year, he asked. Is it Articuno or Articuno? There's more than one legendary Articuno. Yes, there is more than one winter bird. I know not how many, only that they roost in the Silver Mountains from time to time. As for Tyrus, well, he seeks ever stronger and greater challenges. It is in his nature. It is why he followed Archibald, because he could be given the greatest of challenges and claim to be the strongest as champion. So every year when winter falls on the mountains, Tyrus seeks to fight the ones whom he still believes defeated Archibald. And though Articuno does not come every year, the results are usually the same. Tyrus loses, Slowking explained slowly. Leo hummed to himself, coming to terms with the knowledge being bestowed upon him. This world wasn't like the games at least. No Articuno, with their 4 times weakness to rock, could defeat a Tyranitar without a lot of luck and massive level differences. Even then Leo wasn't sure an Articuno could win, especially not if Tyrus was as strong as Leo expected. However, I did not bring you here to reminisce, Slowking said with a sigh. I brought you here to teach you respect I fear you may lack. Respect? Leo echoed, furrowing his brows in confusion, and feeling a little worried. Usually the term, teaching respect, came with some, concerning connotations. Indeed. You respect Pokémon as creatures, that I do know. But a Pokémon cares not for your respect. You must learn to respect, and fear, our power. Fear, Leo repeated, raising his eyebrows. He didn't like the sound of that. Perhaps not the wisest choice of words, but it does accurately summarize my point. We will sit here and wait, until Tyrus fights, Slowking said with a firm nod. Okay, Leo drawled, enunciating each syllable of the word as he slid off of his spot and hid just below the ledge, out of the sun. And how long will that take? Not for an hour or 2 yet, Slowking promised. Leo glanced at the sun and frowned, running a hand through his increasingly long and greasy hair. Looks like he wouldn't get back to the Slowpoke herd tonight. So Leo sat, and waited. To pass the time he tried to weave a few grass stalks together, but the only grass on this part of the mountain was short and thin, unsuited to weaving. Giving up on that he lay back and watched the clouds as they passed overhead. There was nothing wrong with being lazy every once in a while, and he could use a nap. After close to 3 hours passed Slowking nudged Leo awake from where he had been napping. He groaned and rubbed his eyes, blinking away sleep as he focused on Slowking. The pink creature didn't say a word, instead jerking his head toward the crater. Leo squinted and peered over the ledge, squinting and shading his eyes from the setting sun. There was no Tyranitar below, and he couldn't see anything else, so he turned to Slowking for answers. What is it? Leo asked. A challenger. Most the time Tyrus must seek out foes in the surrounding mountains, but certain species seek him out. A Dragonite used to, as did a Skarmory and Scizor. In the past decade, certain fighting types have begun to appear. I believe they find fighting Tyrus to be a test of skill, or a rite of passage, Slowking explained softly. Leo hummed in understanding, not finding it very surprising that fighting types would seek out challenges. That dumb Tyrogue turned Hitmontop had challenged him for Pete's sake. Where is it? And where is Tyrus? Leo asked. Tyrus is coming. This is his nest, after all. It would not do to allow trespassers. The challenger is there, at the ridgeline of the crater. It is sitting down, so I do not expect you to see it, he said, and fell silent. Leo pulled himself up onto the ledge and peered down into the crater below, searching for the challenger, as Slowking called it. The minutes that passed by stretched like hours to Leo, as he searched for both Tyrus and the challenger. 5, 10, 15 minutes passed, then the challenging Pokémon moved, standing from where it had been sitting and striding out into the crater. It was bipedal, and 3 flashes of metal caught Leo's eye as it passed through a patch of sunlight. Leo gasped when he recognized the Pokémon, a shiver running down his spine as it leapt through the air and landed right next to one of the onyx holes. Lucario, Leo breathed, eyes wide. He couldn't make out the features exactly, but there was little else the blue, bipedal blob could be. Even Hitmontop didn't have the metal spikes Leo thought he could see from here. I thought those weren't native to Kanto. Leo asked, confused. Wasn't he in the Silver Mountains, as in, Mount Silver? There is a small pack up north, near Rhoda. Terribly powerful Pokémon, they are, Slowking explained. This one appears young, younger than the other two who have come to challenge Tyrus. Either that means it is skilled, or arrogant. Any further conversation was cut abruptly short as, with a bone-shaking roar of unfiltered rage, a beam of pure white light lanced out of the mountainside arcing straight towards the Lucario. A sort of fundamental, primal fear jolt Leo's system as he shielded his eyes from the intense ray, making his hair stand on end and a shiver run down his spine. That fear only intensified as he searched for the Lucario. Had Tyrus just disintegrated a freaking Lucario? It seems Tyrus is being kind today. Look up, Slowking remarked. Leo looked skyward, nearly missing the Lucario as it fell to the earth, slamming into the stony ground with a burst of blue power cracking the stone beneath its feet. Spires of rock abruptly shot out of the ground, catching the Lucario in the side and sending it stumbling as it spun away, blue light flashing from its paws, spheres of energy blasting out and disappearing down the hole the hyper beam had been shot out of. Another angry bellow rewarded the Lucario and Tyrus came charging out of the darkness, clad in a purple-white light. Each mighty footfall sent more spires of rock jutting skyward, trapping the Lucario for a brief second, long enough for Tyrus to cover the distance with surprising speed and bodily slam into it. Rock shattered as the Lucario was hurled through its prison of stone, dust flying everywhere as waves of pitch-black energy rippled from Tyrus' body in a sphere of darkness. Leo's breath hitched as the Lucario righted itself midair, paws barely touching the ground before it blurred, vanishing from sight and dodging the black energy. The second the darkness faded Tyrus roared, a sharp crack ringing out and the Lucario appearing behind him with more blue light radiating from its form. Spires of rock burst from the ground, the Lucario nimbly dodging out of the way as Tyrus thrashed his tail, dirt and dust swirling around him and blurring his body, covering the crater until Leo could see nothing but flashes of light as the two Pokémon duked it out. Explosions rattled the air, and Leo paid rapt attention as the cloud of dust was blown away by a massive blast. Tyrus and the Lucario stood on opposite ends of the field, and though Leo couldn't tell who was worse off, it didn't look like either were hurting. Tyrus roared, a massive ball of light appearing in front of his maw. The Lucario raced forward, smashing a fist into Tyrus' chest, who wholly ignored the attack and continued to pour power into the ball of light, said attack increasing in size rapidly. Leo blinked. Then he stared. And then terror welled up inside him as the Lucario continued its relentless assault, and Tyrus didn't care. He just stood there, holding his attack, the ball of light growing in size until it was half as big as he was. A shield of shimmering green flashed to life around Leo and Slowking, and not but moments later Tyrus whipped his head around, a truly massive beam of white light bursting forth and annihilating the mountainside. Leo flinched as the beam passed not but 20 feet below him, and stumbled when the mountain shifted, parts of the mountainside sliding forward and falling to the crater below. The only thing that saved Leo from falling himself was an unseen force that bound his limbs and held him aloft, floating mid-air until the mountain settled and he could find his footing. Only when his feet touched ground did Leo allow himself to breathe. His heart hammered in his chest and adrenaline spiked through his veins as he stared wide-eyed at the destruction the hyper beam had caused. Nearly the entire top of the mountain had been sheared off, chunks of stone and dirt falling to the crater below and leaving a large, awkward-looking gouge where the attack had struck. Leo swallowed thickly, tearing his eyes away from the destruction to look at the fight once more, though it was already over. The Lucario, whose once blue fur now looked black all over, leapt weakly at Tyrus, who bared his teeth and smashed his forehead into the Lucario's chest, sending it crashing to the ground. Tyrus roared, planting one foot on the Lucario's chest in victory, and scowled down at the defeated Pokémon. What happens now? Leo asked, voice nothing but a whisper and shaking more than he would have liked to admit. Depends on how Tyrus is feeling today, Slowking answered. That Lucario may not survive, or it may be allowed to run free. It did intrude into Tyrus territory. Leo clenched his jaw and watched Tyrus as he stood there silently. Slowly, the Tyranitar turned its head to look up at Leo and Slowking, and his breath hitched. Slowking stiffened slightly, and Leo stared right back at Tyrus. A few tense moments passed, then Tyrus shook himself and stomped back into one of the onyx holes, disappearing into the inky blackness and leaving the Lucario laying below. Slowking relaxed only when Tyrus disappeared, turning to Leo somberly. Come, it is time to descend. It would not do to test Tyrus' patience and remain so close to his nest, Slowking said, turning and floating down the mountain. Leo remained where he was however, perched on a broken slab of stone that had been moved upward when the mountaintop shifted. He fixated his eyes on the Lucario, or where he thought the Lucario to be, as the light continued to fade. What about the Lucario? Leo asked. It will live. In a few hours it will have enough strength to move again, and it will be safe enough in Tyrus' nest. Only the foolish or the powerful come here, after all, Slowking explained. Leo sighed and nodded, reluctant to just leave like that, but also knowing Slowking was probably right. He didn't understand Pokémon the way Slowking probably did. Plus he didn't want to irritate Tyrus, especially after that display of strength. Leo turned around and started to follow Slowking when realization struck him and he cursed. They'd spent too much time here, and now he'd have to climb down in the dark. Already the sunlight was fading fast, and with any luck Leo could get halfway down this particular rocky area before it got really dark. Hopefully Slowking would help him out, but if the way the pink creature was simply floating down the mountainside without sparing Leo a glance it wasn't likely. Leo cursed again and started his careful climb down, praying to the gods that the rocks wouldn't fall and that he wouldn't slip. Or that he wouldn't run into any Geodudes. Or, well, a lot of things. Carefully making his way down the rocky area alone took Leo a good hour and a half in the dark, and even though he managed to get over to the edge of the exceedingly rocky spot and get into some trees, the steep terrain and deadfall littering the ground prevented any form of quick movement. Rushing down the mountain in the dark was a sure way to break an ankle or something, and all the dead trees lying across the mountain, though plenty more were still standing, the deadfall was plenty old for forest to have grown back up around it, only made things more dangerous. At one point Leo even found himself calf-deep in wet, muddy grass. The clearing he though was a meadow actually turning out to be swampy wetlands. Seriously, how in the world was a swamp like this on the side of a freaking mountain? Not to mention that he accidentally angered a trio of Psyduck who clutched their heads and angrily spat water at him. The fact that the water guns had sheared bark off of the tree trunk next to him had everything to do with the fact that Leo moved as fast as he could away from the yellow ducks, cursing his luck all the while. All of this led to Leo camping at the base of the mountain, wringing his tattered socks out over the small fire he made and letting his shoes dry in the heat of the flames. He hadn't brought much with him on this little adventure, a mistake in hindsight, but he had brought tools to make a fire. Namely, his knife and the flint-like stone. Leo was rash sometimes, but he wasn't stupid. He needed ways to stay warm, and wasn't keen on repeating last night's misery in the cold. Slowking had originally wanted to push on into the night and reach the Slowpoke herd, but Leo had put his foot down. Accompanied by a powerful psychic or no, Leo wasn't going to traipse any further into the night. The dark didn't scare him, but he was tired, exhausted, wet, and still had a lot to digest from what he had witnessed today. In the end he managed to convince Slowking, and now the bulky Pokémon sat across the fire from him, eyes closed and meditating. Why did you want to show me that? Leo asked aloud, fighting off sleep as he waited for his socks to dry, hanging over the fire as they were. It wouldn't do to let his socks burn up, but they needed to dry out so his feet wouldn't get super cold while he slept. Stupid swamp. You mean the fight? Slowking asked. Leo nodded, forgetting Slowking had his eyes closed, but apparently sight wasn't necessary for the psychic type because he continued anyway. I wanted to see how you'd react. How did I react? Leo muttered, rubbing his face. He was too tired to play mind games with Slowking. Was this some sort of test? Leo would hedge his bets on it being a test. Why did Slowking feel the need to test him? Because he had Archibald's journal? How did you react? Slowking asked back, and Leo shrugged. He was still figuring that out. The sheer power both Tyrus and the Lucario displayed was mind-boggling, quite literally something out of an anime. How was he supposed to react to that? He did know one thing though, Slowking was right. Leo hadn't really understood the power Pokémon wielded until now. He wasn't sure he understood it even now. Dunno, Leo said after a minute, and Slowking nodded, showing no other outward emotion. To be expected, I suppose. We will return to that later, once you have had some time. I forget how fragile humans are, Slowking said. Leo bit back a retort, his mind wandering to the Lucario. He was doubtful he could have survived a hyper beam, PRD. Yet the Lucario had not only taken the attack, but had still had enough energy to continue fighting, albeit barely. Though to be fair, you are quite young. Leo hummed in response, flipping his socks over on the tall stick he had them hanging on. It wasn't the most effective method, but it was working. The two sat in silence for a while until Slowking stood and stretched, looking off into the darkness. I will leave you for a time now. Nothing will threaten you this close to Tyrus Mountain, as there is very little dumb enough to pick a fight with a Tyranitar, but I do suggest you return to the Slowpoke herd tomorrow, Slowking said. That was the plan, Leo murmured, patting his empty stomach. He'd munched on some bugs and other edibles, namely pine nuts and the one potato look-alike he'd found, on the way up the mountain, but nothing really satisfying. Good. Though one more piece of advice, I would not stay with the herd for much longer. Although their path does lead toward human civilization, I doubt their pace will suffice this year. I fear winter will arrive early once more. Slowpoke can survive the cold, you cannot, Slowking said ominously, and Leo suddenly felt much more awake as he watched Slowking leave. That wasn't good news, now was it? It meant he had a few months until winter, sure, but that might mean fall would be cut short. Leo let out a long, slow breath and shook his head. He was just done with today. With life in general right now. Why couldn't anything be simple and easy? Everything is simple, Leo hissed to himself, slamming an open palm into the tree trunk and biting back a wince at the pain. He danced backwards, feet sliding into a firm, solid stance as he continued to circle the tree. His hands were held out towards the trunk, palms facing his chest as he slowly moved around it. If winter is coming, then I just need to leave before it gets here, Leo said, sliding in and striking the tree with his elbow, followed by a knee and a singular punch before he backed off. If I can't hunt, then I'll just smoke some fish and make do with veggies and bugs, Leo told himself, anger flashing through his chest. He snarled and punched the tree multiple times, tearing the skin on his knuckles and causing them to bleed, though he didn't care. If I can't find a Pokémon to travel with me, then I'll make do and figure things out myself. Another flash of irritation welled up inside Leo, though he stamped this one down and settled back, correcting his stance so his legs weren't too close together and he was less off balance. As he moved, he was beginning to remember what it felt like to be in stance, and how it felt to move about in the style of martial art his father had taught him, though it would take a bit more time for him to really get back into the groove. He was too small now, too weak, and it had been at least a year and a half since his last lesson in the art. If Tyro want to pick fights with me, then I just have to get stronger. If I can't make a stupid hat because the grass SCKS and I don't actually know how to weave, then fine. I'll just get a tan, Leo ground out, taking a deep breath and practicing a few kicks against the tree. The first few were hesitant, his bare shins, for he was naked save for his underpants at the moment, tapping the bark gently a few times until Leo got annoyed with his own hesitance and slammed his leg against the tree. The answer is simple, don't complicate things, Leo, he told himself, breathing heavily and relaxing his stance, glaring up at the midday sun. Slow, one of the Slowbro called from off to his right, where it stood watching him curiously. Don't mind me. Just working myself out of a funk. That Tyrus thing really messed with me for some reason, Leo assured it, running a hand down his face. For the past 2 days he'd been mulling over everything he'd heard and witnessed until he came to the conclusion that he needed to stop thinking about it. Despite his initial reaction, solutions to big problems usually were simple. Winter was coming. Leave. Don't want to die. Don't PSS off a Tyranitar. Simple as that. Bro, the slow bro answered, turning and walking back to the lake. The herd was almost to the end by now, looking like they were ready to start heading further downriver. Leo sighed and glanced around the big valley he had apparently spent months in. He was familiar with this land, he knew where to find food, where to find whetstones for his knife and skarmory feathers, and even where a pile of the flint-like rocks he needed to spark against his knife was. But that comfort was also holding him back, holding him here, and Leo needed to move on. Letting out a breath, Leo closed his eyes and folded his hands beneath his navel. He breathed slowly, in and out, imagining for a moment that all of the irritation and anger that had built up ever since Slowking left him alone near Tyrus Mountain was flowing out of his feet and into the ground on every exhale. His body relaxed slowly, muscles untensing and thoughts becoming less cluttered as he did this small meditative exercise. Things were going to be okay, he just had to survive. How does that poem go? Leo asked himself, trying to remember the words. Out of the night that covers me. Black as the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be. For my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance. I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance. My head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears. Looms but the horrors of the shade. And yet the menace of the years. Finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate. How charged with punishments the scroll. I am the MSTR of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Slow, a slowpoke called, and Leo jumped in surprise. Did you have to do that? I was trying to psyche myself up. Leo snapped, whirling on the slowpoke angrily. It ignored his outburst and stared past him, fixated on something behind him. Leo glanced over his shoulder and sighed in irritation. If it's not one thing it's another. What do you want? Leo asked sharply, turning to glare at the Hitmontop that was walking in his direction. It looked a little scuffed up, but Leo thought he recognized it as the same one he had fought before. Back when it was a Tyrogue anyway. The blue-furred Pokémon seemed to just grin at him, weaving its way around a thicket of brush that reached up to mid-thigh on it, and stopping about 10 feet away from the edge of the trees Leo was standing in, out in the middle of a small meadow. It has come here to challenge you again, Slowking said from behind Leo, making him jump and whirl again. Would you all stop doing that? Leo yelped, then scowled when he realized how whiny he had just sounded. Stop sneaking up on me, and why is it challenging me? Leo hissed. Slowking smirked, clearly enjoying the situation. You are the one who has been declaring your challenge to the world for the past hour. Hitmontop here lost a fight to the Lucario a few hours ago, it's returning to fight you because you helped it evolve. Since you've been so vocal in your intent to fight, it decided to pay you a visit, Slowking said. I've just been punching a tree for a little bit. Leo exclaimed, throwing his hands into the air and stalking toward the Hitmontop. He was set off as it was, and wanted to start a fight anyway. But if it's a fight it wants, then it's a fight it will get. Odd choice, Slowking said, and Leo scowled, exiting the trees and raising his hands into a fighting stance. Don't die. Shut up. Leo barked, and the Hitmontop charged. It only took 2 moves for the Hitmontop to land a kick to Leo's chest and send him flying, his back slamming into a tree. The pain only served to flare his temper more as he fell to his knees, swiftly rising and fixating a glare at the Hitmontop. Leo snarled and raised his fists again, uncaring that he was going to take an absolute beating here. He needed to hit something. The Hitmontop grinned at him and charged, thankfully not doing the unfair spinning like a top move, tossing a light punch that Leo met with his face, bulldozing his way through the strike to return it in kind, punching the Hitmontop in the face as hard as he could. Blood trickled from Leo's nose but he ignored it, pressing his advantage as he smashed an elbow into the Hitmontop's chest, immediately transitioning the blow into an open palm strike to its jaw, followed by a knee to its leg and another punch with his other hand, the latter of which was caught by the Hitmontop. With a cry it spun Leo around, tossing him away and chasing after him, smashing a foot into his ribs while he struggled to remain standing, effectively sending him to the ground. Leo hissed and rolled away, the Hitmontop kneeing and kicking him every time he tried to stand. Leo cursed and reversed directions, rolling into the Hitmontop and knocking it off balance as he threw his entire body weight into its legs. It didn't go down however and promptly punched Leo in the back of the head, sending him sprawling onto the ground. And he just lay there, vision swimming and head pounding until the words from that poem echoed in his head. My head is bloody, but unbowed. With a groan Leo pushed himself up, wiping the blood off his face with one hand and fixing the Hitmontop with a cool glare as it stood a few feet away, watching him curiously. He needed to calm down. Settle down, and then fight. He was lucky enough as it was that this was still a young Hitmontop, not a really experienced one. Unless you knock me out, I will keep getting up, Leo warned, hissing in discomfort as his body began to ache. The Hitmontop made a weird chuffing sound, and Leo heard Slowking sigh. White light glowed on the Hitmontop's feet and it flipped over onto its hands, momentarily startling Leo when it performed a front flip, performing a swinging kick at him that went wide. Leo's body reacted before his brain did, dropping to the ground and sticking his feet up in the air, the Hitmontop's own momentum carrying it into his mule kick. Unfortunately it was heavier than he expected and his knees collapsed, allowing the Hitmontop to crash into him with his full weight. Next thing Leo knew his arms were pinned to the ground and the Hitmontop was head-butting him until his vision blurred and mind turned foggy. He felt it get up off of him, he heard it walk off after saying something to Slowking, and yet he only was able to react until after Slowking had walked over to stand over him. You are the only human I have seen who is dumb enough to look at a fighting-type Pokémon and think, oh, I can fight that. Slowking said bluntly as Leo rolled over, groaning and spitting a glob of blood onto the ground. The Hitmontop was even taking it easy on him. Though the Hitmontop did praise your tenacity, if not your skill, Slowking said, almost disdainfully. "'S your fault," Leo mumbled, working his jaw absently as he propped himself up on his elbows. He could almost feel his lips swelling up, and skin start to bruise. "Excuse me?" Slowking asked. "You said you wanted to scare me," Leo said, leaning his head down to his hands and pinching his nose, attempting to stop the bleeding. "I don't want to be scared. I said I want you to respect the power of a Pokémon, not physically attack them," Slowking reprimanded. Leo shook his head slowly, not wanting to argue. Yes, it had been stupid to fight the Hitmontop again, and yes he was willing to admit that. But he had been feeling ornery and would most likely do so again, if given the chance. He just had some aggression to work out. "I want to go home," Leo whispered to himself, anger momentarily turning to sadness. Slowking asked. "Nothing," Leo grumbled, pushing himself into a sitting position and dusting dead grass and pine needles off of his bare skin. "Do you need anything else, or are you just here to tell me I'm an idiot?" Slowking watched him carefully for a second, folding his hands behind his back and peering down his muzzle at Leo. "No, I am simply here to tell you that I will be dropping by every few days to check on you until you leave the Slowpoke. From here, if you follow the river, it is approximately a month's journey to the nearest human settlement. I suggest you start sooner than later," Slowking said. "Great. Any advice on that? What I should expect once I reach human civilization again?" Leo asked. "It has been a long time since I last visited the human world, though I will say it is far different from the wilds," Slowking said, rather slowly. Leo rolled his eyes. "As if I didn't know that already," he thought. "Though I will ask you this favor, if you can, seek out Archibald's son. Give him the journal. I feel Archibald would wish that. Yeah, Leo said, nodding. I can do that. It had been his plan to do so anyway, regardless of whether or not Slow King asked him to do it. It was the last testament of a champion, the least he could do was provide some closure to the man's legacy. Thank you, Slow King said, his shoulders sagging ever so slightly. One last thing before you go. How would I go about befriending or taming a wild Pokémon, without a Pokeball? Leo asked. I figure having a companion would up my chances of survival. Just do what you have been doing. When you find a Pokémon that is willing to travel with you, you will know, Slow King said, bowing slightly to Leo. Then I will take my leave for now. Yeah, bye, Leo said glumly, waving off Slow King and slumping forward, resting his chin in his hands and his elbows on his knees. He still had a funk to work himself out of. Leo spent another 3 or so weeks with the Slowpoke herd before he finally felt ready to move on. During that time he'd achieved a few things. The biggest thing was killing a Pidgey with his Otlotl, the dart having just enough force behind it to get the job done. Leo had celebrated with a dance and a feast, glad to have something other to eat than fish and nuts. Sure, the bird was a little dry and tough after he'd skinned, gutted, and cooked it, but he'd relished it all the same. He'd also managed to make something akin to a hat. It was flat and barely even resembled a circle, with many holes in the thick grass weave, but he'd figured out a way to keep it on his head and it at least kept the worst of the sun off, so that was a win in Leo's book. Other than that, he'd had no other big experiences. He'd run into the Bellossom again, who laughed at his amateurish attempts at blowing the leaf it had given him, which still hadn't withered or dried out, which astounded Leo, and had almost managed to grab a hold of a Sentret. Literally. He'd managed to sneak up on it and almost managed to grab it with both hands but had stepped on a twig and scared the little Pokémon off. A big change had also overtaken the Slowpoke herd closer to the beginning of those 3 weeks. The females had given BRTH to little, baby Slowpoke. Apparently spring came late to Slowpoke, because Leo was pretty sure most animals gave BRTH in late spring, not early to midsummer. But then again, Pokémon. What did he really know about them? He hadn't even noticed any of the Slowpoke were PRGNing, right up until they were giving BRTH. Though something that had both surprised him and not was that the Slowpoke didn't lay eggs, instead giving BRTH to live creatures. Some part of him expected Pokémon eggs instead of live BRTHs, but hey, it didn't make a whole lot of sense for all Pokémon to come from eggs either. For game mechanics, sure, but not for real. Nevertheless, the little pink blobs of adorableness that were baby Slowpoke had been a blast to play with. They weren't quite as energetic as puppies, but they would still romp and play and roughhouse in their own, slow way. He'd even napped on the riverbank surrounded by the little guys, the 7 Slowpoke sprawled around and on top of him. It was a pity he had to leave, he would have loved to see the Slowpoke grow up. That's if they survived the winter, Leo thought somberly as he sat next to his supplies, laid out so he could do a final count, and watched the Slowpoke herd in the early morning light. Queen was up early, as was usual these days, corralling the 7 little Slowpoke as their mothers fished. The little guys had been small enough for Leo to hold in the crook of his arm before, but after a mere 3 weeks that had changed. Still though, if winter was coming early, then the Slowpoke may not have enough time to grow big enough to survive before the snowstorms hit. Right, let's double-check everything, Leo muttered, turning away from that train of thought and glancing at the sky to judge the time. The sun was just starting to rise over the mountaintops, the long, early morning shadows slowly fading and warming the cool mountain air. A fine layer of dew dusted the ground, and Leo shivered, glancing at his long-dead fire pit. At least he'd slept well last night, even if it meant he'd let his fire die. Okay, Skarmory feathers, check, Leo muttered, glancing at his trio of Skarmory feathers laid to his right, next to all of his other supplies. They still hadn't seen over much use, but he'd keep a hold of them just on the off chance he'd need them. Plus the longest one made for a good makeshift axe. Water bottle, check. Fire starting supplies, check. Whetstone check, Otlotl check, Bellosum leaf check. Leo started listing off his supplies, shoving what could be carried in his pack. Last came food. Potatoes, a pile of nuts, and a small portion of smoked fish, along with his first attempt at dried pidgey which turned out edible, but awful tasting, were wrapped in the remains of Leo's tattered shirt. It did him little good as clothing anymore. That's everything though, Leo said, scratching the back of his head once he was finished. The only things that wouldn't fit in his pack was the biggest of the skarmory feathers, and a walking stick he'd made out of the old spear haft. He was traveling light on purpose, not that he had much to begin with. Nothing else I can really think of that I'd need. The food will only last so long, but... Leo trailed off and looked to his right, at the slowpoke herd. They were lazily dipping their tails in the river, taking advantage of how active Magikarp were in the early mornings to eat a hearty breakfast. Even the Slowbro seemed more active than usual, happily splashing and swimming about in the river, snatching up the occasional Magikarp. I'll certainly miss you all. Leo said somberly, shaking his head and hefting his pack, fiddling with the straps so it sat on his back better. And not just because of the food, you all were actually fun to be around. Slow, one of the slowpoke called. Wish I could take one of you with me too, but I don't think any of you want to go. I mean, maybe Queen would, but, one does not just take a queen from her people, Leo said with a shrug. Bro, a slowbro answered. Yeah, I'll be back eventually. Hopefully. Bye, Leo replied, waving weakly and heading off, following the river. He made it maybe a mile before Slowking arrived, walking straight out of the forest and smiling at Leo. Surely, you did not believe you could leave without saying your farewells? He asked teasingly. Of course not, but I wasn't going to wait around for you either, Leo replied without missing a beat. Over the past near month he had grown fond of the rather testy Pokémon, it being his only real conversation partner. He'd learned a lot about the world in that time, too. Mostly about how human civilization was far less spread out than in his old world, probably due to the presence of superpowered animals. It is probably smart of you to get a move on so soon. It will take a month for you to reach the nearest city, and another month further for winter to arrive. That is but my best guess, however, and you do not want to cut it too close, Slowking said, nodding. Leo smiled at him and shrugged. That's the idea, he said. Good. I would hate to see such a promising young man die due to stupidity, Slowking agreed, and Leo laughed. I'll miss you too, he said. Goodbye, Slowking. Farewell, Leo. May you travel safely, Slowking replied. Leo grinned as he started walking once again, shrugging his shoulders. Safely? Where's the fun in that? The first few days of travel passed by mostly uneventfully, and he took to playing the Bellosum leaf as he traveled, despite still being terrible at it. His progress was hampered a small rainstorm on the second day, and by the third day he had run out of his dried meat, which meant he might need to go hunting again, but overall things were looking pretty good. The land around the river was relatively flat and easy to traverse, though sometimes the dense growth around more fertile parts of the river kept Leo from walking the riverbank. The fifth day, however, held a bit of excitement. It was early morning, and Leo had been splashing his face in the river when he'd heard something like a bird call off to his left. At first he thought nothing of it, until it called again, and he realized he had heard that call before, in his own world. It was a light chirp, sharp and short, and was quickly followed by a longer yowl from his right. Leo's blood ran cold, his heart rate skyrocketing as he slowly shuffled away from the water's edge, pushing his way into the dense willow brush he'd used for a bed last night and scanning the green foliage at the water's edge. That was the call of a mountain lion, and though no mountain lions existed in this world, he had an idea as to what this might be. Persian. The only other big cat-like Pokémon he could remember from Kanto. And, unlike in the games where Persian was mediocre at best, Leo knew better. Big cats were probably the most lethal predators on Earth, stealthy, powerful, and faster than Sin. Thankfully if the two Persian were talking they most likely weren't hunting, but it still unnerved Leo. He didn't move that day until well into mid-afternoon, remaining perfectly still even as both bugs and bug Pokémon crawled over him. Seeing the Venonat as it stepped between his legs would have been interesting, had it not been for his fear of the Persian. He could fight a fighting-type Pokémon like Hitmontop, who was looking for a fight rather than a meal. He'd be lucky to survive an encounter with a predator like a Persian, or an Ursaring. Leo may be stupid enough to fight a Hitmontop, but he wasn't suicidal enough to push his luck with Persian. Thankfully though, despite that setback, the rest of the day was uneventful. The next day Leo tried to capture a caterpie that was just sitting on a tree, and hadn't really reacted when he approached. Until, that is, it shot him in the face with string shot after he'd grabbed it. Needless to say the bug got away and Leo spent the rest of the morning trying to get the sticky string off of his face and out of his hair. That also cemented the idea he'd originally had in his mind about a partner Pokémon, no bugs. They were disgusting creatures anyway, despite how he ate them. On the 7th day Leo found the first sign of human civilization he'd seen since arriving here, besides Archibald Oak of course. It was a small building constructed on the edge of another lake, much smaller than the previous one, but still fair in size, and crumbling. It had probably been a cabin at some point, but the rotting wood and collapsed ceiling made it utterly useless. Even when Leo had searched the interior for anything of value he had found nothing. Bits of pottery or plates, a fork rusted beyond belief, and nothing else but rotten wood. Still, it was reassuring in a way, and Leo decided to spend the night at the lake. So he hunted the rest of the day, managing to kill a scentret that he skinned and cleaned, making sure to keep the gut pile far away from where he'd be sleeping, and roasted it over a fire while staring up at the full moon. The band of stars that stretched across the sky was nothing short of phenomenal, the full beauty of the night sky unhindered by pollution of his old world. Were there even any satellites up there? Would Rayquaza knock them down before they got into orbit? For that matter, what other space Pokémon were there? Leo paused at that thought, then flipped the bird at the sky. He hoped Lunala saw that. Stupid space bat, dropping him in the middle of nowhere. Though I can't really complain, it's actually been pretty fun, Leo groused, biting into the scentret and savoring the grease that burst into his mouth, dripping down his chin and falling onto the ground with heavy, wet plops. A part of him knew that anything would taste good at this point, but he couldn't help but marvel at how rich the meat was. How satisfying, even over the Pidgey, when compared to his diet of Magikarp, nuts, and potato things. Gods above, this is good. Good Scentret, I thank you for your sacrifice so I may fill my belly with your delicious meat, Leo praised, taking another hearty bite and chuckling to himself. If only I had a stiff drink to go with this, he mused. Slew, a familiar voice called. Right? Some gin or whiskey would be, wait a minute. Leo sat bolt upright and glared at the lake, knowing what he heard. There couldn't be another slowpoke herd around here, could there? He scanned the dark lake waters, searching for the source of the call, and only spotted it when the lumbering creature hauled itself out of the water and slowly ambled up toward Leo. The slowpoke stared at him blankly as it came into the firelight, and Leo narrowed his eyes. This looked suspiciously like Queen, the slowpoke having the same head shape and the same habit of swishing its tail in circles when it walked. Slew, it called, ambling forward and nudging Leo. What on God's green earth are you doing here? Leo all but demanded, narrowing his eyes at the creature. Queen, what are you doing here? He asked again, sighing heavily and rubbing his face. A small part of him was hopeful, maybe Queen had come to travel with him. But he was also utterly confused as to why she would come here. Didn't she have a herd to keep track of? Slow, Queen called again, nudging Leo again before wandering back to the water's edge, plopping herself down in the mud. Leo watched at her for a while, taking another bite out of the scentret before sighing and lying back, staring at the sky. You and I need to have a talk, Queen, Leo said, squashing his thoughts on training a Pokémon and focusing instead on his food. He still had quite a bit left over. Did he risk saving it and attracting predators? Leo thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he did risk it. He was tired of eating bugs for protein, and he had no longing to try and eat a cater pie or Weedle. Just the thought, ugh. Slimy yet satisfying, only applies to kids' movies and oysters. Eventually though, Leo's exhaustion caught up with him and he pulled himself into bed. Sliding into the pile of pine needles, leaves, and other dead foliage he had gathered for just this occasion. Sleep soon overtook him, tired from the day of travel as he was. "What is your problem, Queen?" Leo asked, exasperated, glaring at the slowpoke that stood in front of him, preventing him from going further downriver. The slowpoke made a rumbling noise in the back of her throat, and Leo furrowed his brows. "Are you growling at me?" he asked. A weak jet of water to the face was his reply, and Queen butted her head against his legs hard enough to knock him over as he spluttered. "Hey," he protested. "What's your deal? I told you, I can't stay with you all anymore." "Slow," Queen said resolutely, her normally dopey eyes uncharacteristically focused. Her wide mouth opened and she bit down on Leo's breathed leg gently as she began to drag him, pulling him upriver. "Knock it off." Leo snapped, yanking his leg out of her mouth. "Are you trying to get me to come back to the herd?" he asked, grumbling as he stood up. Queen let out another low call and butted her head against Leo's leg once more, softer this time. Leo sighed. He thought he understood what Queen was trying to do, and it was heartbreaking to think about. It must have taken her a while to figure out Leo had left for real this time. After all, he'd gone on day trips before with Slowking, and she came searching for him to bring him back to the herd. That, or there was something really dangerous downriver that she didn't want him heading to. Leo was betting and hoping it was the former. "Look girl, I can't stay. You all can survive the winter out here, I can't. I'm just a silly two-legged human, who wouldn't have been able to survive had I not stolen from you all for a long time. It's time I had to meet more of my kind," Leo said softly, kneeling down and scratching her behind her ears. If you want to come with me you can, but you've also got a herd to look after. Right? That's why I call you Queen, isn't it? Because it's your herd?" Leo met Queen's gaze as she stared back at him, unblinking. Her eyes began to glow a soft blue color, the light flickering and unstable, and Leo hesitated as a wave of feelings came crashing over him, a mishmash of muddled emotions to the point where Leo didn't even know how he felt anymore. The feeling of returning somewhere was prominent, and Leo quickly deduced exactly what was happening. Is this how psychic power works? Leo mused, easily pushing those emotions out of his mind to sort through later. Queen's eyes continued to glow and, in a moment of inspiration, Leo pushed his own thoughts and emotions to the forefront of his mind. He didn't think, not with words. He doubted Queen would actually understand them anyway, so he just brought up things she could understand. Scenes and emotions. The biting cold winds of winter, Leo struggling through a blizzard when he was younger, mentally speaking, as he hiked through a mountain in search of his horse, the warmth of a fireplace, the love of his human family, watching the snow from inside a house, the longing for home, and the longing to explore. He thought of leaving the mountains for his own safety, how thankful he was to the slowpoke herd, and he thought of Queen and her herd, how she had a home. And that he could now take care of himself. He didn't know how much he got across to her. He got the feeling the connection was tenuous at best, but if the way the slowpoke's body relaxed was any indication Leo figured she got the gist of it. "I can't go back. I have to go forward," Leo said softly, not even he himself knowing whether he was talking about the slowpoke herd or going back to his world. Queen stared at him for a moment longer, and a new emotion washed over him, one Leo couldn't decipher before the connection was cut and the glow faded from her eyes. "Slow," she called as she turned and lumbered off into the lake. Leo sighed, both glad and disappointed. He had wanted Queen to stay with him, truthfully, but she had a herd to get back to. The slowpoke's body quickly vanished into the waters of the lake, though after a moment he spotted a ripple in the river moving with surprising speed upstream. Leo smiled slightly to himself, nodded, and continued on down the river. He still had a lot of ground to cover, though the ruined cabin had given him hope. Maybe civilization was closer than Slowking had said. Unfortunately for Leo, the terrain was gradually getting more difficult. The mountainsides were getting steeper, and the valley narrower, forcing Leo to either climb the mountain or push through the dense greenery around the river. It only took Leo a half day to figure out the latter was a bad idea for his current bare-chested self. His stubbornness and unwillingness to climb the mountains, which were covered in this knee-high brush that was almost too thick to walk through, forced him to push through the foliage next to the river, which left him bleeding and scratched all over from the whipping and scratching branches. On the second morning of this, with Leo having crawled once more into the willowy growth that crowded the narrow river valley to sleep, he woke up to Queen staring right at him from the river, only her muzzle and the top of her head visible as she rested in the water. He didn't say anything as she stared at him, nor did she to him for a moment. Her eyes glowed blue, and Leo was suddenly struck with his own memories move back at him, of the biting cold winter, of death, and of the warmth of a fire. Following that was a few more confusing images, of taking fish and then of Leo leaving. Then she crooned, soft and low, moving up and butting her head against Leo's prone form. "What's up?" Leo asked softly, scratching Queen behind the ear. She crooned once more and turned around, waddling off into the river and swimming back upstream without saying anything else. Leo watched her go, utterly confused until he noticed what she had left behind. A baby slowpoke lay on the muddy riverbank, apparently sleeping as it lay curled up. Leo stared at it, then looked back upriver, then stared at the baby slowpoke some more. He frowned, a million thoughts running through his head all at once, then slammed his forehead into the ground. He'd known Queen was smart, and far more aware of herself and her surroundings than the rest of the slowpoke herd, who were lazy enough to let a Magikarp gnaw on their tails for hours rather than fish it up, but he hadn't expected this. His best guess as to what happened. Queen had understood their little psychic conversation perfectly, so well, in fact, that she came to the same conclusion Leo had about the baby slowpokes, that at least a few wouldn't survive the winter. But surprise! Leo was leaving to escape the cold, so why not send at least one of the babies with him? "You have got to be kidding," Leo grumbled, pulling himself out of the willows and dusting himself off, hands sticking to the sap on his chest. He focused on the still sleeping slowpoke as he stood over it. It was probably just about as long as his arm, from snout to the tip of its tail, and still just a chubby baby. Well, not that normal slowpoke weren't chubby either, but still. When I said I wanted a partner Pokémon, I meant something that could help me survive, not that I would have to help survive. Leo crouched down in the mud and examined the baby slowpoke, looking back upstream and waiting for a while to see if Queen would come back. He waited for a good hour, watching the willows wave in the light wind that blew through the valley and the pod of whooper that shuffled in the mud on the opposite riverbank, when the baby slowpoke woke up and Leo gave up on the idea of Queen coming back to get it. Call it a gut feeling, but he would bet money on Queen not coming back. "Wish I had a boat," Leo muttered to himself, watching the baby slowpoke as it looked up at him blearily. "Then I could travel as fast as she did. It's pretty impressive she got all the way to the herd and back in just 2 days." The slowpoke waddled over to him, tail waving from side to side lazily, and butted its head against his leg, letting out a soft whine. Leo scratched its head, but when it didn't stop whining turned back to the short willows and pulled his backpack out of the brush, retrieving one of the 3 potato things he had found. They were getting scarcer, he would have to spend some time just stocking up or search for a replacement plant. All the while the slowpoke continued to whine, even going so far as to trying to fit the heel of Leo's shoe into its wide mouth. "You hungry? Is that what this is about?" Leo asked rhetorically, presenting the potato to the slowpoke, who gobbled it up happily. "Hope you can fish with your tail, or at least learn how to. Don't know how I'll get you fish otherwise." "It's a good thing you don't need milk anymore," Leo admitted, scratching the back of his head as he watched it eat. The slowpoke didn't respond, instead spitting out a remaining chunk of potato and flopping onto the ground. For the umpteenth time in the past hour, Leo sighed. Things just got harder. After 3 more days of travel the lush green valley transformed into steep cliffs, and Leo had to spend a good half-day backtracking just to climb the mountain so he could avoid swimming down the river. That the river was getting more turbulent too wasn't promising either, and Leo wasted another solid day just foraging and hunting, managing to kill a rattata with his otlotl, and find a good 15 potatoes, thankfully, in preparation for hiking across the mountain and away from the river. The as of yet unnamed baby slowpoke did not make things easy either. It was, first and foremost, slow, and still a baby. It did not have much energy to go traveling long distances, and so Leo was forced to figure out a way to carry it. His young arms were too weak to carry the good 20-pound creature far, so he alternated between carrying it while he strapped his skarmory feather unsafely to his back and stuffing the little creature into his backpack, which killed his back. That wasn't even to mention that it was dangerous to leave the slowpoke in his backpack, both because it would squirm its way out if it suddenly felt adventurous, and because it would eat or soil his food. Cleaning poop out of his pack wasn't fun, and he had to isolate his journals and Archibald's journal after that incident. Still though, Leo grit his teeth and forged ahead, carefully walking along the steep cliffside and occasionally stealing glances down the 60-foot drop to the raging river below. "Slow," his little buddy called from behind him, having been walking behind Leo for the past hour. Leo stopped and turned around, raising one eyebrow at the creature as it stood at the cliff's edge, looking down at the raging water. "I'm not coming to get you if you jump off," Leo warned, crossing his arms. The slowpoke ignored him, staring down at the water unblinking for a solid few minutes before turning its head to look at Leo and repeating its call. Then it turned back to the river and experimentally put one foot on the edge of the cliff, forcing Leo to jump forward and grab the little Pokémon, hauling it away from the edge. "I said no, you little idiot. Do you not understand that you'll die if you try to go down that way?" he hissed in its ear, sitting down and pulling the creating into his lap, laying it on its back so it couldn't wander off. "Slow," the slowpoke crooned, flopping its head back into Leo's chest and exposing its creamy white underbelly to the world. "What am I going to do with you?" Leo asked, slumping his shoulders in defeat and giving the baby a few belly scratches. It was only midday and Leo was already considering making camp for the night. He was dead tired from having to carry the slowpoke up and down the stupid mountain all day. His arms were tired, his legs hurt, and his back felt like it was going to give out from carrying around the slowpoke. "Tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to sit here and rest for a few minutes. You are not allowed to kill yourself during that time, understand me?" Leo muttered as he lay on his back, staring at the sky. The slowpoke grunted and squirmed, rolling off of Leo and flopping down onto the ground, where it lay unmoving. Leo grumbled to himself and slipped the straps of his backpack off, rolling away from the slowpoke and lying belly down on the ground, propping his chin up on his hands. The mountain sloped gently upward from the cliff, pine trees covering the hillside and preventing much in the way of small plants from growing as they blocked the sunlight. Off to his right was an aspen grove, the white-trunked trees grouped together densely. Amusingly, no branches grew on the lower part of the aspen's trunks, instead only growing near the top and giving the grove a whole, dark, evil forest vibe as it cast the ground in shadow. What caught his eye, however, was the few bushes that filled some of the space between the aspen and the pine, with pink dots covering the bush. "What in the world?" Leo muttered, forcing himself up and taking a step forward. He paused, and looked at the slowpoke. "Stay here, I'll be right back." Excitement surged through his veins as he got closer, a wild grin stretching across his face as he identified the dots as fruit. Pink berries, to be precise, which made him think these were the titular berries of the Pokémon universe. What kind he wasn't sure, but who cared? Berries. Fruit. Sugar. Leo hastily plucked the fruit from their bushes, popping a few of the sweet, pink fruits into his mouth and relishing the sweet juices that exploded into his mouth with every bite. He groaned in appreciation, watching between chews as a Lediba buzzed up, snagged a berry for itself, then flew away munching happily. That made Leo pause in his eating, glancing down at his arms, where he had started placing as many of the berries as he could grab. "I should be more careful," Leo muttered, sniffing the air. The sugary sweetness of the fruit wasn't only confined to the berries themselves, the scent wafting through the air and filling the entire area with the smell of berries. Heck, even one berry itself, when Leo raised it up and smelled it, smelled so sweet and delicious he had to eat it right away. But that meant that if he could smell it, Pokémon could as well, and they had better senses of smell than he. The last thing he wanted to do was attract a hungry Ursaring because he had a backpack full of berries. That, however, didn't stop him from stuffing his face and taking a fair amount down to the slowpoke to eat. He'd ended up taking almost all the ripe fruit off of the bush because of it though, leaving the green and therefore unripe fruit be. Yeah, you like those don't you? Me too, Leo asked, feeding the slowpoke berries one by one. It smacked its jaws loudly as it happily munched away, liking Leo's fingers in between chews to get berry juices off. He smiled at the little creature and patted his own, full belly and smacked his lips, readjusting his sitting position and glancing up at the sun. He'd sit here and rest a few more hours before moving on, after eating so much he was sure he'd want to get a nap. A sudden warm, wet feeling around his hand had Leo jerking back, yanking his hand out of the slowpoke's mouth as it isekai'd the rest of his berries out of his hand, juices running out of its mouth as it chowed down. Leo made a face and flicked his hand, slowpoke slobber flying everywhere. "Ew," he said. "Don't do that again, you little monster." "Slow," the slowpoke replied, bits of berry falling out of its mouth as it did so. Leo smiled fondly and scratched its head, looking back upstream as he hummed a little ditty to himself. "It's amazing how far a little food can go in improving my mood," Leo thought to himself, leaning back and lying his head against the soft grass, tilting his grass hat so it shielded his face from the sun. The sun was a little intense for him to sleep right here, so he'd retreat back into the trees eventually to take a nap, but for now he just wanted to enjoy the sunlight. "It's gotten colder," Leo noted, pulling himself out of his debris pile, the pile of pine needles and other debris he made to sleep in almost every night, and rubbing his arms in an attempt to warm up. His breath came out in white puffs. "I mean, I know mornings are always cold, but not this cold. Makes me wish I hadn't let the fire die. Though I hope this is just a cold front, and not the promise of something worse. Pretty sure it's still summer after all," he mumbled, hopping up and down to get his blood pumping. Behind him leaves rustled as his slowpoke companion crawled its way out of Leo's bedding, the Pokémon having served as a personal heater during the cold night. After 2 more weeks of travel the slowpoke had gotten a little bigger and harder to carry, but conversely could walk further on its own and generated more heat at night. Since the cold front had blown in, Leo appreciated the extra warmth. He smiled when the slowpoke butted up against his leg, yawning heavily and blinking up at Leo with big, dopey eyes. "I want to get an early start today, so it's breakfast on the road." "The weather is worrying me," Leo said, bending down and scratching the slowpoke behind the ears. It let out another soft call and wandered towards the gently flowing river, about 100 feet to Leo's right. With how far down they descended in elevation while following the river he shouldn't have to worry about snow too much, and there still should be a month left until Slowking's estimation of when winter would arrive, so he was feeling pretty good about the journey, all things considered. Even if his pace had slowed significantly due to the baby slowpoke he ought to have plenty of time to make it to the city. Not that he minded the pace. Leo appreciated the slower pace, it was easier on his body and allowed him to gather more food, not to mention that caring for the little one was far easier than he had initially expected. Maybe it was because it was a wild Pokémon that it had to grow up relatively quick, but Slowpoke was almost self-sufficient at times, even finding its own food every once in a while. It still couldn't fish, despite Leo trying to show it how, but he had faith the little guy would figure it out somehow. "Still need to find a name for you though. After I figure out whether you're a boy or a girl," Leo muttered, watching the sun rise over the snow-capped mountains, igniting the white tips with the colors of orange and yellow. "OCRP," Leo said suddenly, eyes flying wide open as he stared at the snowy mountaintops. They were incredibly tall at this point, rising thousands of feet higher than Leo, to the point where the timber line could still be seen, trees ceasing to grow above it. Back in his old world snow wasn't uncommon on those kinds of peaks, even this time of year. The problem was they hadn't been white yesterday. "Buddy, we need to go," Leo called, grabbing his backpack and skarmory feather, rushing to where Slowpoke had wandered off to. Almost immediately he froze, gaping at the white creature that loomed over the little Slowpoke as it sat at its feet, looking down at it with crimson-red eyes. A single, curved, scythe-like horn curled from the side of the canine's head, and when it looked at Leo he felt his blood run cold. An Absol was not but inches away from his Slowpoke. He knew the lore of Absol, he knew what its appearance could mean, and while a part of him was ecstatic at seeing one of his favorite Pokémon of all time, he was now terrified. Can I help you?" Leo asked softly, taking a slow step forward. The Absol didn't make a sound, simply turning and slowly walking further downriver. After walking about 20 feet, however, it stopped and looked over its shoulder at him. Leo said dumbly. Did it want him to follow? It jerked its head downstream, and Leo swallowed thickly, setting his shoulders and trying his hardest to remain outwardly calm as he moved over to the Slowpoke, opened his backpack, and convinced it to slip inside, where it shuffled around a bit and closed its eyes after eating one of the 2 potato things Leo had. With a grunt of effort Leo slipped his bag back on, standing and gripping the hilt of his skarmory feather as he nodded to the Absol. It held his gaze for a moment, then promptly loped off downstream. Leo followed as best he could, legs burning as he struggled to keep up. He could almost feel the Absol's urgency with the way it constantly circled around Leo, leading him downstream and pushing him to go faster when he started to slow. Even when his legs threatened to collapse under him and his body coated itself with sweat, Leo forged ahead, crawling hand over fist when the river valley got too narrow to travel next to the water, and forcing his way through dense brush. A couple times he did let the Slowpoke out to travel alongside him as the day wore on, but it was slow and had a tendency to wander when Leo wasn't paying attention. This, in turn, forced the Absol to circle back and push Leo harder. Close to evening, Leo finally caught a glimpse of what he thought had the Absol so worried. Dark gray storm clouds were rolling in from the northwest, the barometric pressure dropping as quickly as the temperature. His breath was coming in ragged huffs as he leaned against a tree, a fourth wind, as he had already blown through his second and third winds earlier in the day after stumbling across another berry bush, spiking its way through his system, riding a wave of adrenaline as he watched the storm. Look, either you get me to where I need to go soon, or I need to start hunkering down to try and ride this storm out, Leo breathed, leaning against a boulder and relieving his shoulders of the weight of his backpack by resting it on said boulder. The Absol let out a long, slow whine, poking Leo's hip with the tip of its horn and making him yelp. Alright, I get it. Let's keep going, he huffed, standing upright and almost falling over as he unbalanced himself. He cursed his own tiredness but followed the Absol anyway. Night fell and the stars disappeared behind clouds as Leo stumbled through the tree-covered valley, chasing the white shadow that was Absol. Even his own exertion wasn't enough to keep him warm, a chill settling deep into his bones as he worked his way through the darkness. A howling wind carried daggers of frozen air with it, tormenting Leo's bare-chested form. Somewhere along the way he dropped the skarmory feather, leaving it abandoned in the forest as his fingers numbed up. He would have missed his salvation in his exhausted haze had the Absol not howled at him from the door of the long, low wooden cabin built nestled in a grove of tall pines. A fully intact cabin, with a stone chimney and windows, though no light came from inside. Leo almost sobbed in relief as he stumbled through the unlocked front door, the Absol vanishing immediately after he passed the threshold and collapsed onto the floor. For a solid 10 minutes he just lay there as he gathered his wits, closing the door behind him with his foot. It was a small, one-room cabin with a double bed close to the wall next to the cold fireplace, blankets draped over the bed itself and piled in a basket at the foot of the bed. The Slowpoke crooned from inside his backpack and Leo rolled it off his back, forcing himself to sit upright. Here, he might be able to survive the storm. He'd just need to get a fire going, which was easy enough with the split logs and kindling stacked neatly next to the fireplace. Leo didn't sleep in the bed though, instead stripping all the bedding off and throwing it into a pile before the fireplace, curling up into a ball in the huddle of blankets with Slowpoke wrapped up inside with him. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier as the wind howled outside, warmth returning to him as shadows danced on the walls and he drifted off to a dreamless sleep. That night, it snowed. Leo woke to the sound and smell of something cooking. The heavenly aroma had him salivating even before he sat bolt upright in bed, and when did he move into the bed? Last he remembered he was on the floor, eyes wide open and searching for the food being cooked. It only dawned on him after he locked eyes with the other inhabitant of the cabin that someone had to be cooking the food. "Glad to see you're alive," the woman said gruffly, raising one eyebrow at him as she stirred whatever was in the skillet she was holding, the mix of veggies and meat tossing grease and flavor into the air. Leo could practically taste it with his eyes, though the fact he had finally met another person took immediate precedence. Was Leo's eloquent response as he took in the sight of another human being. She was tall and muscular, with long brown hair pulled into a rough ponytail and wearing a black t-shirt that showed off the whipcord strength in her arms. A furret lay draped across her shoulders like a living scarf, its beady black eyes watching Leo as the woman focused on what she was cooking, eyes facing front. A fire crackled in the metal oven, not the fireplace, and filled the small cabin with a steamy warmth. "You're a smart brat, you know that. Mew knows why you're all the way out here, but you would have died had you not gotten that fire started, and curled up with all those blankets, and your slowpoke," she continued, removing the pan from the heat, setting it to the side and fixing Leo with a stare that spoke volumes as to what she was thinking. Her almost charcoal-colored eyes bored straight into Leo, and he just smiled at her. "Thank you, but I probably would have died had that Absol not shown me to the cabin," Leo said, scratching the back of his neck and kicking off the mess of blankets covering him. Sunlight filtered in through the cabin window, and Leo took a deep breath. "You know what an Absol is?" she asked. "White-furred, scythe for a horn, and a canine. Said to herald disasters, but came to warn me of one." "Yes, I know what an Absol is," Leo said, raising one eyebrow at her. "Well, that explains some things at least," the woman murmured, scratching the furret behind the ears and making it coo in response. "I've been tracking a non-native species through the mountains for a few days now, and imagine my surprise when the tracks of a young human join up with it. Followed them here and arrived an hour or two after the snowstorm hit. Pokémon tracks vanished off into the night, not that I was going much further in a snowstorm, and you were sleeping in front of the fire. But an Absol, of all bloody things, what on earth convinced you to follow an Absol?" she demanded. "It led me here," Leo said, furrowing his brows in confusion. "There was a snowstorm coming, I'm shirtless and had no supplies, and figured I had to try something to survive. The Absol seemed to want me to follow it, so I did," the woman nodded, folding her arms and smiling when Leo's eyes darted to the still sizzling pan of food. "Well, we can talk details later. First, it looks like you need to eat," she said, and Leo couldn't agree more, ignoring the aching of his limbs as he leapt to his feet and sought food. He demolished the entirety of the food she had prepared in record time, inhaling the divine goodness that was salt and pepper, sprinkled over the mess of veggies and diced meat liberally, and swearing up and down that it was the greatest thing he'd ever tasted. The woman, who named herself as Victoria, only laughed and told him to try it again after he'd eaten real food for a while. "Everything tastes better in the wild," she said, which while Leo could confirm that, he didn't much care. She apparently was not famous for her cooking, a joke which had Leo coughing on his food while he struggled not to laugh. "So, what's a kid like you doing out here anyway?" Victoria asked, seating herself on the floor while she watched Leo run his finger on the plate he had been given, determined to get every last drop of flavor. It beat everything he'd eaten so far, unseasoned foodstuff was bland. "Dunno, fell through a hole in the sky," Leo answered before he could even think. Victoria blinked at him. "What?" she asked. "I don't know," Leo clarified, looking up at her. "Got lost, I guess. Something like that anyway, I just woke up and found myself in the middle of a slowpoke herd." "Really?" Victoria said deadpan, raising her eyebrows at Leo and not masking her disbelief. "Really? The truth is stranger than fiction, I promise," Leo countered, setting his plate to the side and scratching the head of the still sleeping slowpoke as it lay curled up at the foot of the bed. "And how long have you been out here?" she asked, crossing her arms across her chest. "Months," Leo replied. At this, Victoria whistled but didn't look overly surprised. Leo supposed he looked the part of a wild child. His hair was long and undoubtedly greasy, and his clothes might as well be made of dirt and mud at this point. Her eyes lingered on the scars on his chest, left over from the Sneasel attack. They were thin and small, nothing to truly be concerned about, and Leo hadn't given the fact that they had scarred much thought. "Where are your parents?" she asked after a moment, looking back up to meet Leo's eyes. He frowned and shook his head, barely registering the dull throb of his heart when he thought of his parents. He'd never see them again, and he'd had how many months to dull that ache. He didn't even know anymore, but Leo supposed it was a blessing in disguise that he'd been so preoccupied with survival that he hadn't really had time to mourn the loss of his old world, and everything in it. "I see," Victoria said, falling silent. Leo half expected to hear her attempt comforting words, or pry deeper into the situation, but she remained silent. He was almost glad for it, considering how hollow those words would have sounded to him, and didn't that thought surprise him? For some reason Leo thought he had taken being shoved into another world better, but maybe he had just put those thoughts on the back burner, and now that he was in the presence of another person, arguably safe now, they were coming to the front. Thoughts for later. "I was on a mission to track that Absol, didn't know it was an Absol until now, so thanks for that, but I'm pretty sure this takes priority." "Come on, kid. I'll take you to the nearest police station, they'll know what to do with you," Victoria said suddenly, standing up and dusting off her green cargo brief's legs, the ferret squeaking in protest as it was jostled out of its position and leapt to the floor with a thud. "Now. Didn't it just snow?" Leo asked, raising an eyebrow at her. She laughed and threw open the cabin door, revealing the world painted in white, or so Leo expected. There had to have been at least 4 inches of snow on the ground at some point, and it was still visible in the drifts that formed near trees and boulders, but the sun was shining bright and the snow was already starting to melt off. Some patches of ground were even bare now, if a little muddy. "Late summer snows aren't that uncommon in the Silver Mountains, kid. It's already 60 degrees outside, and the snow will be melted off by nightfall," she explained, grabbing a red jacket from where it lay crumpled on the floor and tossing it to Leo, but not before taking a handful of red and white orbs out of the pockets, sticking them into her brief's pockets. "Wear that, since you don't have a shirt. It'll keep the wind off." Thanks," Leo muttered, fanning out the jacket and scanning it momentarily. It was plain, a simple red jacket made of a thick, demon-like material that he quickly struggled on. It was too big, the sleeves dwarfed his arms, but Leo was at least glad he had something to wear again. "Bran here will get us to the nearest town in just a few hours, so jump on and hang on tight," Victoria said, pulling one faded pokeball from her pocket and releasing a 3-headed bird in a flash of red light. Leo blinked, awestruck by the sight of a Pokémon materializing before him for the first time. The Dodrio cawed sharply, 2 of the 3 heads pecking at the middle one before Victoria snapped her fingers, the sharp sound immediately gaining the attention of all of its heads. "Behave yourself," she chided, brushing a hand against the Dodrio's flank and glancing back, smirking. Leo tried, and failed, to wipe the gobsmacked look off his face. That big bird, easily 6 feet tall, had just appeared out of thin air, and it looked much cooler than in the games. Much like a 3-headed ostrich, but meaner and with far longer and sharper beaks, and feathers the color the rich brown chocolate. As much as he had known academically that this would happen, he still wasn't prepared for it. "You want me to ride him?" Leo asked rhetorically, meeting the gaze of all 3 of the Dodrio's heads. The middle head snapped its beak at him irritably, and he took a calm, not at all intimidated step back. "Like I said, Bran should be able to get us to town in just a few hours," Victoria said, amusement clear in her voice as she casually smacked the beak of the middle head. "So just come here, hop on, and let's go." "Let me grab my stuff at least," Leo protested, glancing back into the cabin to look at his backpack and the sleeping slowpoke. Hurry up then, Victoria said impatiently, waving Leo forward. After a brief moment Leo scrambled, darting into and about the cabin as he picked up his scattered supplies. Apparently in his exhausted haze he didn't have the presence of mind to keep most of his backpack together, so it was all over the place. Thankfully Archibald's book was still where it was supposed to be though. Once he darted out of the cabin, Slowpoke strapped into his backpack once more and shoes crunching the snow underfoot, Victoria grabbed him by the collar and bodily hauled him onto the back of Bran, the Dodrio hardly even flinching at Leo's weight. Said boy briefly scowled at the casual reminder of how small he was now, but that was shoved out of his head when Victoria patted Bran's side, the three-headed bird crouching slightly to allow her on behind him. No saddle. Can Bran carry both of us? Leo asked, placing his hands in the spaces between the Dodrio's three necks to brace himself as it rose back to full height. Victoria wrapped one arm around his waist as she shifted behind him. Nah, no need for a saddle. You weigh hardly anything, and Bran here's a big boy. He can take it, she said gruffly, whistling sharply. Bran lurched forward with a shriek, a caw, and a coo as the third head turned around and pecked affectionately at Victoria, who batted the head away. Leo bounced up and down a bit as Bran worked up speed, a relatively warm wind brushing through Leo's hair as it bound through the river valley, leaping clear over large boulders and bushes. Leo laughed aloud, any hesitation vanishing and replaced by a manic grin as the Dodrio sprinted down the length of the river. This was, undeniably, fun. Leo was starting to get annoyed. The first day had been a blur. Victoria had got him to town, he'd checked in with the police station and at the small clinic built in the small mountain town, he'd been given some actual clothes even if they were hand-me-downs from the station lost and found, and then he'd eaten a hamburger. He didn't even know what kind of meat it was, but he had inhaled that thing quicker than he could breathe in, fries and all. It was divine, and heavenly, and Leo had almost swooned. That had been the highlight of his day beyond, arriving in a town and taking a shower. He had to have spent at least an hour, just letting the hot water run over him. It was nice, having modern amenities again. Lights at night so he could do things other than sleep or fiddle with sticks in the firelight, and air conditioning during the day so he didn't get too hot. Yes, it was nice. Too bad he didn't have any money so he could buy food. He wanted sweets, so freaking bad. Later the police had allowed him to spend the night in the clinic, which he abhorred, sleeping in an uncomfortable cot-like bed while surrounded by the unnaturally sterile scents of the clinic, though it was better than his pine needle bed, after which followed today. The day Leo told them his story, and about finding Archibald Oak's journal. He hadn't been expecting the upset that would cause. At first the police hadn't believed him, but when he showed them the book and essentially proved that it was the ex-champion's journal they got real excited real quick. They grilled him over his story for hours, and when the media somehow caught wind of the entire thing, well, that led to his current situation, where he stuck to his room in the clinic more to hide from reporters and more questions than for any other reason. I regret even mentioning this stupid book, Leo grumbled, rubbing his forehead to fight off the budding headache as he sat on the clinic bed. He had forgotten how tiring people could be. Well, I wouldn't have been able to warn you against it really, Victoria said from where she stood next to the clinic room door, her furret curled up around her feet. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be hiding this kind of secret. But I suppose it's to be expected, finding the journal of an ex-champion is a big deal, kid. You don't say, Leo drawled, fixing Victoria with a dry look. She had been the first human contact he had ever received in this world, and Leo was just glad she had stuck around. Even if it was, in her own words. Until he was dealt with. Something about her duty. Leo wasn't sure, though he'd had a grand old time going melons for tat with her. She was a sarcastic JRK, just like him. Well, the best is yet to come, Victoria said cryptically, pushing herself off the wall and stretching, her back popping audibly. Joy, Leo muttered, holding his head in his hands. After a brief moment a thought occurred to him, and Leo looked up. Let me guess, Professor Oak himself is coming to verify whether or not the journal is his father's. Thankfully it had been confirmed earlier that Archibald had, in fact, been the father of Samuel Oak, just like Leo had suspected. As if on cue, the door clicked open and in walked a clean-shaven man with graying hair and wearing a thick brown jacket. His eyes traced the room quickly, settling on Victoria. A smile split his face as he stepped forward, extending a hand for her to shake. "Ah, Victoria. It is good to see you again. How goes the training?" the older gentleman asked. The younger woman smiled at him and shook his hand genially, her bicep bulging as she squeezed his hand tightly. To the man's credit, however, he didn't even flinch, which immediately gave Leo respect for the man. Victoria's grip was no joke. "Well enough, I suppose, so long as I don't keep getting interrupted." "How have you been, Professor?" Victoria asked, and Leo's eyes widened as he fixated a stare at the older man, who he could only assume was Professor Oak. Now that he looked, he still couldn't quite make out the resemblance from the anime. He was much younger, for one, and his hair hadn't quite gone fully gray yet. His brown hair was peppered with gray streaks, true, but it wasn't all gray yet, and, for another thing, it was hard to replace a real person with a cartoon character. "Well enough, I suppose. Not what I was expecting to be doing today, but I suppose I can't complain about it. Still had to wrap up a few things before I hopped on Mizuchi, my Dragonite, but I got here quick as I could," he said, releasing Victoria's hand and turning to Leo. "Speaking of which, I suppose you're Leo?" he asked. Yes, sir," Leo said, standing and extending a hand to Professor Oak. He smiled and took Leo's hand, being gentle with his grip despite Leo ensuring he had a firm grip. Once again Leo was reminded of how small he was now, and once again he found himself utterly frustrated by it. They were treating him like a child, and while that may work out well for him in the legal sense, what with him needing an entire new identity now, it did nothing for his pride. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Leo. I am Professor Samuel Oak. I hear you found my father's journal?" he asked slowly, and Leo nodded, pointing to the worn, leather-bound journal. "It's right there," Leo said. Oak smiled at Leo and moved over to the book, carefully stepping over the sleeping Slowpoke, who was sprawled out on the floor, and gingerly grabbing it. Leo watched with bated breath as Oak flipped it open, eyes scanning the contents yet his face remaining perfectly neutral. "It is indeed my father's. I recognize the signature and the writing style from his old reports," Oak said after a few minutes, flipping to the front cover and running his hand along the page. "Where on earth did you find this?" he asked, turning back to Leo. "In a cave. It was hidden inside a backpack, next to Mr. Oak's skeleton. There was a cave-in, he was crushed. I do also have the remains of his Pokémon's Pokeballs though. It was his last action to release his team," Leo said, suddenly remembering the rusted Pokeballs he had discovered and diving into his backpack, which was hanging from the foot of the bed, after them. He pulled the 2-ball out after a brief moment, handing them over. Oak accepted the rusted balls silently, broken open as they were, and flipped them over and over. His fingers traced one section of the ball almost reverently, and though Leo thought for a moment he could see Oak's hand shake, but that could have been his mind playing tricks on him. Still, watching Oak was starting to get to him. It made him think of his own family. He had just given Professor Oak some sort of closure to his father's disappearance, but Leo? He wouldn't be able to hear the voices of his parents ever again. "Thank you, this means a lot to me," Oak said, meeting Leo's eyes. Leo shrugged carelessly and averted his gaze, looking at the bed and resisting the urge to fidget uncomfortably. The appreciation in Oak's voice touched Leo a bit closer to home than he had expected. "Yeah, well, I would do a lot to hear my father's voice again, so I thought, you might want the same, or something," Leo said, immediately regretting what came out of his mouth. "That wasn't what you wanted to say. What you wanted to say was, it was the right thing to do," he mentally yelled at himself. "Well, sorry, but I panicked and that's what I said, just roll with it," he argued back. Oak turned out to be Leo's saving grace from himself, as he sighed and sat down on the bed, unzipping his jacket. "That does bring up a good point, Leo. How did you end up in the Silver Mountains anyway?" Oak asked. I fell through a hole in the sky, Leo drawled without thinking, snapping his mouth shut and once more cursing himself at his thoughtless comment. It was easy enough to play of as a joke though, at least, that was what he expected to have to do. Instead he watched Oak narrow his eyes and lean forward on the bed, clasping his hands together and smiling a little too, genuinely to be a real smile. His gaze flickered to Victoria, who nodded. The interaction made Leo frown, then curse himself as he remembered a few things. He'd made a few comments about the hole in the sky and Lunala, more accurately described as, in his own words, the stupid bat made of stars, with Victoria around. She must have some connection with Oak, who had enough information to piece it all together. What, it's just a joke, Leo grumbled half-heartedly, figuring he might as well try to pass it off. No, it's not, Oak said, smiling thinly. Leo, I need you to be very detailed on what you remember, okay? This is important. You said you fell through a hole in the sky, can you describe it for me? Leo felt his nerves spike, and he narrowed his eyes, meeting Oak's gaze and trying to gauge his reaction. The seriousness in his gaze. It was a big hole in the sky that showed the stars in the middle of the day, Leo said slowly. Honestly didn't think anyone would take me seriously when I said it. What made you? Oak didn't immediately answer, sharing a look with Victoria who shrugged. Indecision marred Oak's expression for a brief moment before he sighed and shook his head. What I'm about to tell you is to be a secret, okay? Don't tell anyone, Oak said, and Leo nodded, choosing to ignore Oak's tone, like he was speaking to a child. That hole in the sky you fell through, we believe to be something called an ultra-wormhole. It's a phenomena that only recently has begun to be researched, and my cousin is spearheading the research in Alola. The specifics aren't important, but your mentioning of a bat made of stars, and the hole in the sky were too coincidental to pass up, Oak explained softly. The fact is, you may be in an entirely different world than where you were born, Victoria said bluntly, and Oak shot her a withering glare. Leo, on the other hand, kept his expression neutral. Tell me something I don't know. He scoffed mentally. Better to get it over with now, Professor, she said with a shrug. I'm pretty sure I understand, Leo said, cutting of the conversation. I kind of floated around for a while in ultraspace for a while, I'm pretty sure. Was an interesting experience. You know about ultraspace? Oak asked, surprised. Information about it wasn't exactly restricted where I'm from, but I don't know a lot, Leo said quickly, thinking fast. Already his secret was out, far quicker than he had anticipated, so he needed to come clean in a way. It would be easier to share some of his knowledge and twist a story around the half-truths than it would be to forge a backstory of lies. Especially with psychic Pokémon around, Leo had no idea whether they could tell if he was lying or not. Of course, there were some parts he would leave out though. Things like being from a world where Pokémon was a video game, or him actually being much older than his current body would suggest. Those are best left unsaid. That makes things easier, Victoria said after a moment, raising her eyebrows at Leo. I can't tell you much more about the wormholes other than what I just said, other than that they lead to parallel worlds or something. I think people can pass through them with some equipment and such, though there's a lot of room for error from what I remember. You never know where you might end up. I do know that the legendary Pokémon Solgaleo and Lunala was actually the one who snagged me out of ultraspace and dropped me in the mountains, can travel freely through ultraspace though, Leo explained. A small nudge against his leg had him looking down to see Slowpoke banging his head against his leg. The pink creature looked up at him with dopey eyes and cooed softly, in the way he always did when he was hungry. At least I know he's a he now, Leo thought to himself. A kind nurse had confirmed it for him, and showed him how to tell a Slowpoke's gender. I see. And you said you were in the Silver Mountains for a number of months, correct? That would put you there sometime around early spring? Oak asked. I'm pretty sure it was the day of the spring equinox, or something like that. Your dad Slowking was the one who helped me figure that out, Leo said casually. Longinus is still alive. Oak barked, sitting bolt upright and making Leo flinch with the outburst. Yes, and so is Tyrus. So, Longinus is Sloking's name then? He never actually told me what it was. It might be a good idea for you to go visit him. He was pretty adamant that I help return Archibald's book to you. He'd probably be able to give you more closure than I ever could, Leo said, moving over to sit on the plastic stool set in the corner of the clinic room, right next to one of the cabinets. Oak pressed his index and thumb to the bridge of his nose and let out a breath, shaking his head. Let's take one thing at a time here. My father can wait, we need to figure out your situation first. You are aware then of your own circumstances, Oak asked, looking up at Leo. Sort of. I was kind of raised in a backwater, not a lie, Leo added mentally, I was raised in a small town. And I never really got to see much of the world or anything, so I might be pretty ignorant about things, which was more of a lie. He'd actually traveled a whole bunch in his old world. I see, Oak said. I must say, you are taking this remarkably well. I've had 6 months to come to terms with it all. It's not perfect, but I'm managing, Leo admitted with a shrug. Oak was silent for a moment then, the quiet cut abruptly short when his phone started to ring. The older man blinked and pulled the device out of his pocket. It looked vaguely reminiscent of what Leo remembered a Pokédex looking like, scowling at the front screen for just a moment before standing and giving Leo an apologetic look. Sorry, I have to take this. Give me just a moment, please, Oak said, tapping the phone and answering it with a hello, as he swiftly exited the room. Leo blinked in surprise and glanced at Victoria, who shrugged. He's an important man, she said, pushing herself off the wall and moving to the door. Give me a moment and I'll be back. See if I can't get your slowpoke any food. Want anything? She asked. Chocolate, Leo answered immediately, having been craving that since he woke up. Next on his agenda would be ice cream, but eating so many heavy foods too quickly would be hard on his stomach too, so Leo had to pace himself lest he face the wrath of a stomachache. If there is any, I want chocolate. Of course you do, Victoria said with a snort. Gypsy will stay here to keep you company, I won't be long, she said, her ferret raising her head when Victoria said her name to watch her trainer leave. Leo hummed as his slowpoke once again butted his head against his leg, calling out once more in a desperate bid for attention. Well, that was something, he said, bending down and picking up the slowpoke, absently scratching his head as he pondered what had just transpired. Things had gone remarkably well, he thought. All that was left now was to become a trainer or find some way to support himself, so he wasn't mooching off of the kindness of strangers. That sort of thing left a bad taste in his mouth, after all. Well? Victoria's voice cut the silence of the empty lounge as Oak snapped his phone shut, sighing heavily. The older man looked up at the younger woman and sighed. That was Giovanni. He's just being nosy again, asking if it is truly my father's journal. Makes sense that he would be interested, in a way, as this little town is technically in the jurisdiction of Viridian, Oak answered, rubbing his forehead. Dealing with Giovanni always gave him a headache, even if their conversations were usually pleasant. He didn't know why, but it always felt like he had to keep his guard up around the Viridian City gym leader. That's not what I care about, but okay, Victoria deadpanned, crossing her arms across her chest and arcing an eyebrow at Oak, who shook his head. I'm wondering what you think of the boy's story. He is telling the truth. Alakazam was monitoring his brainwaves the entire time, and most everything he said was truthful, Oak answered. Even the timing of his appearance in the Silver Mountains matches the timing of ultraspace-related phenomena Samson, your father, recorded in Alola. Around the spring equinox, of course. Victoria grunted, pulling a crumpled wad of bills out of her pocket and feeding one into one of the lobby vending machines, forcing the wrinkled bill into the feeder when it didn't want to accept it. Oak watched her struggle with the machine for a moment, the woman gradually getting more and more frustrated as it continually refused to accept her money. Sometimes it was hard to connect the image of her with her father, his own cousin Samson Oak, in his head. Her drive to train and become stronger was nothing like her father, who desired nothing more than to research and spread knowledge, nor was her short temper anything like the genial Samson Oak. The smart thing to do would be to hand him over to Interpol. They're the ones who handle ultraspace-related incidents, as few and far between as those are, Oak continued, speaking more to himself than to anyone else. Victoria slammed a fist against the vending machine, grumbling angrily to herself as it finally accepted her bills. "But you know exactly what they're going to do with him if you do that," Victoria said, punching in a number on the machine. "What was that poor girl's name again?" Oak internally winced upon Victoria bringing that up. He recalled how excited Samson had been when a girl had appeared out of an ultra wormhole, and how equally devastated he'd been when said girl, untrained as she was killed not but a few months later on a mission for the international police. "I don't recall." "Samson would know," Oak said, shaking his head. The newly dubbed UB project, spearheaded by Interpol, was a hot mess in Oak's humble opinion. Ever since Alola had opened up to the leagues 10 years ago, Interpol and other interregional organizations had become supremely interested in the island's happenings, especially in the ultra-wormhole phenomena. Oak himself was only privy to certain information regarding said phenomena because they had consulted him on the appearance of legendary-class Pokémon, dubbed Ultra Beasts, a few years prior. "What I do know is that I cannot, in good conscience, condemn a child to the sort of life Interpol would consign him to," Oak continued, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Interpol had started the UB project to combat these ultra beasts in the same way they had entire squadrons dedicated to combating legendaries, should those Pokémon ever threaten human civilization. He knew very little about the UB project other than that, it was more the jurisdiction of his cousin Samson, but what he did know was that ultra beasts were drawn to the energy given off by ultra wormholes, and those who passed through the wormholes retained some of that energy. Which, while Kanto was nowhere near the hot spot, and wasn't that a misnomer, considering the rarity of the phenomenon, for ultra wormholes that Alola was, meant Leo had a very real chance of being chased down by legendary-class Pokémon for the rest of his life. Interpol would try to prepare him and train him for that, but, if their prior history held true, Interpol would most definitely toss him into the fray without any training whatsoever if they thought it necessary. "Earth to Professor Oak, you still in there?" Victoria's voice broke Professor Oak out of his thoughts, jolting the old man back to awareness. "I was asking what your plan is. I don't know anything about these holes in the sky other than what you've told me, which isn't a lot." "Are they dangerous?" she asked. "No, not particularly. What comes out of them, on the other hand, are potentially very dangerous," Oak admitted. "And are you 100% certain that he came out of one of the ultra wormholes?" Victoria pressed, making Oak pause, then shake his head. "The fact that he knows what an ultra wormhole is makes me want to say yes, but the only way to be certain would be to test him for the energy ultra wormholes give off," Oak muttered, rubbing his chin in thought. "I'll probably need to keep an eye on him regardless, though." "Because he found your father's journal," Victoria said, bending down to pull a chocolate bar out of the vending machine. "Partly, yes," Oak said. "But I am not sure if helping him is the right choice in this situation. There are too many variables to take into account." Victoria hummed and shrugged her shoulders, one hand resting on her belt of pokeballs. "Take your time to think about what you're going to do. He's shown interest in being a trainer, you know, so you might be able to help him there. Hell, he seems pretty smart. Could probably become a youngster if he tried," she said, turning to head out of the empty lobby. Oak scowled at the idea. The legal age in which one could become a trainer was 14, though that limit could be circumvented by taking a test to get a youngster license, a license that essentially allowed anyone under the age of 14 to become a trainer provided they stick to certain rules and remain on designated routes. Oak had been against the law allowing youngster licenses being passed, and he was all for the growing movement to repeal said bill now. Anything younger than 14 was too young to be allowed to train the powerful beings known as Pokémon. Unfortunately, Leo being skilled enough to survive in the wild for 6 months on his own, in addition to his perceived maturity, would most likely allow the young boy to pass the test. Too many children had died as a result of that law for Oak to be comfortable allowing that. "Well, let's just keep it to myself then," Oak thought, sticking his hands in his pockets and feeling the familiar, comfortable shapes of his team's pokeballs. If he doesn't know all the options, then he won't be able to choose the youngster license. Leo hadn't known what he had been expecting when he met Giovanni for the first time, but it hadn't been what he found. He had been searching for Professor Oak for the past hour or so, his freshly named slowpoke, Santiago, following at his heels. He'd found a solution for his predicament in the form of the youngster license. Wasn't the news a wonderful thing? Even if all it did was disparage said license, rightfully so, in Leo's opinion, at least it gave him the information he needed to circumvent the age 14 trainer restriction, and wanted to push the idea onto Oak. He knew the man probably wouldn't like the idea, as Leo was just a kid in Oak's eyes, but if he had proved anything at all it was that he could take care of himself. So, he searched Oak out, tried to think of a convincing argument, and ran into the group of Oak, Victoria, and a well-dressed man he came to know as Giovanni having an intense discussion by the river. "Is not any of your business, Giovanni," Oak said in a firm tone, crossing his arms and glaring at the sharply dressed man. Leo's eyebrows rose at the name, and he faltered in his steps as he observed the leader of Team Rocket. His first impression? The man was classy. His charcoal-colored suit was immaculate, while the silver wristwatch he wore spoke of wealth. The way he held himself, back straight, shoulders set but not over-exaggerated, projected an air of cool confidence that left Leo with little doubt he could be the leader of the Pokémon equivalent of the Mafia. "Of course not, forgive my curiosity. It is simply not every day one gets to examine the records of a former champion," Giovanni said coolly, a placating smile on his face. "There's a reason for that. Champions like to keep their secrets," Victoria grunted out. "All MSTRS like their secrets, Victoria. Including both you and myself," Giovanni countered coolly, turning to smile at the woman and, with that motion, spotting Leo. "Would that happen to be?" he asked, looking back at Oak and indicating Leo. "Ah, Leo. I thought you were doing research, was it?" Oak asked as more of a statement. "Yeah, I was looking up stuff about Tyranitar but I got distracted," Leo said, eyeing Giovanni. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous knowing he was approaching a literal mafia boss, but having Professor Oak and Victoria there, Oak being an ex-champion and Victoria apparently being a MSTR of the normal type, which Leo hadn't realized was a rank, not just a title, until Oak spelled it out for him, made it a bit easier to bear. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Leo. My name is Giovanni, leader of the Viridian Gym," the man himself said, stepping around Victoria to greet Leo, who looked up at him silently. Giovanni stood a good head and a half taller than him, clean-shaven and with immaculately groomed hair, his calculating gray eyes maintaining a respectful eye contact. Leo resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow at him, but extended his hand in greeting regardless. "Leo. It's a pleasure," he said. Giovanni smiled and shook his hand, giving him a proper, firm handshake. "Your story has gripped the hearts of many, young Leo. Surviving the Silver Mountains for 6 months, without a Pokémon partner no less. Even experienced rangers may have trouble with that," Giovanni praised, though Leo doubted rangers would even get themselves into that situation in the first place. Plus, he had gotten lucky. Extremely lucky. "Thanks, but it was a lot of luck involved," Leo said with a shrug, gently shoving Santiago away as the small slowpoke tried to eat his shoe, foot and all. "Knock it off, Santiago," he muttered, glancing down at the slowpoke. "You finally named your slowpoke?" Victoria asked, picking up on the name. Leo nodded, grinning as he remembered how he had come up with that name. "Yeah, it's actually quite the story. While I was reading something he was down by the river, right? He's down there for at least a good half an hour, so when I finish reading I go down there to find him, only to see him digging his feet into the ground as he struggled up the hill, tail in the water, and the biggest freaking Magikarp I've ever seen hanging onto it. I honestly could only stand there as he struggled his way up the hill, pulling the Magikarp that was easily twice his size out of the water, where he just plopped down and stared up at me. The Magikarp ended up letting go of his tail and flopping away, but it was still pretty funny. Anyway, Santiago was a famous fisherman I'd read about back home, so that's how he got the name, Leo explained, bending down and rubbing Santiago's head fondly. It had been a good 2 hours since then, so Santiago had enough time for a nap and to regain some energy. Hence why he was now following Leo around, rather than being carried. Slowpoke are known for the fishing talents, Professor Oak allowed, smiling tiredly. What brings you here though, Leo? He asked, and Leo blinked, having momentarily forgotten his purpose. I was reading the newspaper today, and had an idea. Why don't I apply for the youngster license? I've got the survival skills for training, and I'm pretty sure I'd be able to pass any test that may be given to me, Leo said bluntly, foregoing mentioning that basic Pokémon knowledge may be lost on him. Things like habits of rarer or more dangerous Pokémon, or how they used their abilities and whatnot. But that was what the internet and libraries were for, and it wasn't like Leo couldn't learn. That's probably a pretty arrogant thought, Leo realized after a moment. I can't learn everything by myself, and just because I got lucky for those 6 months doesn't mean that trend will continue. Not that I'm looking for a repeat either, he grumbled to himself. No, Oak said flatly, and Leo winced. He'd been expecting that, he'd admit, but had been hoping Oak would think otherwise. With his skills it would be a cakewalk for him to pass the test, the practical exam, anyway. His Pokémon would be a problem, however, Giovanni added thoughtfully, earning himself a glare from Oak. The Slowpoke is a little young to be used in battles, Victoria said, and Leo wilted a bit further. That was true, but he could always catch a Pidgey or something to use until Santiago grew up, right? Using a Pokeball should make the capture process much easier. Regardless, it is not a good idea for you to begin your journey so young, Leo, Oak said. Especially not one in your position. Leo frowned at that and scratched the back of his head, agreeing now that he thought about it but still unsure what else to do. He couldn't work, too young, and it wasn't like he could expect the winnings of a trainer would cover all of his expenses. But on the flip side, there was no way in hell he was going back to school for another 4 years. He'd done that song and dance, and in no way, shape, or form did he want to revisit his elementary middle high school years again. It wasn't like he could ask Oak to take care of him for the next few years, either. That wouldn't be fair to the man, regardless of whether Leo found Archibald's journal or not. Sure, Leo would like some help from the kind professor, but still. Indeed. Funds for orphans don't extend that far, after all, Giovanni said. Training can get expensive, just as it is lucrative. Leo sighed and nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. He hadn't given up, not yet, but there was definitely some more thinking he had to do. Ways to make money so he wasn't dependent on the generosity of Professor Oak. Heck, he needed to see if there was some sort of league-sponsored fund for people in a situation similar to his. Meaning, people without backing. He could always join my trainer initiative, Giovanni suggested casually, and Leo whipped his head to look at the man so fast his neck popped. Coming from anyone else, that statement was innocuous, or perhaps hopeful. Coming from Giovanni? Leo was suspicious. Seeing as he was a mob boss, it was likely he used this trainer initiative for some purpose involving Team Rocket. What's that? Leo asked, and Giovanni smiled knowingly. It is a program I am supporting in Viridian. It aids young trainers in becoming the absolute best they can be, teaching and training them for when they might, eventually, start their journeys, Giovanni explained. Oak's snort of amusement caught Leo's attention, but his gaze remained fixed on Giovanni, his mind processing what he heard and filing it away for later perusal. He didn't actually know if Giovanni was genuinely being chivalrous here or if there was some underlying scheme. What he did know was that he needed to warn Professor Oak about Giovanni potentially being the leader of Team Rocket. The trainer's initiative was sending up all kinds of red flags. Perhaps a screening process, for potential grunts. I do not think that will be necessary, Giovanni. I intend to bring Leo back to Pallet Town, at least for a while, Oak said firmly, earning himself another look from Leo. He hadn't been told anything about plans for the future yet. The legendary Samuel Oak is intending to tutor a child. Now that is interesting news indeed, Giovanni said humorously, making Victoria chuckle for whatever reason and Oak frown. Relax, Professor, I am not one to spread gossip. I leave that to the gossip mongers, of course. Their reach extends far enough even without my aid, Giovanni said with a laugh that sounded like he had enough experience with the topic. Even Oak cracked a bitter smile, nodding his head in agreement. Leo glanced down at Santiago, gently shoving him away from Giovanni's lacquered black shoes with his foot. Don't try to eat Giovanni's shoes, you little idiot, Leo thought with a shake of his head. I've attracted enough of his attention as it is. The next day Leo sat in Oak's lab, still blinking away the disorientation of being teleported an hour prior as he sat on a cold, metal table, bare-chested and many wires and monitoring devices attached to his body. Professor Oak sat staring at a computer screen directly to Leo's right, his fingers typing at blazing speed as he constructed an algorithm, as he had called it, while the man's alakazam levitated cross-legged in front of Leo, watching him curiously. So, what are we doing again? Leo asked. Wormhole energy, Professor Oak replied as he stared at the screen, absolutely no help at all. He'd been like this for the past half an hour, after ushering Leo inside his lab and doing a few things to prepare for whatever test he wanted to run. Leo frowned and scratched at one of the pads on his chest, wiggling uncomfortably. This was all kinds of weird. Fret not, youngling. Oak simply wishes to understand the effects of traveling through the spacetier. He fears it may have effects on your body, a voice whispered inside Leo's head. He jumped about a foot into the air at the suddenness and strangeness of the event, noticing the voice as not his own, not because he could tell the difference between the voice and his own inner thoughts, but because he knew his own mind, and he didn't construct sentences like that. Was that you? He whispered to the alakazam, earning himself a nod and an amused smile from the psychic type. It is a pleasure to finally speak with you, friend of the slowpokes. I did not expect your mind to be so mature, upon first touching it, alakazam said. I'll take that as a compliment, Leo thought back, remembering his interaction with Queen and making the sentence the foremost thought in his mind, almost burning the words into his subconscious so the alakazam could read it. He didn't know how psychic powers worked here, so he figured he'd just test it out to find the boundaries. It is indeed. Tell me, for I am interested, what is it you wish to do in this world? Alakazam asked, and Leo frowned. The question itself was simple, but that was not all the alakazam was asking. The full weight of its curiosity was imposed on that question, pressing down on Leo's mind and enfolding it like a blanket, wrapping it in the emotions the alakazam felt, curiosity, excitement, concern, wonder, and the depth of the question itself. It wasn't just asking what Leo wanted to do casually, it meant it down from the very fundamental level of Leo's being. What was it he wanted? Leo's mind screeched to a halt as he considered the question, no real words coming to mind. There was much he wanted to do. And to give full credit to how he felt about the situation, he figured putting it to words would not do it justice. So, Leo did what he did with Queen, and brought forth all his emotions on the matter. He thought of finding Jack, his best friend whom he wondered if he would ever see again, he thought of finding his own purpose in the world, tied to the feeling of having his old life, and any purpose he found therein, stripped away, he thought of warmth of family, of the intense joy he found in exploring the world. Leo remembered playing for the Bellisum and watching Tyrus fight, but most of all he impressed his own idea of what he must do in the face of adversity. Stand up, and keep going. Alakazam was silent for a moment, regarding Leo as it parsed through his thoughts, eyes glowing blue for brief moments. Finally, it nodded. I do doubt my friend will allow one as young as you leave on a journey so early. Him allowing you to leave before you have reached 14 years of age would be nothing short of a miracle from you, Alakazam said. Leo smiled. It's a good thing I'm not actually 10 then, isn't it? He asked, and the Alakazam smiled. We will see, it said cryptically, and said no more. Leo was silent as well, trying his hardest to not think as he sat on that table, occasionally scratching at the wires and watching Oak as he typed away like a madman, examining whatever he was finding with intense scrutiny. It was another good hour before Professor Oak finally finished, standing up and rubbing his eyes tiredly. Leo had long since laid down, content to nap even though the table was anything but comfortable, though he still opened one eye at Oak's movement. Seems like there's no serious abnormalities. He does radiate wormhole energy, but on a scale that seems manageable. Still no guarantee, but, Mary, would you go over this again with me? I want to make sure I'm looking at this right, he muttered. The alakazam, whose name was apparently Mary, floated forward and peered over Oak's shoulder. Leo frowned, something about that statement tugging at a memory in his head. But what was it? Something about the wormhole energy Oak mentioned, but he couldn't quite recall all the details of the Sun and Moon games, and he never really watched the anime. After a few moments Professor Oak sighed and stood, stretching and groaning, which in turn prompted Leo to sit up. I am getting too old to be sitting in this chair all the time, he grumbled, turning and smiling at Leo. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes, however. The good news, Leo, is that traveling through ultraspace didn't have any unforeseen consequences on your body. We already knew you were healthy enough due to the medical exams you took, but I just wanted to do a deeper scan just in case. Good to know, Leo said, nodding. What happens now then? All you told me was that we were coming to Pallet Town, not what was going to happen after. Professor Oak hummed, pinching the bridge of his nose and wincing. I will not lie to you, Leo, your situation is precarious and unique. There is a chance legendary class Pokémon may come through an ultra wormhole and chase after you, due to you also having come through a wormhole, Leo isekai'd in a deep breath, eyes widening. How could he have forgotten such a crucial piece of information from the games? Sure, it was just, like, one line in the post-game that said Ultra Beasts did that, and he hadn't played that game in years, but still. Which leaves us here. In Pallet you will be relatively safe, my team from my champion days still resides around the ranch, and we have enough firepower to fight off a legendary if need be. Victoria, too, is near elite level, though she is in town with less frequency than I. It would not be a bad idea for you to get a youngster license, if that is your wish, but I still advise against it. Of course, there is always Giovanni's trainer initiative, Oak rattled off, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Leo chewed his lip for a moment then, his mind made up, nodded. Outing Giovanni would cause insane ripples, no matter what version of the world he was in, but it would be remiss of Leo to not do anything, either. Not Giovanni. In my world, he was the leader of a terrorist organization called Team Rocket, Leo said bluntly, giving Oak pause. You're joking, he deadpanned, and Leo shook his head. That's news. I will take that into due consideration, he said, falling silent for a moment. Leo allowed the man to absorb the bombshell he dropped, but eventually his patience wore thin and he cleared his throat. You were saying about the youngster license and stuff? Leo asked, eyes flicking to Mary for any hints as to his thoughts. Mary shrugged, giving him no information to go off of. He decided, however, to assume that Oak would fight him on getting the license, even though there really was only one choice for Leo here. He had to get strong enough to fight off any ultra beasts that may come after him. If he didn't, that was dangerous not only for himself, but for all those around him. It wasn't like Oak could dedicate his life to protecting Leo, nor did he want that. In fact, Leo realized, he was treating the news much like he had thought about his own survival in the mountains. Either he got better and polished his skills, or things go haywire. Simple. Right, that. I'll see what I can do about Giovanni though, you do understand that we cannot make a move against him without proper evidence. Even more so if he is in charge of a team, Oak warned, and Leo nodded. He expected nothing less. Good, good. Where was I? Right, Leo's options. Thank you, Mary. I want the youngster license, Leo blurted out, cutting the man off. If legendary Pokémon will come after me, I don't want to put anyone else in danger. So, I should travel, gather a team, and get stronger while I can, he said. Oak tried, and failed, to hide a grimace. I can let you take the test, but what if you fail, he asked. Leo hummed thoughtfully. I can take the test once every 3 to 6 months, right? I'll probably study, then keep taking it until I pass, Leo reasoned. It's not like Santiago can battle right now anyway. I need to pass that test if, for no other reason, than to get a combat-ready Pokémon. I believe the article said something about handing out starters to trainers even if they already have a pet, right? Does Santiago count as a pet? Tell you what. Pass the test, and you go on your journey. Fail, and you can stick around and help out around the ranch. We could always use more help, and I was raising grow live litters by your age, Oak reasoned. Leo's eyebrows raised and he once more glanced at Mary, whose expression was unreadable. This was suspicious, but, helping out around a Pokémon lab? This was an opportunity, wasn't it? This way, Leo almost wouldn't mind if he failed, almost. He'd be sad if Oak sabotaged him somehow. Deal, Leo said, shaking Oak's outstretched hand. The older man smiled, and Leo inwardly scowled as he ripped off all the monitoring equipment still strapped to him and followed Oak out the room. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, for Santiago, the older man said, pulling a red and white orb out of his coat pocket and handing it to Leo. His irritation momentarily forgotten, Leo accepted the Pokeball and stared at the metal ball almost reverently. You can officially catch him now, if you want. He'll be registered to me until you get a license, but transferring a Pokémon to another trainer is a relatively pain-free process. There's a few things I want to catch up on since I'm back in the lab. I'll show you around a bit later, and show you where you'll be sleeping, Oak said, planting a hand on Leo's head and ruffling his hair. Leo scowled at him but the professor didn't see, having already moved off to talk to another white-robed lab assistant to talk about whatever. Leo shook his head and headed out of the lab, following the long, white-tiled hall out to the lobby where Santiago was keeping himself entertained with the help of the friendly secretary, the brown-haired man casually tossing a small, blue ball across the room for the little slowpoke to trundle after. Acts more like a dog than anything else, Leo thought, amused, as he watched Santiago bat the ball into the wall with his head. Thanks, Leo said to the secretary, nodding to him before kneeling down next to Santiago, pressing the center button on the Pokeball and nearly dropping it when it expanded. Now, how does this work? Do I just, Leo muttered, pressing the ball against Santiago and dropping it when it snapped open, sking the slowpoke in with a flash of red light. It didn't wiggle. No lights blinked. Instead the ball just sat there, and, to the soft congratulations of the secretary, Leo sarcastically congratulated himself on his first capture. It wasn't much of a capture. Not really, but what did Leo expect? It was a baby Pokémon. Still, that didn't mean Leo wasn't excited about it. He couldn't contain his grin as he picked the ball up, pressing the button once more to see if it would release his slowpoke and, to his pleasure, the ball cracked open. Santiago appeared on the floor in a flash of red, blinking up at Leo owlishly. Slow. It called. Trippy, huh? Leo asked, rubbing the slowpoke's head and glancing out the sliding glass doors of the lab. Outside sat the rest of Pallet, the small town a good mile from the front of the lab, with rolling green hills and the silver mountains looming in the distance. Orange blobs played on the hillside outside, watched over by the massive, majestic form of an Arcanine. A pang of excitement rolled through Leo as he watched the Growlithe play. He should probably answer Oak's challenge by going to study or something, but dogs were playing outside. Puppies. More importantly, fire-breathing puppies. He had to go say hi, didn't he? Besides, this would just be practical experience, right? He'd need a lot of that to be a trainer, Leo was sure. At least, that's what he told himself as he rushed out the front door, excitement coursing through his veins as he rushed out of the lab, Santiago following behind with a low call of excitement, to go play with the Growlithe. After, of course, he made sure the Arcanine watching over them was okay with it. He didn't want to PSS the fire-breathing hound off, after all. Leo didn't fancy becoming barbecue. Oak hummed idly to himself as he examined Leo's test, eyes tracing the papers for the umpteenth time. The boy had, in truth, surprised him. His grasp on Pokémon biology and the way Pokémon moves worked was shoddy at best, some of his answers to the essay questions sounding more like educated guesses than anything concrete. But still, he had an almost encyclopedic knowledge of Pokémon species and their evolutions, not to mention being able to deduce the type of a Pokémon relatively easily and, while not wholly impressive on its own, had memorized the type chart. How far his knowledge of Pokémon descended, Oak wasn't sure, as most of the questions involved base-level knowledge in that category. What really intrigued Oak was some of Leo's answers to Pokémon evolution. How in the name of Mew did he know a Slowpoke could evolve into Slowking with a King's Rock? The official stance was that Slowpoke evolved when a Shelder bit them on the head. Using a King's Rock was a far more specialized way that resulted in far more intelligent Slowking like his father's Longinus. Oak had added that question to the test on a whim, but now he was glad he did. He'd have to talk to Leo about that later. Sighing, Professor Oak set the papers down and looked out the window of his lab, watching the subject of his current headache as he animatedly described his adventures in the Silver Mountains to Gary and Daisy Oak, his grandchildren. The 8 and 13-year-olds listened on, enraptured, as Leo reenacted some form of combat with a Growlithe, the energetic little firehound all too happy to wrestle and play. Oak smiled, glad to see his grandchildren having fun, laughing at Leo as he tried, and failed, to shove the Growlithe off of him as it enthusiastically liked his face. Daisy smiled and laughed less after their parents, Oak's daughter, had died 2 years ago. Gary, being 6, didn't remember much, but he tended to catch on to his sister's moods. Time was healing the children, but it was slow. Did he pass? Victoria asked, slipping into the room behind Oak, who resolutely ignored the pain in his chest at the memories of his daughter. No, Oak said truthfully, handing the test to Victoria, who took it and scanned over the questions with a frown, brushing away an errant strand of brown hair that hung over her eyes. But I also didn't give him the youngster exam. Didn't stop him from passing the practical exam, which I expected, but his theoretical and battling skills need work. Oak ran a hand through his hair, fixating his gaze on the ceiling and counting the black dots on the plastic panels. He would have passed the youngster exam, Victoria stated more than asked, flipping through the test and shooting the professor a glare. You do realize that you can't actually keep him here like this. He may very well go behind your back and take the exam elsewhere. Kid's smart, I wouldn't put it past him, she deadpanned, and Oak grumbled, standing and looking out the window. I know. But he needs this. 10 is too young for him to go adventuring, staying on the youngster routes or not. This way I can keep an eye on him, and make sure his education is up to snuff, Oak reasoned, shoving his hands into the pockets of his long, white lab coat. At least for a few years. Maybe until he's 12 or 13, that's when I started my journey. But things were different back then. We needed trainers more than we do now. That wasn't the only reason, of course. Privately, Oak felt like Leo could most definitely cut it as a trainer if he left right now. He showed maturity beyond his years, and though his book knowledge was lacking he did do well on the practical exams, but he also wasn't one to send someone out underprepared. Leo needed a deeper understanding of the world he lived in now, because he suspected there was quite the difference between where he had been, and where he was now. More than Leo let on. On another hand, Oak didn't want to be seen as supporting the youngster license. It wasn't as bad an idea as some of the news outlets made it out to be. Deaths were actually relatively low, quite a few of which due to unavoidable mishaps like natural disasters, but Oak still wanted the law gone. Given a year or two, it very well might be rescinded, what with all the flack champion Marvin has been taking for the bill. Even if the current champion didn't make a move to rescind the law, the next champion very well might. That young dragon tamer, Lance, was a promising candidate, though dragons were notoriously slow to grow. Isn't this the exam you give to starter applicants? Victoria asked, tossing Leo's exam onto the desk next to Oak, who nodded. And he still got a 40% on it. He did decidedly well, considering that. Most of his wrong answers were founded in solid logic too. he just lacks a deeper understanding of the mechanics involved. Who knows, I might even be able to give him one of the Kanto starters if he studies hard enough, Oak said, grinning. It was unlikely, there were plenty of brilliant young trainers vying for the prestigious reward of the regional starters, but still a possibility. Victoria stared at him searchingly, the gruff woman folding her arms across her chest and staring at Professor Oak long enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Then she grinned cheekily. Sounds like you found yourself a protégé, she said mockingly, and Oak's smile immediately flipped into a frown. Don't give me that, you're taking him under your wing. Taken an interest in him, or feel bad because of his sob story, she asked, and Oak frowned harder, fixing her with a glare. Get out, he said, though the statement held no heat. Victoria laughed and held her hands up defensively, backing out of the room and shutting the door behind her. Oak sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose, fighting off the oncoming headache. He just hoped Leo wasn't as quick to learn as Oak feared he would be, judging by his already impressive knowledge base for his age, or else keeping him on the ranch would be a chore. Not to mention, somehow the boy had gotten Mary onto his side. The alakazam hadn't been subtle in telling Oak Leo was ready for an adventure. Another glance out the window of his office, and Oak relaxed slightly as he watched Leo roughhouse with Gary, the brown-haired boy picking Gary up in a bear hug and spinning him in a circle, head tossed back in a laugh while Daisy watched, smiling to herself. Kids should be kids, Oak thought firmly, then pushed all those thoughts out of his mind. He had a project to finish, after all, and what a project it was. Hopefully he'd be able to finish his Pokémon Encyclopedia prototype before Daisy left on her own Pokémon journey in a year. Though all trainers would benefit, he hoped above all else that it would help keep his grandchildren safe. That was all he could hope for. It was all he wanted, anymore. True to his word, Professor Oak had Leo working on the ranch in a farmhand-type position the day after he had shown Leo that he failed the test. It wasn't a surprise, the written test was way harder than Leo thought, not that tests were his forte anyway, and Leo had promptly shut down the ugly voice in his head that suggested Oak had rigged the test. As it were, working on the ranch, and by proxy in the Pokémon lab, was doing wonders for his knowledge of Pokémon. He learned more by doing, after all, and it didn't get much more hands-on than wrangling the hordes of Pokémon Oak kept around his lab. Nidoran, Growlithe, lakes full of water types, Tauros, Rapidash, and seemingly 1,000 other kinds of Pokémon called the Oak Ranch their home, and Leo loved it. Daisy Oak had helped him out a lot in the beginning, guiding him around, showing him which Pokémon were too ornery to deal with, or how to get around that orneriness, what they ate, how to soothe them. Honestly, there was so much to remember. Leo's head felt like exploding sometimes, but he threw himself into learning the processes with all the gusto he could muster. Though he still never studied. He hated studying. And tests. He did, however, look up things that interested him, such as Tyranitar. Now that he was on his way to becoming a trainer, Leo had his heart and mind set on capturing a Larvitar. It would happen. He also met Ash Ketchum for the first time, the little black-haired kid being just as energetic as Leo remembered from what little he watched of the anime. He didn't actually interact with the boy as much as he might have liked, but seeing as how he and Gary Oak were still friends at this point, Leo ended up getting to know him at least a little. But Oak kept him pretty busy regardless. At one point, about a month into Leo's stay, Professor Oak had a repurposed room above his garage he let Leo stay in, and though it seemed like a cozy enough home, it seemed lonely with just him, the professor, and his 2 grandchildren to occupy it. But it felt wrong for him to ask about the children's parents, or about Oak's wife, so he didn't pry. Professor Oak enrolled Leo in the Pallet Town Elementary Middle School. Leo protested by ditching class. Repeatedly. As in, Oak would drop Leo off, and as soon as the man was gone Leo was racing off into the forest surrounding Pallet Town. He'd tried to show up for science class on the first few days, but they'd been learning such basic stuff Leo had foregone all idea of attending. He knew the mitochondria was the powerhouse of the cell. Couldn't file his taxes properly, but he knew about the mitochondria. One good thing did come from those few classes he did attend though, He'd found out something that had been bothering him for a while about people eating were two different, official classifications for certain Pokémon. Domestic, and wild. Wild were the ones used in battle, while domestic often enough never evolved, never got stronger, and didn't show the intelligence wild Pokémon tended to. Not all species of Pokémon were differentiated this way either, as not all Pokémon had domestic variants. Leo hadn't really understood what it all meant until Victoria had shown him her Tauros, Duke, next to a domestic Tauros. Duke had been intelligent and prideful, his almost black fur shining in the sun and eyes boring into Leo with relentless determination and the unquenchable fury of a perpetually angry bull. The domestic Tauros, in comparison. They were just cows. Big cows, with the capability to occasionally use attacks when startled. People ate domestic Pokémon. They shied away from eating wild ones. When Oak found out Leo had been ditching school he wasn't too happy, and had immediately sicked his Arcanine on Leo, who brought him back to school happily and covered in dog drool. Leo, true to his nature, didn't let that deter him and turned it into a game, eventually roping Mary, Oak's Dragonite Mizuchi, and even Victoria into the mix whenever she was around. Leo jokingly called the game Escape of the Prisoner, because he felt much like a convict escaping the law. Victoria called it Find the FNG Brat and beat some sense into him. Leo found that amusing and, say what you will about how often he was caught, Leo got really good at hiding and running away. It was on one of these little escapades that Leo had surprised Victoria by showing her he knew at least a little bit of martial arts, shoddy and rusty though they were. She had responded by transforming the game of chase from metaphorically trying to beat some sense into Leo, into literally trying to beat some sense into him. She tried to disguise it by calling it sparring. Leo knew better. She was just annoyed he kept doing this, especially because she was so brutal about it. Very rarely did he not have bruises from those sessions. What really got to Leo wasn't those sparring sessions though. It was when she would use her Persian to chase him down. He could run from Oak's Arcanine, who acted more like a puppy than any Growlithe, and Dragonite all day long, especially Dragonite. The kindly yet battle-scarred dragon more often than not took him on joyrides through the blue skies of Kanto rather than take him back to school, and Leo made sure to always treat the noble creature with respect. But Victoria's Persian? That thing was terrifying, and it truly enjoyed scaring the daylights out of Leo. Many a time he found himself flat on his back, the cat's claws pressing dangerously into his skin, as it stared at him with deep green eyes that pierced his soul, fangs bared and poised above his throat. Leo shuddered every time he remembered it. By the time the 6th month of Leo's stay in Pallet Town rolled around, he was getting pretty good at escaping even if it was officially winter now. He'd never truly been successful, mind you, but Victoria wasn't always around and Oak's Pokémon weren't willing nor able to always keep an eye on him. On those days Leo would slip into the woods and vanish for hours on end, playing with Santiago, the slowpoke steadily growing bigger and more intelligent with each day even if he picked up more than one bad habit from the Growlithe litters plaguing the Oak Ranch, and harassing wild Pokémon. He whistled and sang for Bellossom as they danced, his own Bellossom leaf having finally withered, dove into snowdrifts to go hunting for ice types whenever snowstorms rolled in, stalked Rattata, poked Pinico as they hibernated beneath tree roots, and raced with the Pidgey as they flew south, some flocks much later than others. Unfortunately during this time there had been no moves to oust Giovanni either, and very little actual news about any Team Rocket. Which Oak said was because there was no real evidence that Giovanni was the leader of Team Rocket. Irritating as it was, Leo figured it made sense. One did not simply become the leader of the Viridian Gym and lead a terrorist organization, especially in this world, where gym leaders were essentially governors of their respective territories, without knowing how to cover your tracks. The government in this world was weird. Leo was still trying to figure out how it all worked with leaders and councilmen, and elites and champions even with Oak's patient explanations. And every 3 to 4 months, Leo would try to pass the increasingly youngster exam, failing each and every time. Until, a year and a half after his arrival at Oak's Ranch and at the beginning of his second year in the Pokémon world, he suddenly didn't.